Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 89th business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 12th council meeting of 2023 that now includes 4 special sessions this year. 3 of those special meetings have been held in recent weeks, including 2 back-to-back on the same day 2 weeks ago to expedite the reappointment of State Representative Jason Jones after he was expelled from the General Assembly. Tonight's agenda is a short one on its face, focusing on Ordinance BL 2023-1741 on third and final reading, and another related piece of legislation. The ordinance would approve construction of a $2.1 billion roofed Titan Stadium and Event Center. The project will be the largest public-private construction project in Nashville and Tennessee history. It would also be the largest amount of public funding ever for an NFL stadium at about $1.2 billion, with the state also providing $500 million in bond funding for the construction of the roof. There's also significant funding coming from the Titans and from the NFL. Metro financing includes an increase in the city's room tax, along with increased property and sales tax collections in and around the stadium on a revitalized east bank along the Cumberland River. Before the council votes on the project tonight, there'll be one more public hearing on this legislation. Up to 4 hours has been allocated for this public hearing, 2 hours for opponents, 2 hours for proponents. So with the 4 hours of that alone, it does not appear time-wise that the special council meeting will be a short one. In fact, we may continue to add to what is a record for this council and for all councils here in Nashville of meetings that will adjourn after midnight, because it'll be at least 10:30 before we get through with the public hearing. And I would imagine they may well debate the other 2 pieces of legislation that could go on past into the new day. Late last year, the council approved a non-binding term sheet about this project by more than 2/3 or with 27 votes. The final proposal has generated over 30 proposed amendments for the council to debate. There'll be more tonight. Only a few of those amendments were approved at the last meeting, and the measure passed on second reading, 25-11 last Tuesday night. That's just 2 votes short of the less than what the non-binding agreement approved late last year. Opponents say there are a couple of members who were absent last week, so they feel confident about keeping tonight's the 25 votes they had last time, and the plan could still receive perhaps as much as 2 more votes tonight. Amendments are not usually considered on third and final reading unless the council suspends its rules. There are several amendments being offered tonight on the ordinance on a variety of topics, including some that further amend earlier amendments. Several of the amendments that were added include the new ones tonight include what events or performers could be exempt from the new 3% ticket tax for events at the new facility. Remember, the council will have to suspend its rules to hear these. 2 or more council members objecting means that will not happen, and it seems highly likely that there'll be objections at least to most, if not all, of the amendments being offered on the ordinance tonight. All in all, tonight, remember, the final amended bill tonight requires 21 votes for approval on third and final reading. The other companion legislation on the agenda tonight regards the stadium project is RS 2023-2044. It's a resolution which requires just 1 vote for approval. The matter will come up right after the council approves the stadium ordinance. Amendments are allowed on resolutions, and several are being offered, mostly changing the verbiage as to what groups could get the money from this and what the money could be used for. The resolution actually establishes the Nashville Needs Impact Fund. The fund will be used to provide resources to nonprofit entities serving Nashville and Davidson County in public education, public transit, affordable housing, and supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion in sports, including gender equity. The fund would also be used for the provision of resources to entities related to women's professional sports, infrastructure, promotion, marketing, and direct recruitment. Some of the amendments include some of those things that they're talking about being added to that, where the money would go. In addition, the Tennessee Titans will make an annual donation to the fund, and Metro government will as well. The council could also consider appropriations of other revenues generated by the new stadium going into this fund, including the incremental tax property taxes. They're not being used for campus infrastructure, the net rents from the facility, and the local option sales taxes to the fund. The council would form a committee each year to receive and consider applications from nonprofit entities to recommend appropriations from the Nashville Needs Impact Fund, which the council will make consistent with the purpose of that fund. Supporters say the Nashville Needs Fund is one reason the stadium is a good deal for taxpayers, along with removing the requirement of Metro paying for the maintenance of the new facility. The city currently has to handle all the maintenance on the now 24-year-old Nissan Stadium where the Titans play. Opponents don't feel this is a good or the best deal for Nashville, and this plan, they say, should be delayed for more study and not pushed through tonight. That will be likely the debate we will hear from both sides during the public hearing. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you will find the agenda and staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration. Only a couple of those to do, so you can follow along and follow out where we are on the meeting agenda. Before we go to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman, let me also say that a couple of things you want to watch tonight. First is the quorum. There are efforts among those who do not support the stadium not to be here tonight. The council has to have at least 27 members in the room and voting, or be ready to vote to have enough for a quorum. We'll see if that happens. The council, if the Titans do indeed have 27 votes, they should be able to keep their quorum here, and actually at that point maybe not having the opposition if the others don't be here. There may also be a move, if the council approves this on third and final reading, that one of the opponents may vote yes and then try to again delay the bill by making a move to vote to reconsider. That I'm not exactly sure about the parliamentary situation, but that could move all that to the next meeting, the first meeting in May, which will be May 2nd. The council would like to, and the Cooper administration would like to get this done now, so they can get this cleared and out of the way before the budget starts. The budget season will actually start on Thursday when the mayor gives his State of the Metro address. And that will also include outlining, at least in some detail, his budget. That will be before the council at the next meeting, although it's not due to be filed until May 1st. So whether it's going to actually, the budget actually going to be on first reading next time when the council meets again a week from tonight is unclear. But all those things to keep in mind as we see what the council is going to do tonight for what could be a pretty long night with a 4-hour public hearing to begin everything. We'll be going now to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman. He'll be gathering tonight's special council meeting to order very shortly, we think.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to this specially called meeting of the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation tonight is brought to us by me. So I have an old Irish blessing for everyone. May love and laughter light your days and warm your heart and home. May good and faithful friends be yours wherever you may roam. May peace and plenty bless your world with joy that long endures. May all life's passing seasons bring the best to you and yours. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. You may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from April 18th? I've got a motion properly seconded. Without objection, minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. All right, we are now ready for item E on the agenda. Pursuant to a motion adopted by the Metro Council at its last meeting and pursuant to Rule 28, this body has elected to hold a public hearing on Resolution RS 2023-2044 and Ordinance BL 2023-1741. We're going to hear those tonight at this specially called meeting. The public hearing has several guidelines. First, and these have all been posted, Councilmember Sepulveda, for what reason?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, I would like to move to amend Councilmember Henderson's motion for a public hearing made on April 18 regular meeting to extend the total time to each portion of the public hearing as may be necessary to accommodate the additional time needed for speakers utilizing Spanish and English interpretation services.
Okay, so let me get to that part of the rule of the guidelines. So we are having Spanish interpretation services. They will be available to the public tonight at the public hearing. And typically what we do is when we have interpretation services, when they are necessary, we actually add some time to the actual 2 minutes. So I hadn't gotten through all the rules, but everyone gets 2 minutes. So unless there's an objection, we'll follow that same rule. If an individual needs interpretation services, I will extend their time from 2 to 4 minutes. Is there any objection to that part of it? Again, we're just the way we've always done it, we actually add some time. So instead of just 2 minutes, you'll get 4 minutes. So Councilmember Sepulveda is, if I've got this right, is making a motion to extend the time for both sides if there are individuals that need interpretation services. Is that correct? Okay, so what it would mean that if on the support side or in the opposition side we had people taking up extra time because of interpretation services, we would list that and then add, I guess, 2 minutes for every one of those individuals on the back end of each side. Councilmember Sepulveda, did I say that right?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So I got a second. Okay, discussion on that. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification. And so we're talking about speakers who want to have Spanish interpretation, them being allowed to extend their time to accommodate that. Is that correct?
So what we normally do when we use interpretation services, and Ms. Day Ruiz is in the back, if someone needs assistance in terms of interpretation, when they're presenting like at a public hearing or at a public hearing on zoning measures, we typically extend the 2 minutes to 4 minutes so the translation can be made. So if nobody has any problems with that, we will continue to do that as normal. What Councilmember Sepulveda is asking is that if individuals use that service, we have a 2-hour window for each side. And I guess I'll give you an example. I think I understand this. So if 4 people use interpretation services, we would add 8 minutes to the end of the 2-hour period because people needed some extra time with interpretation services. That make sense? Any other questions on that? All right, so I got a motion and a second to extend the time. We'll keep up with it here if that's what you'd like. So we would only extend it, we would take the number of individuals and then just multiply it by 2. It would be the same on each side. So we would add, if interpretation services are needed on the 4 or in the opposition, we would just add some time, okay? Any other questions? Seeing none, ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion's adopted. Okay, so let me go back to the rules. These are the guidelines. So we have allotted, with the exception of what we just did, we've allotted 4 hours total time that has been dedicated to the public hearings, 2 hours total allotted for support, and 2 hours total allotted for opposition of the measures, all right? So each side gets 2 hours plus whatever time we may add on the end based upon interpretation services. If a side does not want to take the full 2 hours, that's fine. But each side gets 2 hours plus whatever we just added. There's a clock that I can't see to my left that will start running for 2 hours per position. All right, so you'll see it. I think it says 2 hours on there, and it will just start running down. Okay, so at 2 hours we stop, unless we have to add some extra time. Okay, each speaker, by rule, is limited to 2 minutes. So there is a clock that is kept by the clerk's office. It's right here. You can see it on the screens when you look. I can see it. When somebody comes up to speak, you get 2 minutes to speak. That's by rule. You'll see it start clicking down. Okay, you can actually watch it go down. I think at some point, maybe at 30 seconds, it turns yellow. Is that right? Okay, 30 seconds, it turns yellow. When your time is up, it turns a bright red, and a horn goes off. At that point, I'm going to cut you off, okay, because we have a limited amount of time. We're doing 2 hours on each side. We're trying to get in as many people as possible who want to talk. So I will cut you off right at the time after the 2 minutes. When that thing turns red and that horn sounds, microphone is going to be cut off. So just know that. We don't mean to be rude, but we got so many people who want to talk, we've got to cut you off at some point. All right? So again, as soon as that signal sounds, I will turn off your microphone and call for the next speaker. No speaker will be permitted to reserve time for another speaker or for themselves. I think that's it. Again, we have Spanish interpretation services. Ms. De Ruiz, do you mind coming to the table and explaining that you are available?
Yes, I will be your Spanish interpreter tonight. Voy a ser su intérprete de español esta noche. Si necesita mis servicios, estoy aquí, sentada en adelante.
She's got the best seat in the house over there. Okay. All right. So we welcome the public tonight. We are very glad that you are here, and we look forward to your comments regarding the resolution and the ordinance. Those 2 measures will be considered after the public hearing closes. All right. So we are now ready for the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. We will start, as we always do, with those in support of the measures. For those individuals seated in the chamber, we will start with you, and you're already starting to line up. That's good. After speaking, you may return to your seat, or you may exit through that door with the exit sign to my right. It's to the left of Mr. George. All right. After speaking, again, you may return to your seat, or you may exit. We will then take speakers who are in favor, who are in the queue, who are outside the chamber. After speaking, those individuals must exit the chamber and can't return They can return to the end of the queue to wait for a seat to open if desired. Let me repeat that again, make sure we're clear. So we've got people in this room that are here to speak. Okay, we are going to start with those individuals. For those individuals seated in the chamber, we're going to start with them. After speaking, again, individuals who are standing up right now can return to your seat, or you may exit through that door right there. After we get through the people in this chamber, we will then take speakers who, again, are in favor, who are in the queue outside of the chamber. Roseanne Hayes, who is there, is going to monitor that, and she'll start letting people in. After those people speak, those individuals must exit the chamber because we don't have seats for everybody. They can go back out, return to the end of the queue, and wait for a seat to open if they want to stay, all right? After all those in favor have spoken or the 2 hours have run, whichever comes first, then we will repeat the same process for those in opposition, all right? So everybody's ready to go. You're at the podium, and I've got, I think, everybody lined up, ready to go. So we are ready to proceed.
Good evening. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for your service and your leadership. My name is Eddie George. I'm the head football coach at Tennessee State University, and I support this project. I moved to Nashville in the late 90s to be a part of Nashville's first NFL team, and it was an incredible time. The Super Bowl run, the years that we won in this city was truly, truly special. I fell in love with the city, so after retiring, I decided to move back to raise my family. It was the best decision that I ever made. I've been following this process closely, not just because of my history with the Titans, but because I care about this city and its people. I am so excited about a new stadium and what it means for big events to the city, but also for TSU student athletes who will get the opportunity to play there and experience a wonderful time in this new stadium. The Titans-TSU relationship is like no other pro-college relationship in the country and is getting better with time. We're so lucky to have this partnership. But I'm also just as excited about the new neighborhood this deal allows the city to build. Great parks, the arts. TPAC may have an opportunity to move into the space. What city gets the opportunity to build something this amazing from scratch that's built for the people of this city? To end this, I've been here for over 25 years now, and I believe that Nashville's best days are ahead of us. This project is exactly what our city needs right now, and I appreciate your support of it. Thank you.
Mr. George, thank you. Mr. George, I just need your address. Dr. Glover, if you can bring him back, I just need an address from you.
9538 Sanctuary Place, Brentwood, Tennessee.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
I'm Glenda Glover. I serve as president of Tennessee State University. Good evening to everyone. On behalf of Tennessee State University and to the members of this council, thank you for your leadership to our city and our community. Because of the benefit primarily to TSU, I'm here in support of the proposal you're considering. I want to thank you for who reached out to me to make suggestions and make sure that TSU is taken care of. And as you know, this is a historic relationship, an HBCU, TSU, and NFL franchise. There's no other like it in the United States. We're here because it includes a lot of support for our students, scholarships, academics, athletics, game day. For the past few months, we have worked on an arrangement. First, it would be TSU will not have to pay anything for the lease. Right now, we pay $200,000 per game. We will save $200,000. We play 6 games. If we choose not to play at the stadium, TSU will get $150,000 per game, which means up to $900,000 per year. Right now, there is no such agreement. TSU will have full signage at the new stadium and a digital takeover options for TSU games. We'll continue to keep all the revenue related to ticketing, parking, and concessions. They'll provide marketing and promotion support to TSU's ticketing operations. And finally, and really important, the Titans organization has committed to assist TSU as we seek to build our own stadium on campus. So I thank you, the members of this Metro Council, for your support for TSU in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And my address is
Oh.
in Davidson County at 3500 John Muir Boulevard.
All right, thank you.
My name is Nicole Allen Clark. I reside at 203 Theodore Roosevelt Road. I stand before you today as a proud alumnus and a current graduate student of Tennessee State University and a program lead for Project Destin to support the proposal for the new stadium in Nashville's East Bank. If you don't know, Project Destin is one of the 16 organizations listed as a community partner on the Tennessee Titans One Community platform. This partnership involves a 5-year collaboration with Project Destin to train and mentor students from local high schools, historically Black colleges and universities, and adults in the Southeast and Antioch community. The 8-week program focuses on sport venues and real estate development, both underrepresented industries. Recently, we completed our first cohort of 20 historical Black colleges and university students from Fisk University and Tennessee State University, where they learned firsthand from leaders within the Titans organization and the commercial development industry. With the development of the new stadium and through One Community, programs such as this will create opportunities for students to explore career fields and identify mentors that can ultimately change the landscape of their lives. Approval for the new stadium will speak to the Titans and to the Titans' continued commitment of building upon programs such as this and eventually use the designated community space known as the Hope and Imagination Center to offer enhanced programming to support young adult learners as they embark on their future career endeavors. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Next 2 speakers.
Thank you. I won't ask for double time.
Okay.
So, my name is Laura Knotts. I am at 1022 Falls Avenue in Madison. And so is she, in case you need that. Rowan also lives there with me. So I am the president of the Madison Rivergate Chamber. Our board of directors voted to pen a letter of support for this stadium. It's one of many from many different chambers in the area. One of the reasons that we decided to do that is it doesn't just affect the downtown area. It doesn't just affect East Nashville. The revenue that comes in affects all of us. I'm a lifelong Nashvilleian. I remember when the Titans first came. I remember when the stadium was first built. And that has been one of many things to bring us to where we are today. So bringing that venue, a new venue that's not just a stadium, that brings world-class concerts, that brings all of these other benefits, that gives back to the community, is just one next step in Nashville's evolution, and it radiates out to all of our neighborhoods. We all benefit from that. So we just wanted to voice our support as an area that is not within the traditional downtown area, and Rowan agrees. So thank you so much, and please support.
Thank you, and thank you, Rowan.
Goodbye.
All right. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Charles Sewing. My wife and I, along with our kids, moved here almost 30 years ago. We had no idea the opportunity that was before us and the upward trajectory that was launching here in Nashville. Almost immediately, we were engulfed with the effort to relocate the Houston Oilers, which we, of course, now know and love as the Tennessee Titans. I remember the discussions, the meetings, the struggle, etc. This put Nashville in a national light, not seen before in this way. And who can forget that electrifying 99 season that took us to the Super Bowl? And to use a sports term, albeit baseball, Nashville hit a home run. Similarly, the NHL expanded and selected Nashville, and hence we have the Nashville Predators. Again, there were many discussions, many meetings, and it too was a struggle. And what about that Stanley Cup run a few years ago? Again, Nashville hit a home run. Nashville has a record of successes. 10 plus years ago, with the tremendous success of our hospitality and tourism business, city leaders saw the need to expand our convention offerings, and the idea of the Music City Center was born. I was part of that Music City Center coalition that met with community and this body to secure that deal. And it was not without discussions, meeting, and it indeed was a struggle. The MCC has been profoundly successful and a real game changer in Nashville, another home run. As a nearly 30-year resident of Nashville, a member of the business community, a member of the nonprofit community, and the community at large, I stand here as a proud Nashvilleian. Once again, we have a unique opportunity, which is to vote in favor of this deal and build the new Titan stadiums. I'm confident that just like the Titans, the Predators, the Nashville Soccer Club, and the Music City Center, this too will be a tremendous success. There's a slow pitch coming right across home plate. Let's hit another home run.
Thank you. I need your address.
601 Holt Run Court, Nashville.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, and thank you all for being here. We can't thank you enough, your tireless work. My name is Don Harden. I'm a native Nashvilleian, and I live at 520 Cherry Grove Lane in Whites Creek in this part of Davidson County. We believe that there's equity and opportunities on the East Bank, beginning with the Tennessee Titans Stadium. I'm excited to mention that collaborations of the Nashville Business Incubation Center, relevant resources, along with our team, Don Harden Group, will lead efforts to plan a series of sessions to directly involve small, minority, and women-owned businesses in the stadium development process. Secondly, we gained full support of the Titan CEO to devise a plan to take our workforce development initiatives to seek ways to hire local members of our communities, with priorities given to those that live in zip codes such as 37208, 37218, as well as those who are returning from incarceration. We already know this will be successful. A team of folks that included Titan's leadership traveled to Atlanta to take a page from what's called West Side Works, a workforce development program born out of the efforts to build a Mercedes-Benz stadium. The owner of the Falcons stated that anyone who wanted to work on the Mercedes-Benz project should have that opportunity. West Side Works set its priority on those who lived in underserved west side of Atlanta. In that the project's three-year tenure, it employed 170 people and earned more than $20 million as a result of their participation in the program. We're drafting a similar program for the Titans Stadium by working with current resources such as 413 Strong, NBIC, and others that are a good fit to execute these ideas. In addition to the commitment to spend 25% in diverse enterprises, we'll set our sights on a number of individual companies we can impact, as well as a number of people who are connected to the Titans project and can also be prepared to take advantage of the future East Bank developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Derek Burrows, a native Tennessean. I am co-founder and managing partner of Next Generation Recruitment Staffing, a minority-owned staffing company based in the heart of downtown Nashville. Next Generation has been fortunate to partner with the Tennessee Titans staff for over a decade. My relationship with the Titans began when I was an intern with them as an undergrad, and it has grown to a successful partnership that we have today. Through our partnership, we have provided over 5,000 jobs to people in the Nashville community at the stadium, including college students who look for fun to work to earn extra income to help manage their way through school. Those jobs include everything from custodial services to cashiers. The Titans organization has had a significant impact on the growth of our business and has allowed us to impact the community by providing rewarding jobs to thousands of people. Through the brand recognition of having the Titans on our client list, this partnership has helped to expand our business into 8 states. A new stadium will give us the opportunity to expand our partnership even more and be able to provide even more jobs to the citizens of the Nashville community. The new stadium will cement the team's commitment to Tennessee for many years beyond the current lease and offer the opportunity for many minority-owned vendors like Next Generation golden opportunities which we can share with our Nashville area family of partners. We would like to publicly thank the Titans for this partnership and hope that you will consider the positive impact this decision will have on the local job market in our community. On a personal note, we all know that Nashville has an economic boom. The iconic AT&T building downtown is normally referred to as the Batman building. As we all know, Batman is a superhero. In my opinion, Nashville is a super city. Therefore, we should host a Super Bowl. And this stadium will be a huge factor in making that a possibility. Thank you.
Mr. Burrows, I need your address.
349 Tulip Court, Nolensville, Tennessee.
All right, thank you.
That's right, Nolensville, Tennessee.
All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Dauphin. I'm at 7252 Highway 70 South, District 22. I'm a single working mom and have grown up in the Nashville area. As a matter of fact, my dad took the public bus to Hume Fogg during his high school time there. I'm not paid to be here, but I did want to use this opportunity to share with you the potential gain for transit that could be lying in this deal. This is a hot issue, and I respect the viewpoints of my friends and colleagues seated behind me. Each of our perspectives matter, and I'm grateful this body has given us a chance to weigh in. But you are the ones in the position to drive Nashville out of the past and into the future. Look, I spend most of my time thinking about improving and funding transit, but today I'm here as a property owner and a resident. This plan could kickstart new transformative infrastructure for mobility in Nashville. Here with this deal, the city could focus on building the centerpiece of our East Bank vision, whose priorities were based on community engagement. It would free up some 50 acres, which are now and would remain for the next 17 years, parking lots, but could be transformed into a new mobility hub, decentralizing the current system and be an efficient and convenient connection for Dickerson Pike, James Robertson Parkway, Jefferson Street, and KVB. This would allow for ease of access to jobs, education, and social activities for more residents to the east and north. It could be a catalyst for future options for expansion, including the first ever main road with dedicated transit lanes. It adds the option for more multimodal access with expanded and new sidewalks and greenway connectivity. Also, it's well known that transit works best when there are ample housing and destinations within walking distance. Allowing early return of the land around the stadium allows the city to include new housing options on city-owned land. Overall, I see this as a net positive for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Your son, I think, was doing a rock show next to you. Okay. Right. Next speaker.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the Metro Council, Bill Purcell, 1414 Stratton Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm standing here with 6 generations of former and present Metro Council members and 1 former mayor. All of us have had the honor of representing East Nashville over the past 40 years. Our constituents, who perhaps have earned the reputation for not always agreeing on anything, Councilman Withers says amen, were singularly vocal about one priority, the East Bank. The East Bank must be saved from neglect, from blight, from interstate isolation. That's why we jointly wrote to you now 2 months ago about the East Bank plan. Tonight we came to say we support the proposal that's before you, and we look forward to your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Luke McRoy, and I both live and work in Davidson County. I graduated from Belmont University, and I started a business. I started a business here in Nashville because I love this city. We primarily do corporate events. We do audio, video, lighting rentals for corporate groups, both in town and those who come out of town. And I'm here today urging your support for this East Bank project and the stadium, because I know in the last 18 months, 2 of my clients have chosen to go to Atlanta to do an event at Mercedes-Benz Stadium and Dallas to do an event at AT&T Stadium. That is revenue that could have been here in this city. I urge you to consider this, because that's labor that could have been hired here, that are hotel rooms that could have been here, that's restaurants that could have been bought, that's flights that could have been made here. I think this is going to make an incredible impact on the revenue opportunity of our city, so that we can focus on the things that do matter to this city. I believe that this is an opportunity to make a tremendous impact. I have employed over a dozen people in this city, and my address proudly is 2702 Greystone Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37204. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Turner, and I live at 607 South 13th Street, 37206. And I support the Titan Stadium project. I proudly serve as the president and CEO of the Tennessee Performing Arts Center. I've witnessed firsthand the impact that we can have on East Nashville. TPAC works extensively in Metro Nashville Public Schools, and we are especially proud of our immersive arts integration work at Warner Elementary, the first elementary arts magnet school in East Nashville. As a resident, I want many of the same things as you all. We want strong schools, access to parks, transit, housing options, walkability, as well as cultural amenities. The development of the East Bank provides a critical opportunity to build the next great neighborhood for our residents. The vision of the Imagine East Bank plan includes park space and cultural experiences that could foster free community events for the arts, investment that is going to go back into our community. I spent my career using arts as my superpower, but I also know the importance that sports can have on young people in our neighborhoods. My dad was a hockey coach, and I learned from him the importance of inspiring kids at a very young age. Since moving here, I have been impressed by the Titans organization and their commitment to community and engaging youth. A professional sports team's impact on a community is so much more than a packed stadium on Sundays. Kids learn leadership, teamwork, self-advocacy, and they gain confidence. It's a lot of what we learn through the arts as well. Thank you for letting me share my support of the Tennessee Titans and the East Bank development.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the Metro Council. I'm Brian Rossman, President of the Tennessee Pride Chamber, formerly known as the Nashville LGBT Chamber. We're at 41 Peabody Street in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm here tonight to ask you to support this new deal because of the economic opportunities it creates for our community. The Tennessee Pride Chamber represents over 400 LGBTQ+ and allied small businesses, individual professionals, and corporations throughout Middle Tennessee, including many who live and work here in Nashville and Davidson County. There are more than 133,000 LGBTQ+ workers and business owners in Tennessee. LGBTQ people make up 4% of the state's workforce. We work both to protect the LGBTQ+ workforce and create economic opportunities for the entire community. We also advocate for our allies who understand that an open and welcoming business climate is a successful business climate. The Tennessee Titans have shown a strong commitment to our organization and the LGBT community. We know this deal is a good one for the city of Nashville and its taxpayers. It shifts our current obligations to more favorable financial terms, and it makes long-term investments in our community. Of note to us in particular are the commitments to fund nearly $48 million over 30 years to the Nashville Needs Impact Fund, a portion of which can be used to address the Nashville LGBTQ+ community's needs. The Tennessee Titans, the NFL, have both shown a strong history and commitment to supplier diversity. As part of this agreement, the Titans organization is committed to an equitable procurement process that exceeds our city's current guidelines on diverse-owned businesses, and that will benefit many members of our organization, particularly our LGBTE-certified businesses. Please approve this new lease and deal, which will greatly benefit Nashville's LGBTQ+ community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thanks for having me. My name is Pat Martin. I'm a local restaurateur. I own Martin's Barbecue and Q Babies, partners in Greco. Hopefully about to open a breakfast spot up here in Donaldson with my other partner pretty soon. Listen, I live at 117 Brook Hollow Road, by the way, over in Bellevue. 1999, I remember I was in my mid-20s, was an absolute watershed moment for our city. Those of you who were here have to remember the emotional feeling that was. Our city was a mid-major city. I just moved from Charlotte, and Charlotte had all this momentum behind it. And the NFL coming here, I won't just say the Titans, the NFL coming here launched our city onto another pad. What I feel is not happening is we're not talking about enough of the intangibles that are coming along with the value of having a team like this here and the Predators. The Music City Center wouldn't be here. I don't think we'd be talking about direct flights to Paris and Tokyo and this, that, and the other. I am all for 100% behind transit. I'm a big believer in that. Developing this East Bank is $1.4 billion in revenues, and that's the low end. They really estimate it being up closer to 5 to 6, maybe even higher than that. I would ask you that if I own that East Bank, and I gave each of you a deed to that East Bank, and I just said, hey, I just want to build a stadium there, and I want a 100-foot envelope around it, would you take it? I would find it hard to believe that any of us in this room would not take it. Now, I will say that I've listened very intently and read very closely to what I'm in support of this, obviously, what those who are not in support of it is. Their views have to be heard. I just don't feel that it is. At this time, it needs to be heard for this stadium. The Titans are incredible for our city. They're an incredible partner, and we need to support them and pass this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry George. I live at 711 Work Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. I am a Nashville native and a veteran. I've worked in diversity and inclusion and workforce development for almost 20 years. Anybody that works in diversity and inclusion knows you get a lot of pushback. You get a lot of questions like, is this necessary? Do we really have to do this? What I can say is working with the Titans on these programs for the construction of this stadium, the things that we have heard is we are excited and how can we make this happen? And the things we're talking about making happen are economic development boosts and booms for businesses to help them develop not only for now, but we're talking about longevity. We're talking about helping businesses grow and scale in the Nashville community. We're talking about workforce development programs that gives jobs to people not only for today, but for tomorrow. Because if you notice in many publications, they're talking about the lack of trades around the United States. We're talking about helping people find jobs in those trades for not only this opportunity, but for opportunities to come. Furthermore, let me say that I'm so excited about this because everybody wants to be part of the team. Every Sunday or Thursday or Monday night game, thousands of people stream into Nissan Stadium to watch the Titans play, and even more watch at home. Allowing people to work on this project makes them feel like they're part of the team. What does it mean to a father or a mother to say, I helped build this stadium. I played a part in this. This is history being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Naima Walker-Fierce. I reside at 2420 Stivers Street, which is in Davidson County. And I'm here in support of the stadium and the East Bank project. And I'm here actually wearing two hats. My first hat, I am a majority owner of Germantown Pub, which is a bar restaurant in Germantown. And I sincerely believe that the Titans are committed to ensuring not only the stadium, but the surrounding area is comprised of lots of local business owners, particularly women and minorities. Unlike downtown, which we have seen, despite having name entities and restaurants, it's effectively venture capital and private equity run. And I don't think that's going to happen with the new stadium. My second hat is I'm here as a former Wall Street corporate lawyer. So when I looked at the lease, the existing lease and the underlying obligations, I can only say emphatically that we have a bad deal as taxpayers. It would be unconscionable to not get out of this lease, and this is arguably the only way we can get out of the lease. What I would implore upon the City Council and everyone involved in the project is that the $32 million unfunded bond that we as taxpayers are on the hook for, that we make sure that money goes back to the general fund and goes to housing and education. That the $30 million we as taxpayers owe the Titans for prior maintenance, that money goes back to the general fund for housing and education, and that all of us, irrespective of whether we're for or against the project, that we jump up and down, that the approximately 50 acres that will become housing, that it be accessible, that middle-class people can live near the stadium. Thank you for your time, and I vote in support. I recommend you vote in support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Barker. I reside at 2629 South Highlands Drive in Metro Council District 34. I am a VP at the Nashville Downtown Partnership. And at the Downtown Partnership, we represent the interests of over 16,000 residents, 78,000 workers coming into downtown every day, and hundreds of business and property owners. Together, this is a constituency that includes many residents of every single metro district, no doubt. This is good for all Nashville taxpayers, and the Downtown Partnership wants to go on record explaining why it's good for downtown as well. And all of us, and also good for all of us who benefit from a great downtown, no matter where we live. Because the project makes possible the civically driven redevelopment of the East Bank by returning land to Metro, this deal is integral to the strategic expansion of the downtown core. Not just the expansion of the core, but the strategic expansion. Our downtown is growing now, and it will continue to grow. It will grow from a downtown with a river on the eastern boundary to a downtown with a river running through it. This deal ensures that Metro can steward this development to include mixed income housing, parks, green space, world-class arts and culture, and critical city infrastructure, including transit, that all of us will benefit from. Growth is inevitable. We've got to make sure that it's strategic and that it's equitable, and this is a surefire bet to do that. Downtown is, among many things, a neighborhood of local business and property owners who self-fund the resources that keep it clean, safe, active, and attractive. We're proud to be a downtown that invests in itself and impress visitors around the world. We think this is the right deal so that for all of us to invest in ourselves and is the most responsible step forward. I hope you'll vote in support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tabir. I'm the president of Tennessee Kurdish Community Council. I'm here on behalf of my community. We have the largest Kurdish community here in Nashville, and we are thankful and grateful to call Nashville home. I remember when Titans first moved here, it was roughly around the same time when the big wave of Kurds moved to Nashville. As a minority, coming from a third world country, coming from somewhere that we were always oppressed, always on the run, no friends but the mountains. When we got here, when the residents were welcoming us and welcoming the Titans, Tennessee Titans organization also were the first organization that welcomed us to the city. Growing up, Titans gave us new life, a new beginning, a new entertainment for our community growing up as kids, just watching Eddie George, late Steve McNair, Blaine and Whitecheck. It was something new for us. So we are forever grateful to Tennessee Titans organization who brought life to us. And our community and Titans organization, we have so much in common. We came here to Nashville around the same time. I remember late Bud Adams said, let's start the season in Adelphia Coliseum and end the season in Atlanta Super Bowl. I remember the 1 yard short. I cried. That was the very first year we as kids watched something new, entertainment that we never saw before. And also, we have to know that Nashville has become the center of the South, and mainly because of the Tennessee Titans organization. So I am here today for the snow.
So that's it. I'm sorry I had to cut off your microphone, but we appreciate you being here. I do need your address. Thank you. All right. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Henry. I'm a Nashville native, and I live at 1653 West Wilson Boulevard in Mount Juliet. I am a hospitality and entertainment marketing and public relations professional working in the greater Nashville community for 36 years, and I am a proud founding stadium PSL holder. Tonight, as president-elect, I am representing the Donaldson Hermitage Chamber of Commerce's Board of Directors and our 400 member businesses that contribute to the economy of the greater Nashville area. Our businesses understand and appreciate the Tennessee Titans organization's commitment to our community and the impact it has had on the city of Nashville, the surrounding communities like Donaldson Hermitage, and our state. As Nissan Stadium approaches the end of its useful life with serious challenges at the expense of the city, we support the vision for the proposed stadium and East Bank plan for the following reasons. It is proposed the new stadium funding will come from the state, from revenue streams generated by tourists and users of the stadium, and the Tennessee Titans organization directly. In comparison to the current stadium lease, as business taxpayers, we will pay less and assume less liability and obligations with the proposed plan. Davidson County's property taxes, which currently supports public safety, education, and transportation needs, to name a few, will not be part of the stadium funding plan. The stadium will generate a return on investment which can supplement other of Nashville's greatest needs. A state-of-the-art domed stadium and the surrounding development brings the opportunity for our city to host new and elevated events, which means more visitors and revenue to our local businesses. We encourage you tonight to vote yes for a new stadium and more favorable terms for Davidson County taxpayers, including those outside of the downtown core. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Derek Free, 105 Cotton Gin Court, 37027. I have the pleasure of serving as Executive Vice President of Gray Line of Tennessee, a locally owned passenger transportation company based here in Davidson County, right up on Dickerson Pike. Gray Line is proud to be celebrating our 50th anniversary in business this year, and we've grown from those humble beginnings when our two founders gave sightseeing tours out of their own personal vehicles to now employing over 300 people, most of whom are Davidson County residents. We at Gray Line have monitored the evolution of this proposal with great interest, and we are so pleased with the hard work that so many in this council have done to get this ordinance to this point. We strongly support this ordinance and encourage this council to approve it to continue to support the hospitality industry that's such a vital economic engine for our community. Truly, thank you all for your hard work on this project. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lonnie McGee. I live at 800 Tuckahoe Drive in Madison, Tennessee. First, I would like to thank the members of the Metro City Council for the work that you do for the city and for all the hard work that you put in on this proposal. Would also like to thank Gray Line of Tennessee for giving me time off today to speak with you this evening. Our employees at Gray Line, we earn a good living because of the hospitality and tourism in Nashville. We all want to see that continue to grow into the future for all our residents. This new proposed stadium is one of the largest projects to be considered by the city. When I first heard about the new proposed stadium, my first thought was what it's going to cost the citizens or taxpayers. Well, after reviewing the new proposal, I feel confident and comfortable and express my full support for a new stadium, and I ask that you vote in favor of the proposal. Not only will the new stadium increase economic activity for local businesses and the community, but open doors for Nashville to host world-class events that will enhance national and our international reputation. And yes, maybe even a Super Bowl. So I urge you, council members, to vote in support of the new stadium, and together we can continue to make Nashville a great place to live, work, visit, and to be entertained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Andre Jackson, 2450 26th Avenue North, founder of Let's Work Nashville. I have a question for this body, and that is, what are we doing? What are we actually doing? Why are we even having this discussion? We have a slam dunk. Each individual understands what the Titans mean to this community. I'm sorry. Everybody understands what the Titans organization means to this community. If you build a stadium, not just a Super Bowl, but multiple Super Bowls, if you build it, they're coming here. We understand how the revenue is dispersed throughout the whole city of Nashville, based on individuals purchasing and buying, flying in, staying over, all the above. We have a unique city in that respect, unlike many other cities. This deal needs to pass. The city of Nashville would be foolish if we let this deal pass us by. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Pino Patel, and I live at 315 South Main Street in Goodlettsville in Davidson County for the past 35 years. I fully support the construction of a new stadium and would like to extend my gratitude to the council members for their time, dedication, and hard work on this crucial economic bill for our city. As a small business owner, I grew up as a second-generation hotelier, and I've witnessed the highs and lows of Nashville's growth since the late 80s. At present, I employ 150 full-time and part-time employees at my hotels in Davidson County. I'm also a representative of the Middle Tennessee Hospitality Association, which, like other small members, business owners as me, own 275 hotels in the region, providing 32,000 guest rooms and employing over 3,500 full-time employees. Additionally, I serve as a director at large for the Eastern Division for AHOA, the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. Our members in Tennessee have contributed significantly to the state's economy, generating over 83,000 guest rooms, employing 48,000 direct jobs, and accounting for $4.5 billion in annual wages and salaries. Moreover, we collect over $313 million annual lodging taxes for the state, contributing over $8 billion to the state's GDP. The industry generates property taxes and sales tax, which are crucial for the city and the state's operations. A dome stadium would allow us to host more events, create more steady hourly jobs for hospitality workers. The industry supports an additional 1% tax to fund this project, as we understand that the return on investment for our industry and our city would be significant, with additional tax revenue generated and directed to the city. The construction of a new stadium will benefit not only the hospitality industry, but also the city economy as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members, for allowing us to speak on this important topic. My name is Beth McDaniels, and I reside at 2521 Pennington Bend Road, 37214. I stand in support of the new stadium and urge you to vote for it. I've worked in the hospitality industry for over the last 20 years. As a leader in that community, I served on a coalition to bring Music City Center to fruition. The building of that entity has allowed Nashville to become a major player in the meetings and convention world, bringing in a steady stream of income from these citywide conventions and meetings. I belong to and serve on many trade association boards, such as Meeting Professionals International and Professional Convention Management Association, and I assure you that all industries and associations are interested in having their meetings and events in our wonderful city now and in the future. A new stadium would further increase our standing in tourism by allowing us to host major sporting events such as the Super Bowl, collegiate sport championships, etc. The new stadium will allow us to see events of a magnitude we have never had in this city before. It will further cement us as a to-go city for the biggest meetings, concerts, sporting events, and such in the United States and North America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Carolyn Waller, President of the Nashville Black Chamber of Commerce with more than 500 members. I live at 4905 Riverbank Drive in Hermitage, Tennessee. I'm here as a believer in change, a Davidson County consumer and taxpayer, and an advocate for economic growth and development when it is smart and cost-effective. I have experienced the current Tennessee Titans Stadium in the rain, sleet, and freezing cold, so much so that me and my family left the game, as well as other fans. I've also traveled to Atlanta, to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and I had fun. It was comfortable, and it was an experience inside the stadium with all the other very happy fans. As the Nashville Black Chamber leader, I believe in the Tennessee Titans Stadium. We are here to help as a Black Chamber, the organization, to secure minority business as it relates to jobs, procurement, and community obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ron Thompson. I live in Donaldson at 612 Rivercrest Way, Nashville, Tennessee. I stand here today as Executive Director of Red Academy for the Urban League of Middle Tennessee, asking you to support the new stadium. This project is good for the Titans, for Nashvillians, and for Tennessee. As it currently stands under the current lease, the taxpayers, us, we, are under the obligation to maintain and improve the current stadium. We are required to fund stadium upgrades to match other comparable facilities, which we simply can't afford. Our biggest question has to be and will be, does it save Nashvillians money?
Does it improve our city? Does it make Nashville a better place? The new development is estimated to bring in almost $1 billion in property tax and sales tax to the city, which goes directly to our city's operating budget. The sources include 1% increase in hotel taxes, an increase in the stadium sales tax, 50% of the future campus sales tax, team rent, advertising, and the list goes on. Those same revenue sources will maintain the stadium, which will also be city-owned building and put money back into the budget. Also, it is always a good thing to remove the burden of the Nashville taxpayers and utilize hotel and sales tax from its visitors. With this, we will be able to host significant events such as the Super Bowl, NCAA championships, WWE wrestling, concerts, and more. The new development around the stadium will support a brand new neighborhood, and residents and Nashvillians and people of color can and will be able to participate in the economic growth. Red Academy, which is a program that I serve, helps developers of color scale up their business. This opportunity for the new stadium would help them. Most importantly, Nashvillians' property taxes, which support our community's greatest needs, education, public safety, and transit, will not be the part of the new stadium equation. So on behalf of the Urban League of Middle...
I had to cut you off. Sorry. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Metro Council for serving. My name is Evangelina Romero. My address is 1707 State Street in Nashville. I'm a Latina small business owner in Nashville, and I'm the current Vice President of the Tennessee Latin American Chamber of Commerce, TLAC. I'm in favor of the Tennessee Titan proposal for various reasons. Here are a few. The new stadium will serve as a central jewel for the developing East Bank and continue Nashville's trajectory as one of the greatest cities in the United States and beyond. I'm originally from Los Angeles, have been here for 14 years, and have the pleasure of calling Nashville my beautiful home. The new proposal will also generate a return on investment that will supplement other critical city priorities. The East Bank development would also transform hundreds of acres of underdeveloped acreage surrounding the Titan Stadium, and will be one of the biggest projects in Nashville. That will add housing, which is much needed in Nashville, parks, businesses to the Cumberland City waterfront, plus a transportation corridor. This can't be done without displacing anyone while providing its area and its residents a multitude of economic opportunities. For property owners, it means that near the Titan Stadium and the East Bank, this could be life-changing with rise in property values, not to add many job opportunities. The current Titan partnerships right now include Casa Safran, Sister Cities, Futuro, Conexión Américas, which are just a few of the partnerships that they have that serve our Nashville community. The current Metro's fiscal obligation under its current lease and stadium is not possible to fulfill. In conclusion, as you all know, for the past 25 years, the Tennessee Titans have served as a catalyst for the economic development. Thank you for your service.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Nancy Stabell. I live at 6436 Brownlee Drive in Westmead. In addition to being a lifelong Nashvillian and a proud Nashville business owner, I serve as the board chair for the Nashville Business Coalition. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of our members, hundreds of diverse business owners and businesses, large and small, from every single corner of the city. I'm here to express our strong support for the Titans and encourage you to vote yes for the new Titan Stadium. We feel this is a great deal for our city. It's a fair deal. It's a responsible deal. The funds for construction will come from the state, from the team, and from revenue bonds paid by dedicated sales taxes and ticket assessments, and not from property taxes and sales taxes paid by Davidson County citizens. This deal reduces the long-term liabilities of the city to the Titans and ensures they will be with our city for many years to come. Further, it unlocks a large segment of land to be developed in our fair city and creates an incredible opportunity for our city to remake the face of our city. We're so excited to have this opportunity and to do it in a very thoughtful and responsible way. Finally, I know for sure is that every single time we choose to invest in our city our citizens and our city wins. And I strongly encourage you to vote for the Titan Stadium. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Hey, before we go to the next speaker, anybody else in the room getting ready to speak in favor of the Titans? Anybody else in the room? If you would, go ahead and come on down because we're going to start letting people in from the queue. All right? All right. Next speaker.
Excuse me. I'm Margaret Bim, 863 Robertson Academy Road in Nashville. I'm a former member of the Sports Authority from 2010 until last year. I learned a lot about the city's role as the landlord for our sports facilities. For some of the years, I served as chair of the Finance Committee. For the past decade, the authority heard many presentations and asked many questions about how the city was going to pay for the ongoing and future repairs for the stadium as we watched the city's tab increase and had no idea how to pay for it. For a long time, I wasn't sure of the best approach, repair the existing stadium or build a new one. But I came to realize it made no sense to try to repair this massive concrete structure. No matter how much money the city put into it, it was not steel and would require much more expensive ongoing repairs over the next 30 years. The Sports Authority unanimous approval of this deal was not just a rubber stamp. The authority has been doing its job, dealing with the stadium, its insufficiencies, and the looming need to resolve the current lease mandates for many years. And the vote was in the best interest of the community. This deal resolves ongoing capital needs without straining and draining city funds and its leaders to find solutions. The deal has, along with the state support and Metro financing, an agreement by the team to invest over $1 billion and to pay cost overruns. And I have to add, as many of you agree, it's time for our city to have women professional sports. And the Titans have pledged $47 million in the Impact Fund, which provides those funds that are available for the promotion and recruiting of women's sports, an important next step for Nashville. Please support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. I'm Jim Schmitz, 305 Church Street, downtown, 37201. While I support all the positive things that we've heard tonight about what the stadium brings to us, I'm going to speak tonight specifically on the financial side. I've had over 30 years in finance, banking, and accounting. I've examined both the existing and the new stadium deal in great detail. The new proposal is a far better deal for Metro taxpayers. The new deal lifts the burden from funding a Nashville stadium from the shoulders of Metro's general fund and appropriately places that burden on investments from the state, private sector, and the use taxes paid by those using hotels in the stadium campus. This frees up the general fund to use Metro taxpayers' money appropriately in public safety, public works, and public schools, as it should be. I urge you to support this new stadium proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Nashville Council members, I truly thank you for your time and commitment and for your time serving our city. My name is Chris Carlson. I live at 222 Stockyard, Nashville, Tennessee 37201. I'm the area GM here for Ambridge Hospitality. I've worked in this industry, in the hospitality industry, for 25 years, and I'm in favor of the stadium bill and this project. We have two highly impacted establishments at 623 Union Street, the Sheridan Grand, and 415 Peabody, the Holiday Inn and Suites. I come here representing those 237 wonderful associates and local Nashvillians who, like me, live it around the city and love and appreciate everything about this city. We all want to continue to see events grow in the city year-round with a dome stadium. This increased activity will help add more jobs to the team members and hopefully add new ones to the current team we have. This new proposed stadium will open up a dynamic green space and will add more city tax revenue generation that can help positively impact our community and the infrastructure that it greatly needs. In my experience with the Titans, they have given back fully to the community and, like our team, represents Nashville's hardworking grit and grind to do the right thing for all. I strongly consider you vote for this in favor of the bill. Thank you again, and tighten up.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jim Beckner. I live at 325 Chamberlain Street in District 24. No way financially connected to this stadium. My kids will be attending Metro schools next year. I want to start out by thanking this council, whether you're voting for it, against it, you're supporting it, against it. I think we can all agree that the deal that we're voting on today is better than the deal that we were at the term sheet stage in December. So if anybody yells at you or whatever or complains, that is their right. But because of this council, we are at a better position right now than we were a few months ago. That's the result of dozens of meetings and a lot of work, a lot of time away from your families. I know you signed up for this, but it's still a thankless job. So I'm just going to get that out there. Thank you. I was in favor of this deal in December because the type of debt matters. Revenue bonds are not general obligation bonds. Shifting the burden to hotel guests instead of property taxes is a good deal for Nashville. The Titans covering $62 million in stadium repairs and general obligation debt is a good deal for Nashville. 60 acres coming back to Metro's control is a good deal for Nashville. River North, Oracle, Sobro, South Gulch are all in a floodplain. We can and will build affordable housing here. As far as the stadium campus, that, in my opinion, would have and should have happened whether we did a renovation or a new stadium. If we do not do that, all sales tax dollars will be captured into the Music City Fund. We had 20,000 people come out for a Titans stadium uniform reveal. We had 70,000 people at the Stanley Cup. I mean, with hundreds of thousands of people at the draft. The $225 million is projected to be created and go directly into the general fund with this new campus. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Mike Scandariato, 805 Division Street. Just want to thank the council for their work on this project. I am in support of this project. I'm the general manager of the Bobby Hotel. As a small business of roughly 80 employees, we depend on market drivers, such as sports and entertainment venues, to keep guests in our rooms, and in the restaurant, people seated in our food and beverage outlets. We need other demand drivers in our city, especially in the shoulder season of December through March, when hotels and restaurants struggle to provide our employees with full-time hours. The market is already becoming saturated with hotel rooms, and it becomes difficult to operate and retain our employees when hours must be reduced, and for our restaurant workers when tips are reduced by more than 60%. A domed stadium will provide more opportunities for demand drivers that would otherwise be weather prohibitive. We also need to generate repeat travel to Nashville outside of the current drive market. Anything that will prevent us from becoming a been there, done that city is not a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. I've had the good fortune to get to know many of you, and I appreciate all that you do for our city. My name is Lisa LeClaire, and I reside at 606 Maplewood Lane here in Nashville, Ms. Van Reese's district, District 8, thank you. And I'm speaking both as a local resident today and President CEO for the Greater Nashville Hospitality Association. I speak for myself and our industry when I say we are in favor of a domed stadium. Thank you for your due diligence and careful consideration of this major project for our city. The hospitality industry has been a contributor and a benefactor of all the interest and growth in Nashville. The positive outcomes of a dome stadium for Nashville far outweigh the obstacles. Our industry believes in the return on investment and has, as you have heard, agreed to a 1% sales tax on ourselves on the hotel rooms to help pay the way. The brick and mortar businesses all pay property taxes that help support our city. Some are small companies, you've heard from some of them, and some are large companies. They all pay property taxes. There are strong financial guardrails built into the plan that will protect our local taxpayers. This is a pivotal opportunity to help redevelop the East Bank, restructure debt from the current arrangement, and help keep our city and our industry vibrant for locals and visitors alike. You've been very thorough in your review of this project. We encourage a favorable vote for the Dome Stadium. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Max Pote, 1725 Roger Ave. I'm here in favor of the Titans Stadium proposal. I'm not here as a Titans fan. I'm here as a Nashvilleian. Having lived here my entire life, I can say the Titans foster a really important sense of pride and community for Nashville. This isn't about football. It's about making the smart, responsible decision for the city and not wasting any more general fund money on an aging stadium. In my neighborhood, I want my tax dollars going to better sidewalks, more green space, public safety, housing, and other investments, and this deal lets us do that. The current deal will cost taxpayers hundreds of millions for stadium maintenance and renovations, and locks up all the land around the stadium for another 17 years. Finally, as a musician, Nashville needs a first-class facility that can be utilized for more than just 10 Sundays annually. It's not just about bringing a Super Bowl to Nashville. It's about having a first-class venue that prioritizes live music events and is authentic to who we are as a city. I don't know of another stadium in the country that will prioritize live music events in the way that this stadium will. I urge every member to vote yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Walter Blackman. I reside at 4505 Harding Pike, Nashville, Tennessee. I'm asking that you vote to approve this stadium proposal. I don't live in East Nashville, but I'm there constantly. And as a native Nashvilleian, I'm not particularly happy about how my taxpayers are being used to maintain an aging and slowly dilapidating stadium. I believe the investment from the state and the Titans to build a new stadium while also freeing up Metro money to turn those parking lots into housing, greenways, new roads to reduce traffic. I also encourage everyone to see the big picture and do what's best for the current taxpayers and future taxpayers alike. I hope that you approve this proposal, and thank you so much for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jill Schuler. I live at 1254 Artie Avenue in East Nashville. I worked as a bartender and as a sales manager for multiple venues and restaurants around town. All industries have been hit hard in the last few years regarding housing and job stability. I've had to move or change jobs about every 15 months in the last 5 years due to developers forcing out my employers or buying houses from my landlords. Most of my friends and former employees have had to hold multiple jobs just to get the hours and wages that they need. While our Broadway tourism and convention business does bring groups to us, they aren't encouraging growth in job stability and housing. A project like this brings jobs and housing, which are desperately needed. Before Nashville, my work territories included Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Columbus, and Cleveland, all cities trying to build what we have in tourism here. I've been in a room like this in several of them and seen good and bad stadium plans. I've seen firsthand in these cities that invest in dome stadiums and long-term adjacent programs that they're thriving over cities that have short-sighted projects and don't take residents into account. I've seen how easy it is for them to continuously bring in certain kinds of events and capture Super Bowls, NCAA tournaments year after year, creating those jobs that stabilize and funding those programs, while other cities are relying on one event per year to keep a restaurant open for the entire year. We have the hotel rooms, we have the existing tourism. This project rounds out our offerings as a city, not only to draw in the tourist, but simultaneously invest in its residents as well, which is the part that we've been ignoring for years with other developments. I urge you to please vote yes on this.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jackie Akbari, and I'm here on behalf of Citizens Bank. The address is 2013 Jefferson Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37208. And I'd like to say that zip a few times, 37208. Since 1904, 37208. Citizens Bank is a bank that has started since 1904 serving the community that no one else would serve. Our partnerships through the Tennessee Titans, specifically called First and Goal, will change opportunities for small businesses. And I'm talking about small businesses, nail salons, barbers, caterers, people that are looking for opportunities that may not have them without the partnerships that the Tennessee Titans will provide through this First and Goal program. We've worked with the Titans, and we're so excited about what we see in the future. And these opportunities will not exist through the current structure without this new opportunity. And we've looked at the numbers. We've worked with many other cities that have looked at programs like this, and through the benchmarking and best practices, we know that our 37208 will prosper. I'm speaking here on behalf of our board chair, Richard Manson, who is in Africa today, but also as a board member of Citizens Bank. We are here to make sure that everyone knows that our 37208 bank supports and hopes that you vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Edward Henley, 1208 3rd Avenue. I would like to first start off by saying I serve in a lot of capacities with the city. Particularly this evening, I'll be speaking from the position of the Affordable Housing Task Force co-chair. I think it's critically important that we understand that the East Bank is the city's best and most prominent opportunity to develop housing. I'm a part of and I witness so many countless redevelopments that are happening in our city that I grew up in, and so many of them are displacing our residents. We have the opportunity to look at a site that is controlled by our city, guide the development, displace 0 residents, and create hundreds and hundreds of homes. And that's something that I think needs to be at the core of the conversation today. I, of course, can speak to and attest to the economics of the deal. There are a lot of really good examples that our city has had in terms of capital projects that I've been a part of, that I have not been a part of, that have produced hundreds of millions of dollars going into small, women-owned, and diverse businesses with people who are running those businesses looking like myself. But the importance of housing is something that impacts every single resident, business owner or not. And this is the opportunity for all of us as leaders and all of us to serve our community by answering the crisis that we face as a city. And there really is an opportunity on the East Bank to do that. There is a plan that's in place that's already emphasized the core of housing. And the task force that was assembled by this administration called out a specific recommendation to look at, assess, and to strongly urge the development of all public land. If that is not seen as a critical component of your deliberations today, I think we are failing our community. It is very prominently placed there, and I think it is our duty to assess that. Of course, there will be trade-offs made, but again, every single home that is built on the East Bank is a home for our Nashvillians and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mick Nelson, 618 Boscobel Street, East Nashville, 37206. So my family lives about 2 blocks from this proposed location, and I can't tell you how excited I am to see this wasteland of parking lots change into something the city really needs. As some of you may know, I'm specifically excited about the provision of affordable housing. I had the pleasure of serving with Ed as the co-chair for the Mayor's Affordable Housing Task Force. The city asked us to make some recommendations for this first phase of development, and that is to target 40% of the new units on city-owned land for households earning less than 60% of AMI. Additionally, another 20% of those units at 80% of AMI. This will help create the type of mixed-income neighborhoods this city so desperately needs. The second point I'd make there is couldn't be in a better location. Close to jobs, close to transit, close to everything. And so I really urge you to vote in favor of this bill. And thank you so much for your service, your care, and your time for this city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Adolfo Birch. I'm Chief External and Legal Affairs Officer for the Tennessee Titans. I live at 3404 Love Circle, 37212. Tonight I stand before you not just as a Titans representative, but also as a resident of District 18, someone who was born at Hubbard Hospital in District 21, who grew up within walking distance of the Northwest Y in District 2, who went to F.H. Jenkins Elementary and high school at Father Ryan on Elliston Place, whose mother taught at Meharry for decades, and whose father served this city and state, often in this very building, for more than 50 years. In short, I come to you as a proud native Nashvillian who has watched this city grow and who wants nothing more for it to maintain its soul and give everyone an opportunity to thrive. Tonight, you've heard from people representing many segments of this community, from minority and women-owned businesses to community groups to educators to hospitality. These speakers had one thing in common. Like the hundreds of folks who work with me at our practice field and in our stadium on game days, they care about the future of Nashville and the people who live here. And they understand that tonight's vote is a unique opportunity to propel this city forward in a way that we can be proud of for generations. You're about to hear from more speakers, each of whom I guarantee you cares just as much about this community as we do. As you listen to them, whether it's about education or transit, affordability, gentrification, know that we all share those concerns. But I respectfully submit to you that moving forward is the best and indeed only way to tackle our city's needs. We have to do this deal. We believe that this city and this state are benefited by the Titans and the ability to bridge this network. And we hope we can do it together. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the measures? Ms. Hayes, anybody else out in the queue? Ms. Hayes, anybody else out there? No. Okay. Anybody in the room in favor? All right. We will then turn to those individuals who wish to speak in opposition to the measures. Changing the clock? Good. Okay. For those, same thing. For those individuals seated in the chamber, we will start with you. After speaking, you may return to your seat or you may exit. We will then take speakers who are opposed, who are outside the chamber, who are in the queue. After speaking, those individuals must exit the chamber and can return to the end of the queue to wait for a seat to open if desired. We will start with the 2 hours. We had no one use Spanish interpretation services, obviously, on the first one. 2 hours. We are ready to proceed. Name, address, and then 2 minutes. You're welcome to proceed.
Good evening. My name is Hunter Hamberlin. My address is 3481 Wind Garden Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125. I am State Policy Manager of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, a nonprofit, nonpartisan taxpayer advocacy and consumer watchdog organization. I want to thank the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County for holding these public hearings. Respectfully, TPA opposes this project on behalf of taxpayers in Nashville and throughout the state. This is a bad deal. Tennessee taxpayers are putting up $500 million, and Metro Nashville taxpayers are paying $760 million to make this deal happen. The Titans, valued at $3.5 billion, are only spending $840 million. This means that the Titans are only covering 40% of the costs compared to taxpayers covering 60% of the costs. A 2017 study from the St. Louis Fed stated that 83% of the economists surveyed agreed that providing state and local subsidies to build stadiums for professional sports teams is likely to cost the relevant taxpayers more than any local economic benefits that are generated. The Titans have publicly estimated that Nashville is on the hook for $1.8 billion in maintenance and renovations. And echoing a member of this council, there is no credible argument that Metro's obligation under the current stadium lease is anything close to $1.8 billion. Instead, that number is the price of a super extravagant set of stadium improvements prepared by the team that are well beyond anything required under the current lease. Advocates of publicly funded stadiums overstate the degree to which stadiums generate new economic activity. A 2022 expert study from scholars at the University of Maryland, West Virginia University, and Kennesaw State University determined economic activity in and around sports facilities on game day represents a transfer from other local commercial activity and comes at the expense of existing local businesses. Also, Nashville is doing fine economically. According to the Wall Street Journal, Nashville is ranked as the best labor market in 2022. Using taxpayer money to fund stadiums is a waste of money and nothing more than corporate welfare. Nashville and the state should focus resources on true infrastructure needs, not...
All right. Next speaker.
My name is Amanda Lucas. I'm at 519 West Crest. We the people of Nashville have endured floods, tornadoes, a bombing, a pandemic, and most recently, a massacre of children in our community. We can't catch our breaths before the next tragedy hits. In the middle of all of this suffering I see every day as a social worker and a psychotherapist. This council is prepared to give away billions of our tax dollars. Somebody spoke about struggle. Here's a struggle. My neighborhood was flooded in 2021, and the scars from that event are evident to this day. I can't sleep when it rains. Have any of you lost every single thing that you own? Have any of you ever waited on an ambulance that could not get to you because the river was running through your house? Or been separated from your child and not know if your child had drowned for hours? This is what my neighbors have endured in the last 2 years. Metro offered us nothing but to buy out our homes and destroy them. I don't know if you live in a neighborhood where you have empty lots where homes used to be and neighbors used to be, but I do. The people of this city are amazing. We run this city, not the Metro Council. We care for the unwell, we provide its necessities, we fix what is broken in our homes and cars, we entertain all of these tourists, we teach and care for our children. We've built all of these new homes and commercial buildings. We do not deserve to live amid a crumbling infrastructure, unable to afford a roof over our heads, which is why there aren't so many people in the opposition here today.
Ma'am, I have to stop you. Ma'am, understand. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shelby Reed. I'm at 3128 Crosswood Drive in District 14. I myself have lived in Metro Nashville as an adult since 2016. I work for the hospital where my father was born, here in Nashville, and recall visiting my mom at work here in the LNC Tower as a young child. My first professional sports game was at the age of 4, where my parents took me to see the Titans play for my mom's birthday. I don't remember much of the game, but I know I desperately wanted my own cheerleader uniform. I'm here tonight as a longtime and second-generation community member to voice my concerns regarding the stadium deal. This short-sighted deal poorly manages financial, social, and environmental risks to our community. As the largest public subsidy of a professional sports team in our nation's history, I would expect our community to significantly benefit from this deal. However, what I have heard the benefit is been proposed is dependent on our city spending an unknown amount of additional money to develop land that is previously flooded, and the current owners have not seen fit to develop themselves. If the city does spend the money to develop this land, I'm skeptical that it will be an area where residents will find peace or the lifestyle they hope to have for themselves and their families, given its proximity to such a large stadium with thousands of parking spaces for incoming fans and event attendees from other parts of the state and the country. I also have concern for the environmental impact of the development, not only for the East Bank itself, given the history of flooding, but for surrounding communities, given there has not been, to my knowledge, investigation on how flood mitigation strategies will impact the broader ecosystem. Please do not pass this deal as is. Our community deserves so much more, especially if we are providing so much financial assistance to our friends, the Titans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me. I'm Howard Allen. I said 60 Lester Avenue, Tribeca Towers. I come out of 37208. I'm a Nashvilleian. I went from 37208 to 37218 in Enchanted Hills. I'm a Father Ryan graduate, Peabody demonstration student, Tennessee State, Texas Southern. You know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. When Bud Adams came here, he had a dome stadium called the Houston Astrodome, which was a dome stadium. It was called the 8th wonder of the world. I'm tired of billionaires coming here and big business getting you guys suckered in to try to tell us lies. We need funding for kids. I'm a Nashvilleian. We need infrastructure up under the ground where we have pipes from the 1800s. We need utilities and tools at General Hospital so when you go there, you can be treated and not leave there and have to go to Vanderbilt. The Titans is the entertainment. We have something much bigger than the Titans, and we had people coming here way before they got here. And it's called Vanderbilt University. It's called Tennessee State University. It's called Fisk University. And then I'm talking for 24,000 people because you don't see Brookmead Park on TV now. We still have 24,000 people that need housing. I bet you he's a police officer. He don't even live here in Nashville, but he works here. We got to get it fixed right. Do you give a damn about people that make $50,000 a year? Do you give a damn about people that don't even get $10,000 a year? Do you know how to fix oppressed people? If you vote for this deal, then I have nothing to say to you. You have nothing to say to me. But if you vote no, just don't vote no, vote hell no.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name's John Davis, 646 Larchwood Drive. And if you want to know, I'm a 60-year-old white guy. And I'm here to tell you that $3 billion for a new stadium is some grade A prime, old white man thinking. We need that $3 billion for schools, for affordable housing, for infrastructure, for mental health, for any number of other causes. We need it directly. We don't need a new stadium. This is an abomination.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, and 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Aaron Howard. I'm from 1208 3rd Avenue South, 37210, and I am against this stadium. One thing that I've heard continuously throughout the night is that one thing I think we can all agree on is the last deal was terrible. Well, okay, maybe not everyone. I think the Titans think that deal was great, so much so that they sent the same lawyers and lobbyists to make this new deal. Yeah, there was some cancer in the last deal, and I think we can expect the same sort of stuff again. There are uncalculated obligations in this current deal that go beyond the list price that we are advertising. Yeah, it's just an all-around bad deal. We are the major investor in this deal. We are being regaled as a minority, getting no kickbacks, no funding back. Everything's being funneled back to the Titans. We're not getting revenue from this. Yeah, it's a terrible deal, and I think we can use the money better. We can send this back. We can get something better than this. This is the first attempt. Nashville needs to treat itself better and know what we're worth instead of just taking the first deal. I rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Jason Freeman, 1241 Sunnymead Drive. I want to challenge you to the idea that it's this deal or no deal. I don't think that's the case. I think we have not used our leverage as a city. And I want you to imagine what would have looked like if we'd have taken the Titans and the state's first offer and had the mayor say, we're going to give you a counteroffer. And that might have sounded like we're going to meet you in public with a delegation of council members and community stakeholders, and we're going to tell you, here are the challenges we face. We have a housing crisis. We have a transportation crisis. We have an income inequality crisis. So what we want from this deal is we want half the hotel tax to go to transit. We want half the $500 million in bonds to go to housing. We want all the jobs on this facility to be jobs that are with high road contractors so we don't have people dying on construction sites. And we want living wage jobs with benefits that support families in the city. And if we'd have done that, maybe the general public would have a better sense of what you all stand for and what you want to see out of this deal. And maybe while we're at it, we could have told the state that we want them to fund our education system at a fair way, the way they fund every other county in this state. I just don't think that we have to accept this. And I think that you're being told you have to, and you don't. The world doesn't end if we walk away today. We walk away stronger, and all of us will be with you to negotiate a better deal.
All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brown. I'm a lifelong resident of Nashville, and I live in Emily Benedict's district at 245 Madison Boulevard. I'm here tonight in opposition of the stadium bill. An email from a Jigsaw lobbyist touts that the proposed stadium is a chance to fix a big, unfunded problem with a quote-unquote sustainable solution. As someone who has worked in direct service nonprofits for years, I've seen daily how your repeated choice to fund our tourist playground and policing over life-saving infrastructure intrinsically denies many affordable housing and therefore the right to our city. And it's no secret that our collective decline in quality of life has fueled increasing criminalization of poverty coming from the state legislature and yourselves. It's almost laughable that proponents of this bill tout quote-unquote economic growth as a net gain for our city's residents. A gain for who exactly? Certainly not those working ticketing or concession stand jobs. Forcing Nashville citizens to subsidize the NFL should be unconscionable given our high poverty, crumbling infrastructure, and dwindling supply of affordable housing. To those of you who plan to vote in favor of this deal, how do you sit with yourself? The majority of your constituents oppose this. It's not too late to do the right thing and listen to those who elected you over a handful of lobbyists and business interests. Your policy priorities choose who deserves to live, work, and love here. Let's not further enshrine Nashville's oligarchs by voting for this bad deal.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sarah Bear, and I'm a resident of East Nashville since 2008, living as a single mom with my 10-year-old son at 1411 Forest Avenue in District 6. I, for the most part, am proud of our city's growth. I often walk from my home over the James Robertson Bridge to attend the many events hosted downtown. I heard many of tonight's supporters claim that this new stadium will help provide a world-class music and events venue. Tonight's hearing is happening right between 2 sold-out Luke Combs concerts and 3 sold-out Taylor Swift concerts, all held at the existing and perfectly suitable Nissan Stadium. While I believe that we should invest in our city, I believe that we should invest in our neighborhoods, affordable housing options, our local businesses, and our parks, and most importantly, our public schools and our public teachers deserve the same amount of attention and funding that this project has received. 61% of Tennesseans disagree with the state funding new Titan Stadium, and I, along with my son, who should be in bed right now, ask that you oppose tonight's vote.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Nicole Vaughn. I live at 117 Charles E. Davis Boulevard. I live in the South Nashville community, proudly South Nashville, historic South Nashville. This shirt was made by one of the residents of South Nashville that started her own business. I'm here today in opposition to this. I plead with you all. Many of the council members sit before me, sitting here before me. I know many of you. I've called some of you guys friends. I moved intentionally into the South Nashville community as a former teacher. As a former MNPS student, I learned to swim in the Napier Community Center pool. I remember my parents did not want me to go to Napier back in the late 80s. And guess what? The same community, the same troubles, the same things that the community, the under-resourced community is still the same. I know. Because my husband and I intentionally moved to the community. I hear gunshots almost every night. I'm fortunate I can live in that community by choice. Because I love the students, I love my former students, and I love community engagement. My friends and I want to commend them because we applied pressure and many of you all listened. And I just wanted to do a quick shout out to the council members that actually listened and were in support of this tonight. Those without notice, Bob Mendez, Emily, Freddie, Sean, Bradford, Delicia, Angie, Sandra, Sledge, Jenny, and Taylor. Thank you all so much. I also need to say quickly, we, grassroots efforts, y'all. Do not overlook that. It's so important. We pulled together a community listening session in South Nashville because, unfortunately, many times my community that's without a grocery store, food desert, Napier is the largest barrack-style public housing in the whole country. Largest barrack-style public housing did not have a community engagement. My time is gone. Please, if you care about Nashville, please vote no.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Mason Cables. I'm a
father of a 4-year-old daughter. I'm a graduate of Tennessee State University, where I received the Community Service Award for my volunteering. And I am currently a Nashville General Hospital ICU nurse. I transferred there. I did a year in the emergency department. I vote no on this bill. Right now, we have nurses who are scrambling to save lives. We have short resources, and we want a new hospital. We want a state-of-the-art hospital so we can care for people. We have teachers who are doing the same thing. They're scrambling for resources, trying to take care of kids while somebody's shooting outside of our schools. Does it not hurt you that it's kids, 3 kids, and 3 elderly adults murdered at a school? You don't think that deserves funding over a gold shining stadium? Because I do. I work with those nurses. I go see those teachers. I'm asked to be a PTO member. I spend time and I do the work in the community. And I know you guys do too, so you hear the constituents saying no. Let them fund their own building. Let them find funding. Because we're here struggling with inflation and this traffic, and we're trying to find a way. We can't be late for work. We have to do what we need to do and tighten up our bootstraps. So Tennessee Titans, you do need to tighten up your bootstraps. That's what I'm asking you to do. I vote no on this proposal. I'm also the cousin of Eric Allen. Eric Allen was killed by a Mount Juliet police officer, and we're still trying to fight for justice. So justice for Eric Allen, do the right thing. I'm for freedom, but not freedom.
Sir, I need to get your address.
I live at 1223 Edge Hill Avenue.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hey, good evening. My name is Eric Patton, and my address is 1109 Elliston Street in beautiful Old Hickory, District 11. Hello, Councilman Hager. I am opposed to the Titan Stadium. Anchoring it to the East Bank development we don't know will even happen is irresponsible. It's predicated on moving the old PSC metal site. If they don't move, there will be no East Bank development. This site is not secured, and they just made a change in ownership. Making a deal for a new stadium without considering that site shows this deal isn't ready and wasn't thoughtfully considered. But it definitely has enriched New York billionaire Carl Icahn's property value by having this conversation. The council never fully discussed renovations, how unions will be involved, and making sure Nashvillians benefit from the construction. The council is more focused on how many concerts we might get, how many special interests will be exempted from ticket taxes, and if we can get a gambling facility in it. I'm reasonable enough to know something has to be done about the current stadium, and the current lease is a bad deal. And the blueprints of the new stadium look really cool. But spending this much taxpayer money with no sure way to recoup it, this deal is just as bad as the one in the 90s. We should work for a better deal instead of a last-minute, end-of-term rush to the finish line. We should focus on more pressing issues, mainly our Metro employees, our teachers, police, firefighters, EMS workers. We should focus on them. We should focus on small businesses instead of a Nashville taxpayer handout to Williamson County billionaires. The priorities of our city leadership should be their constituents. Everyone in this room wants what's best for Nashville, and we can do better than this deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ellen Angelico, and my address is 1044 Heritage Drive, District 8, arguably the best looking district. I buy and sell a lot of music equipment for my job. It's cool work if you can get it. I'm pretty good at it because I go into those transactions making sure I have all of the information. And it strikes me that voting for this bill without knowing Metro's renovation obligation in the current lease is like me selling a guitar without knowing how much it costs me in the first place. Without that information, I can't know if I'm making a good deal. That doesn't make sense to me, and neither does this bill. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Meshach Adams. I live at 1605 Liberty Hill Drive. I'm in District 8. And I come here today against this deal. I want to tell you all a story. April 19th, 1960, a bomb went off at Z. Alexander Luby's home. The events that followed were students walking here to this building and protesting. And that is what we are doing here. We're protesting against this because this transfer of wealth from the folks who need it. I've been in neighborhoods where folks don't even have a sidewalk to get to work. I've seen mothers push strollers on the side of a road that has no sidewalk. And I ask, and we're standing here today because this deal represents that same segregation. It represents the segregation of back then it was black and white, but now it'll be rich and poor. And so I ask each and every one of y'all to reconsider this deal. Make a better deal. We love the Titans. I love the Titans. I grew up in this city. I remember the Music City Miracle, the Super Bowl. I lived and breathed it. But this deal as it stands is not a good deal. And we can do better for Nashville. And I know each and every one of you wants better for Nashville. So please reconsider this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dan Hedrick. I live at 5136 Licton Pike, Goodlettsville, Metropolitan, Davidson County, a long-term resident. I want to spend my 120 seconds speaking against the new stadium. I'm a Titans fan, but first and foremost, I'm a Nashvilleian, and I don't believe in providing public funds to build a new football stadium. Giving $1 billion to billionaires is not good use of our city and state tax dollars. This stadium would be the largest amount of public funds ever spent on a pro sports stadium. Well, that's just shameful and shows the ability of the Titans organization, NFL, and all the owners to out-negotiate our local government. If the Titans and NFL want a new stadium, they can lease the land from the Nashville at market value with an escalation clause and build it themselves. The East Bank property has been said to be the most valuable piece of land in Tennessee. It needs to be used in a way to give maximum dollars back to the community. Let's be creative and find a much better long-term use than a football stadium. An NFL stadium has very limited use. If we're lucky, perhaps 25 days a year, and the rest of the time, this huge structure will simply block our view of downtown and remind us of a missed opportunity to use it in a way that benefits the entire community for the long term. The Titans need to be reminded how much money the organization, players, staff have made because of Nashville's tax support. If that's not good enough for the Titans, they can find another city that wants to waste their tax dollars supporting a profit organization that will never give the city a positive return on their investment. Nashville has many important needs, and a new stadium has already been taking up too much time, attention, and money. Be leaders and vote no on building a new stadium. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Shannon Wood. I live at 1031 Balmoral Drive, and I'm in District 34. Thank you, Angie. I am here today to encourage you to vote against the stadium. It's not that I don't like the Titans or don't want the Titans here. I think they can be here on their own dime. The Metro Council has a fiduciary responsibility to their constituents, and I don't think that this is a good deal. The last deal was really rotten, but this is not a good deal either. To get rid of a $60 million debt that we have by taking on a $760 million debt is just, it's crazy. It's not logical. It's not a good use of our funds, our tax dollars. If you look at what the state has done when they said, we're going to put it in $500 million, they've allowed $55 million a year to pay for that debt. So if we're putting in $760 million a year, that means that we're going to have to set aside $75 million a year to pay for it. Well, we're having trouble right now paying off this $30 million debt, so much so that we've accumulated another $32 million in repairs. So if we can't afford $6 million a year, how the heck are we going to afford $75 million a year? I mean, the math just doesn't make sense to me when I look at it. I want to say that we are 25 years into this deal, and we invested $292 million. And what we've got to show for it, in addition to bragging rights and a wonderful team that we don't get that money from, we have a $60 million debt. The Strunk family, on the other hand, has a $3.5 billion asset of the Titans. So my feeling about it is if the Strunk family wants to continue to make their astronomical profits, they should be the ones that pay for the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Tom Maxwell. I'm a resident of District 12 at 1619 Hermitage Park Drive in Hermitage. Thank you for the chance to speak against this destructive deal. Council members, Nashville indeed has a unique opportunity. You have a unique opportunity. You have the power right now to stand up to state and corporate coercion and put your constituents first, to put the people first. The tattered string of raw deals pushed upon city after city by sports franchises and corporate greed to exploit land and resources for their benefit and the people's detriment is well documented. In just one example, Oakland, California's 3 sports franchises, the Raiders, A's, and Warriors, reached billion-dollar valuations while roads deteriorated, education budgets were slashed, and the house's population suffered. The Raiders have since left, and the A's are on their way out too. Billionaires will always do what they do best: exploit, extract, and dominate. Oakland should be a cautionary tale, not a blueprint. This twisted practice of giving very wealthy people our money so that they can make even more money for themselves is antisocial and can be challenged right here and now. We're not supposed to live to serve corporations. They're supposed to meet our needs and desires, and if they don't, we should take our business elsewhere. The people of Davidson County elected you to put us first and protect our autonomy, to put glamour and private profit aside and consider what's really best for the people you have the privilege to serve. Council members, I urge you to seize this opportunity to combat exploitation and overreach and set an example for other communities. I urge you to reject the Titan Stadium deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Clinton. I live at 313 Peachtree Street. I've lived there for 40 years. I'm active in the Woodbine Neighbors Group, the Glencliff Community Association. I'm the past chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the soccer stadium development at the fairgrounds. I'm also active with a lot of other nonprofits, the Tennessee Healthcare Campaign, the Tennessee Community Health Worker Association. I'm on the board of the Edge Hill Neighborhood Partnership, all nonprofits that have not been offered money by the Titans. Just wanted to mention that. So negotiations about stadiums in cities around the country are filled with half-truths and suppositions and that kind of thing. So in my limited time, I wanted to report on a few findings from a comprehensive study published by J.C. Bradbury about the economic effect of stadium developments on communities. And these address exactly what we heard a lot of from the people in favor of this crazy deal. Number one, areas with sports teams and stadiums are not associated with greater income, growth, or business activity that ripples out to the city. Economists examining recently opened stadiums in a study of 130 areas contemplating adding a stadium found that while there was a modest increase in jobs, it was only in the hospitality sector, i.e. bars and restaurants, within a 1-mile radius of the stadium. Number two, studies of the effect of sports events on hotel stays find that the net effect is not large and not necessarily positive. One of the studies ended with this quote from University of Chicago economist Alan Sanderson, who said it might be.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey there, Twanachik, 5967 Cane Ridge Road. I'm not against this timeline. You can add, I'm against this timeline. My bad. You can add more time. Some of this plan makes good sense, but more time needs to be spent to make it equitable for all county residents. I'm against the timeline. In my opinion, the development of excess land has not been discussed enough. Other questions not answered: is the stadium staff going to get a minimum wage of $20 an hour, $15 an hour? We don't know. What about the cost of the outlying support system? Public Works for trash removal, police, fire, and medical services. This whole deal on the table is only about the contiguous stadium structure and the parking lots, but events have impacts throughout Nashville. Police services are still pulled from patrolling other areas for most events, and we have a lot of events. Will the ticket fees you approved previously take care of these costs? I've asked some of you, and you don't have an answer to that yet. More troubling is that many of you didn't know that even occurs. I've also noticed that many supporters are in support because they will benefit financially, whether personally or as a business. That would be okay if it benefited everyone, the whole county. I don't think it is yet a plan to financially benefit everyone in the county. I agree this deal is better than months ago, but I think it can be better still. Our infrastructure of everything is suffering badly, and you know this. If this is such a good deal, then let them pay for the infrastructure first, then build the new stadium. A man earlier mentioned how many people go to games. I would point out that most Nashvillians are not going to the games. Others mentioned the benefits to their business or community, but most communities are still not benefiting. We can still do better. I'm most bothered by the hesitation to even have this public hearing. This is our only chance, our only constitutional chance to be heard on record. We get a measly 2 minutes, and we had to fight for that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Rob Frazier. I live in the 12 South area of Nashville, 1407 Elmwood Avenue, and I like to approach this discussion from that perspective in terms of infrastructure. I've lived there for 30 years. I wasn't born here, but like our former governor used to say, I got here as soon as I could. And I am personally experiencing when growth outpaces infrastructure. If I didn't have a parking strip, I would not be able to park anywhere near my house on a weekend because of 12 South. I have rapid growth and all the tourists that are there. That's great, but we lack public transport. I grew up near Philadelphia, and one reason that Philadelphia's sports culture works so well is because all the stadiums are together, all the sports fields are together, and there is a great network of public transportation so people can get to the games and get back without clogging up the highways and the interstates. We don't have that. We need that. I would respectfully suggest we address creating a better public transportation system before we move into a deal like this, where more and more people are going to try to get to the same place at the same time and clog things up. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Charlie Harris, 1300 Saunders Avenue, Madison, Tennessee. I'm a Nashville native. For better or worse, I'm a fan of this team. I was there for the Music City Miracle, Eddie George and Steve McNair. I was also there for Rusty Smith and Zach Mettenberger. I have a lot of fond memories associated with this team, but this isn't really about whether or not we like the team. This is about being responsible financial stewards of this city. We have plenty of data, 30 years of data showing that municipal stadium deals fail. They greatly exaggerate economic impact. It's always wishful thinking. I don't know why we think we're going to be different here in Nashville. What I'd like to see is a transparent cost of renovations. We're taking the team and the mayor's office word for it. It's the least we can do is have an independent study there. Anyway, I'd just like us to slow down. I'd like to make the team go back to the drawing board and make it clear that the team needs the city too. We didn't have as much leverage in 1996, so we pretty much gave the team whatever they wanted. Well, this time they need us too, and I think we need to slow down.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Bonnie Jones. My address is 4533 Heath Road in 37221. I wasn't opposed to a new dome stadium at first. I am always opposed to public funding of millionaires' projects. There are too many questions for us to support this proposal at this time. Where does the tear down landfill go to? Can we afford the idea of buying a big building for the super wealthy? I think not. Look at SoFi Stadium, one of the most magnificent structures, all privately funded. In the most expensive state, at the most expensive real estate. We don't need to be doing that. I'd like to know what exploration was done into looking at that proposal. And then we could take the money and we could build our infrastructure. And I don't really need to go into a lot of the reasons why we shouldn't be doing this. I think Councilmember Mendez has said it all in the past. But let's stop, look, and listen to what the state of Tennessee is doing to our city and our state. They've made us a laughingstock. If we make a bad deal with the Titans, we'll be a bigger laughingstock.
All right, thank you.
I'm Rebecca Groner. I live in East Nashville at 2158 Rock City, and I've lived right by East Bank off Dickerson. I don't have a car. I get around by public transit much of the time, and I'm invested in this neighborhood reaching its potential and expanding transit options. I saw families last year having to leave their homes at River Chase Apartments right by the East Bank, and I do appreciate the council's work to continue to advocate for more affordable housing in this area. To me, it's clear the stadium deal is not about us or affordable housing or transit or the community. I want our city to invest in our Nashville, not in the state's Nashville, not in tourist Nashville, but our Nashville. We know economists have said new stadiums do not lead to community benefit. We also know this is a flood zone. This deal is not strategic. It does not represent us. It is not for Nashville. Please vote for the people and the communities that you represent and find all of us a better deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mallory Glico, and I live at 2619 Albion Street, 37208. The heart of what I want to say is that I want to see all of Nashville thrive, not just privileged folks who don't have to worry about their next paycheck. And I don't believe that this stadium is necessary to do that. First of all, we know that this stadium, as you've heard, and as you know, will be built on a floodplain. We have a firsthand account tonight of the horrific impacts that can have. This seems like an illogical choice, and this fact alone should give you pause. This could end up costing all of us way more in the long run and seems like a ridiculous risk. And my understanding of the stadium deal is that it's not free to the general taxpayer, regardless of what's been discussed in the media, which has been confusing. We know that since the state is offering $500 million, the metro population, which is at least 10%, can be considered a direct cost. I don't have a problem with these kinds of taxes if they can actually be funneled back into the community and, for instance, provide affordable housing to address the growing housing crisis in our city. And for all of the people that have been for this stadium deal, that have been talking about school funding, how about we just use the funds that you're proposing to invest to just go ahead and fund schools, transit, small business initiatives, and all of these valid ideas that proponents of this deal that I don't disagree with. Thirdly, from what I understand at this point, the push to move this through so soon seems unnecessary at best and suspect at worst. And I urge you to sincerely think about the impacts this could have on the whole of Nashville, on every community represented here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jim Gingrich. I live at 3616 West End Avenue. I'm a retired local business executive and a candidate for mayor. I think there are 4 facts that we can all agree on today. First, Nashville is a premier sports town. We're among the fastest growing U.S. cities. We're a major tourist destination. We enthusiastically support 4 professional sports teams, and we're at the top of the list of cities being considered by Major League Baseball. Professional sports want to be here. Second, over the past 15 years, 8 NFL stadiums have been constructed. Those stadiums added roughly $2 billion to the value of the teams involved in those new stadiums, over and above what was the overall growth in the value of an NFL franchise. New stadiums make NFL owners much richer. Third, the deal currently before the council is going to provide the Titans ownership with the most generous subsidy in the history of the NFL. Not by a little, but by a lot. And fourth, the deal, if passed as is, will be the single largest investment in the history of the city. It's a legacy that we will leave not only for our children, but for our children's children. So is this a good deal? 27 years ago, when we built the current stadium, we trusted the people of Nashville and put the decision in their hands. We respected the voters in 2018 with the transfer referendum. And you respected the voice of the people just a few weeks ago by putting Justin Jones back in the State House. Today, with the largest public investment in the history of the city on the line, I have an idea. We should respect the voters by giving them a direct voice in this decision. Put the stadium deal on the August ballot. Let the residents who live here decide. They deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michelle Flynn, 1904 Fatherland Street, East Nashville, going to be particularly impacted by whatever happens with this. It is our neighborhood. People in our neighborhood don't leave the neighborhood when there's a game going on. You sort of have beautiful lawns because you just stay there. So whatever gets built around that stadium and the people that potentially live there are going to be impacted. I suggest and have from the beginning that the development of the area around get separated from this conversation around the stadium. This is not about the Titans or we have a new stadium. This is about a renovation that may or may not make sense, but we really haven't gotten the real numbers around it. I don't feel like any of you could make a good decision about is renovation a good idea unless you get at least 3 decent bids, right? You've been told by the Titans what it's going to cost, but you have not really gone out and independently gotten some bids. And that does a disservice to all of us, including you. Then in terms of a new stadium, well, okay, talk about it, but analyze it in relationship to what all this research from other places. Yes, why not a vote? You're going to have new council people. You're going to have a new mayor come August. Add this onto the ballot and then let go forward with a new mayor and a new set of council people that then have responsibility. Yes, let us vote on this. Bredesen made sure that we had a vote when this first went through. You're telling us it was a bad deal. Well, we voted. It was on us that this was a bad deal, not on you. But if you don't allow us to vote, that's on you if this ends up being a bad deal. That's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Donovan. I live in 705 Charlie Gann Road, District 11. I commute every day through this city from Old Hickory all the way to Charlotte Pike and MLK on a weekly basis. And the things I see in that public transportation are truly just disparities. And it shows that the fact that all you're doing is to build this stadium is to hide the fact that y'all have problems to fix within this city. There are people homeless going in, not having money to pay, knowing that there's $1 per ticket, not having money to pay. $1 for real? And not just that, the fact that there is an elevator in the central WeGo bus central, it's been broken down for days. People in wheelchairs use that elevator daily to get from one place to another. And I feel like the funding should also go to education, not just public transportation, education, mostly for interpretation, for the fact that this has been a long problem for the fact that interpretation sets barriers for these children that come to the U.S. or from different countries not speaking English as a first language. And, they miss out on very much every opportunity they can in education. And, you might say, well, it's the district's problem. They have the money to do it. Well, y'all can lend this money to that district so they can have interpreters and not have any students miss the opportunity to have higher education and possibly gain future wealth and build that future wealth within future generations. And I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Put it at 4 minutes.
Buenas tardes, concejales. Mi nombre es Katy Carrillo. Vivo en 111 Old Hickory Boulevard en Distrito 17.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Katy Carrillo. I live in 111 Old Hickory Boulevard, District 17.
Les agradezco que estén aquí atentos a las palabras de nuestra comunidad sobre una decisión tan importante.
I'm very grateful you are here to hear the words of our community, the decisions that are so important.
Les hablo hoy como una madre, trabajadora y miembro de una comunidad que es afectada por las decisiones que ustedes toman en este cuarto, pero que muchas veces no tienen la oportunidad de venir a hablar por falta de recursos en español.
I am speaking in the name of mothers, workers, and members of our community that is affected by the decisions you are going to take in this room. The many times they don't have the opportunity to come to talk to you because the lack of resources in Spanish.
Nuestra única concejal latina es Sandra Sepúlveda y ella tradujo las instrucciones en español y este fue el único recurso.
Our only representative council member Hispanic is Sandra Sepúlveda, and she translated all the instructions in Spanish, and it was my only resource and the only opportunity to come and talk to you about this subject.
Y esta es la única oportunidad de hablar sobre este tema en mi idioma natal. Tuvimos varias personas que quisieron hablar y participar, pero por falta de recursos y cuidado de niños no pueden estar presentes hoy.
This is the only one opportunity I have to talk about this subject, this problem in my native language. We had many people that wanted to come here and talk to you and participate, but the lack of resources and the care of their children, they couldn't be present today.
Es obvio que hay muchas cosas que faltan en nuestra ciudad.
It's very obvious for everybody there's many things lacking in our community.
Nos faltan aceras para poder caminar a tiendas, escuelas y otros lugares comunitarios de manera segura. En el año pasado son 50 vidas perdidas por falta de una infraestructura segura.
There are many things missing, like walking areas, safe walking areas to walk to our stores, schools, and other community centers in a safe way. Just last year, 50 lives were lost just because the lack of insecure infrastructure.
Nuestras escuelas necesitan más dinero para nuestros maestros y servicios de traducción. Los problemas de tránsito, educación y vivienda no serán solucionados por parte de este contrato.
Our schools need more money for our teachers and translation services. The problems of transit, education, the lack of affordable housing will not be solved as a part of this contract.
Este no es el proyecto de East Bank. Este es un voto para un estadio nuevo que no es necesario en este momento.
This is not about a project for the East Bank. This is about for a new stadium that we don't need in this moment.
Este equipo puede y debe pagar por un estadio nuevo que ellos quieren. Nuestra ciudad debe enfocarse en las necesidades de nuestras comunidades marginadas e ignoradas.
This team could and should pay for a new stadium if they want it. Our city should be focused in our necessities, the necessities of our community that are marginated and ignored.
Les pido que
I have to cut you off. Ma'am, that was it. That was the 4 minutes. So thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Carissa Hoffman. I live at 1003 Mitchell Road in District 6. I am a Nashville native. I grew up in Antioch and I'm now a resident of East Nashville. As a resident of East Nashville, this stadium will profoundly impact the area where I live and work. To me, this is simply another instance of Nashville prioritizing tourism and entertainment over needed funding toward infrastructure, schools, and public transit. Or in other words, prioritizing tourists and newcomers over its long-term and legacy residents. Over the past 15 years, I've watched as East Nashville became almost unrecognizable. Following the 2020 tornado and pandemic, I watched as local businesses were ousted by corporate developers. Prior to this, I watched the cost of living grow higher and higher and push members of my community further and further away, to Gallatin, to Goodlettsville. How are these community members without cars to commute back to their jobs in Nashville without reliable and accessible public transit? How are our students to succeed when they are constantly shuttled from underfunded school to underfunded school? How will our new residents build their homes in Nashville when the small businesses, close-knit community, and arts and culture that drew them here are replaced by corporate development, which is rapidly outpacing the capabilities of our current infrastructure? All of these are issues we have brought to our representatives time and again they are not resolved due to lack of funding. Yet somehow taxpayer funding for the stadium was located for this proposal, in spite of the fact that 52% of Nashville residents do not support the project, in spite of the fact that this deal doesn't have to be completed until 2028, in spite of the fact that citizens who will be impacted cannot even vote on it, have not even been informed of the full financial ramifications they will have to bear. I believe a deal can be struck that will benefit all parties if we only take more time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members. My name is Matt Thaxton. I live at 1409 Winthorne Drive in District 13, and I'm here to speak against this bill. I think you probably noticed that we do not have the same budget as the pro side tonight. We had no tailgate party before we came in here tonight. But we are here because we care about our communities, and we, many of these faces you've seen here for the last few weeks, sometimes till the wee hours of the morning with you all as well, because we do care and we are interested in making our city a better place. We are not all against having a new stadium. We are just against this deal. It's unvetted. It commits us to untold costs to develop the East Bank, and there's no clear benefit for our city. We know that cities that have stadiums like this do not see the economic growth that we're being promised. We've heard so much misinformation tonight from the pro side, and I hope that you as council members can see through that. But frankly, I have my doubts because many of you are parroting the exact same talking points that we're hearing from the lobbyists and from the pro side. It's frankly disappointing for us as citizens to see our council members cutting and pasting talking points from the lobbyists into their emails that they send to their constituents. It proves to us that you're not doing the work to actually research this and understand it. Beyond everything else, we are talking about getting into bed with the state government, an openly hostile entity when it comes to Nashville right now. I truly believe that a vote for this is a vote for a sports authority takeover. They're going to come for that 7th seat, and they may come for more. We've given them free rein to do that by not putting any protections in this deal. I think a vote for this is a vote for a 20-person council. I think a vote for this is giving up on ever having a community oversight board again. We're giving up all of our leverage that we might have right now to push back on the state. All right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, my name is Max Butler. My address is 854 Breslin Road, 37205, District 23. I'm a self-employed freelance producer in the film and commercial world. I'm not going to talk through all these deal points here. I've gone through it all, and I've asked a lot of specific questions, and most of them have not been answered. We don't have all the information that we need to make this decision. I have a lot of respect for you. I have a lot of respect for all of you who work very hard for us, but I cannot see how you have the confidence to make this decision with the information that you have. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I urge you to please vote no tonight, or at least to defer so that we could keep talking about this and get the information that we need. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
I'm Kay Bowers. My address is 4033 Albert Drive. I too served on the Affordable Housing Task Force with Council Lady Allen and the colleagues who spoke before me on the other side. Council did not secure an independent reviewer and advisor to serve you in figuring out the details of this deal. A costly and huge mistake which puts you as our representatives and us, the public, in a weakened position. Hearing council members parrot phrases such as "it will kill the deal" without any explanation of why and lacking full facts insults our intelligence. Why wasn't this done? The cost to bring infrastructure to the site of the stadium will be enormous, yet the administration has released no projections. Developers routinely have to pay for off-site infrastructure costs, yet this deal doesn't require the Titans to pay for any of those costs to bring infrastructure to the site. Why? We know now the NFL is aligning itself with legalized gambling as another revenue source. With the current agreements, the owners do not have to secure council approval if they decide to do this. We can expect the Titans to seek changes to state law, paving the way. This district is not going to be Nashville's next great neighborhood. It's an entertainment district. Have Nashvillians asked for this? I don't think we have. You don't have a verifiable cost estimate to renovate the existing stadium, yet people charged ahead with tasks. This is unacceptable.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Julie Trudell. I live at 164 Hickory Hollow Terrace in Antioch, Tennessee. I teach and I live in Councilwoman Joyce Stiles' district. I'm an MNPS teacher and a lifelong Nashvillian, and this deal is not good for Nashville. We need to protect our city's public funds for the people of Nashville, not for corporations. $3 billion to the Titans Stadium would be better spent on our public schools, on actual affordable housing, mass transit, and infrastructure improvements that our city so sorely needs. Our tax dollars should be spent on programs that benefit our citizens, not to line billionaires' pockets. As you may know, Tennessee pays the second highest sales tax in the country and is among the few states that taxes groceries. The Titans, in contrast, are owned by a billionaire. Billionaires pay little to nothing in income taxes in Tennessee. We should be taxing billionaires, not giving them billions for a new stadium. Nashvillians deserve a city that prioritizes the needs of its citizens over developers and over corporations. We have until 2028 to complete this deal, so what's the rush? I would implore you all to reject the current deal to allow for more time so we can create a deal that serves all Nashvillians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cassie Norton. I live at 2917 Rich Acres Drive, 37207, and I am also an MNPS teacher. And I hope that you will vote to find a better stadium deal instead of this one so that we can fund our students. I keep hearing about revenue tonight from the pro stadium side, but who is that revenue actually for? Instead of paying for the stadium, I have a list of things that our children need. Safe and dignified and affordable housing for them to go home to. Accessible, reliable transit to get to and from school. Enough teachers and subs that our children actually have an educator in their classroom every day. Counselors and social workers to address the growing youth mental health crisis. Physically safe and repaired buildings to learn in, where the air conditioning and heat work every day and there is not leaking rain when it rains. You talk about a crumbling stadium, we have crumbling school buildings. Better technology and Wi-Fi infrastructure. We are in the middle of our state mandated testing right now, which you may not know is now taken on computers. Our students are taking these state mandated tests on computers that do not function, with keys that do not work, with batteries that do not last more than 30 minutes, and on Wi-Fi that constantly boots them out. We need after-school programs, libraries, so much more that would be better serving our community than a stadium. This deal does none of these things. It does not create living wage jobs. It does not create better transit or affordable housing or anything that working Nashvillians need. I really hope that you will find a better deal and invest in our future instead of stealing from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Cynthia Klauber. I live at 720 Craighead Street in District 17. I encourage the council to vote no on the proposed stadium bill you have before you tonight. It's okay to still change your mind. I choose to call Nashville home and want to be proud of this city and our amenities. I want to make headlines for improving our public schools, public transit, and infrastructure that are available and used by all citizens. I do not want to be a city that is known for giving away the largest stadium subsidy. I am not anti-Titans, I am anti this new stadium plan. I'm against a new stadium being built without a comprehensive understanding of the cost to renovate the current stadium. I am against building a new stadium without an unbiased and publicly shared site study. I am against a new stadium that further financially partners us with the state at a time when they are actively not playing nice with us. I am against a new stadium deal that paves the way for gambling venues built with public funds. Your fear to test what would actually be a deal breaker to the Titans further shows that their commitment to this city is financially conditional and not community-centric, nor built on mutual trust. By not standing up and voting no, you are abdicating your power to negotiate and advocate for our community needs. You and the mayor are all at the end of your terms. Please do not rush into this deal because you all have run out of time to find a better path forward. If you think your role as a council member is to serve and represent private interests, please prayerfully consider if you are running for public office again. Please vote no and find a better solution. Please represent the majority of Nashvillians who are in fact opposed to this deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Anthony. I live at 110 Glenrose Avenue, 37210, used to be 37208, used to be 37211. A lot of y'all have been my representative over the years or district person. Anyways, please listen up. So we've had a lot of people talk about, a lot of the supporters, them talking about themselves as employers. One thing I want to note, first thing, a lot of them business owners. A lot of them, people have money coming back to them. Look at us. We are working class people over here. We are not people with millions, hundreds of thousands, whatever in the bank account to, benefit from this the way that they would. Two, the cost of living here in Nashville, this is an outdated number, but it is $17.60 an hour. I want to point out a few of the companies who have something to gain, who were speaking in support earlier. You have TSU. They hire temp workers, not just full-time employees, not just part-time workers. They hire people who make $12 an hour to clean their campus and do not afford a living. They are unhoused. Two, TPAC. They hire people who are unhoused. I cannot speak to their cost or their wages, but I know that they're not paying much. And these are people who said that they have something to gain from this. Three, the Bobby Hotel. I spoke to one of their front desk people earlier this week. I won't say a current person. Anyways, also, do not pay a living wage. Four, we had several people from the affordable housing come up and speak on this. There's something if you're there. Anyways, I'm bringing these people up to, last one, and this one is really interesting. Next generation staffing. They worked in Atlanta, and they're looking to work here. They are bringing their work here. So when you are looking at who is benefiting from this, is it people who are bringing labor opportunities here to further exploit, or is it people who are bringing something to contribute to this community? And I'm gonna leave and just say, next generation staffing, look at their, reviews, they're a shitty employer. All right, y'all, bye-bye.
Next speaker.
Thank you for your time. My name is Alexandria Danner, 265 38th Avenue North. I'm a lifelong Tennessean, a 10-year resident of Nashville. I work at Nashville Public Library and act as a Metro Union steward for SEIU Local 205. I'm also a trans woman who helps run a mutual aid group that provides for the needs of the local trans community that's currently being failed by our city and state. I have devoted my life to serving my community, and that's what brings me here today. I would like to use my time to bring into question the priorities of this legislative body and how this stadium deal sheds light on the ways the council is failing the needs of the people of Nashville. This body is spending $760 million taxpayer dollars on a sports stadium that benefits millionaires and big businesses, but somehow cannot afford to address the multiple crises affecting the working class citizens. We keep hearing that this deal will be good for Nashville, but good for whom? The people who spoke in support of this deal were wealthy business owners who only care for their own financial gain. The people you see before you now are the people who struggle to hold this city together. Why must we continue to sell our city out to developers and business interests and ignore the desperate needs of our community? $760 million used on education, housing, public transit, would transform our city and our community for generations to come. But we can't find the strength to do what's right for our people. We cannot even pass an amendment to protect Nashville's control and autonomy of this project from the state's control. The state is taking aggressive action to strip Nashville of autonomy of its citizens. We've been broken into 3 districts. We're in danger of losing control of our airport. We're spending $760 million on a project we don't know what kind of control we'll have over in 5 years. And speaking on comments made last week, seeing as state legislators are stripping funding from their cities that don't comply with their violent anti-trans policies, I think it's entirely appropriate to bring that up in the conversation right now. My friends are dying too. With the enthusiasm you have for signing away $760 million for your business venture, I expect you to find the money to fund public transit. I expect you to find the money to tackle the growing housing crisis. I expect you to find the money to approve COLA raises for your Metro employees when the budget.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Jason Miller, 1003 Lawrence Avenue, Unit A. That's around 12 South area, District 17, I believe. It keeps changing, as you know. I'm very interested in politics, so are you. And the first jobs that will be created are definitely city council campaign jobs. So we hope to be staffing them. And I want to reemphasize that the majority of Nashville voters are not for this at the moment, so much so that mayoral candidates with billions of dollars are here to talk about it. So this might not be the great political move to do. And so I wanted to reemphasize that. The thing that I love most about Nashville when I'm on the campaign trail, when I'm knocking doors, is to celebrate something that we did with a previous stadium, a community benefits agreement, something I haven't seen come out of discussions. We don't have guarantees. The state wants to take our authority away from us to negotiate. They want to remove any ability for us to have leverage. And I don't know if you've seen the news lately, but we're literally in the White House, Tennessee. So let's develop a spine real quick. Let's say no to some of these crazy deals and decide to use our own voice. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Latham Berry, and my address is 1308 Sunnymead Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, District 7. Amy Adams Strunk, Titans majority owner, who inherited it from her father, has a net worth of $1.6 billion. This equals 27,000 households in Nashville, where the median income is $65,000. What's not included in this representation is the households that have already been displaced from Davidson County. 27,000 households are over 2 Metro Council districts full of people. Let me repeat that again. One person's net worth is equal to 27,000 households in our home. It's also important to understand those that are asking you to push this deal through. Sam Reed, co-founder of Jigsaw, is also the co-owner of 8th and Rose Cinema and other profiting assets in town. Greg Hino, co-founder of Jigsaw, served as deputy mayor to Carl Dean after 2 stints of chief of staff with Jim Cooper, and was featured in a cover article in 2013 that labeled him as the most powerful man in Metro government you never read about. This must still be true. These are just 2 of the lobbyists that are asking on behalf of the Titans and Oracle and all other corporations attached to this bill directly and indirectly that we prioritize profit over people. The point isn't to demonize these people, but to show that these are not the people who have firsthand experience of what the collective of Nashville need. Why then are they the ones determining what is best for our city? By voting yes to this deal as is, I believe you are agreeing to being an accomplice in widening the wealth gap in our home, where the net worth of Amy Adams Strunk and other owners will drastically increase, like we have seen in other deals across the nation, like when Buffalo Bills owner Terry Pagula jumps up 60 spots in the Forbes 400. A widening of wealth gap where neighbors will be displaced. This will happen on Dickerson Road, just east of the stadium. It will happen across the river, where a new bridge, as part of the East Bank Stadium plan, is proposed for neighbors of South Nashville near Napier and Sudacum. It will impact the folks just north of the stadium, where the entire East Bank is being developed. We're asking for more time, more numbers, and more transparency.
Hi, my name is Marie Campbell. I live at 1830 Haynes Street. That's District 2 in the Brooklyn Heights neighborhood. If you don't know where that is, it's next to American Baptist College, and I hope to God you know where that is, on the banks of the Cumberland River. I live with my friend there, who is a longtime resident, who invited me to move in with her and help steward a community garden. It's called Brooklyn Heights Community Garden. You're all welcome. We would love to see you there. Look us up. I've been watching the city of Nashville displace Black and working class people in the name of development and revitalization since I moved here in 2004. From the gentrification of Edge Hill, the East Side, North Nashville, and in the wake of the recent Oracle and River North deal, I've been watching my neighborhood, Brooklyn Heights, about 2 minutes north of River North, ramp up and change my neighborhood profoundly. More tall and skinnies are going up than I can keep track of. None of them are affordable to people who already live there. Meanwhile, only the new developments have sidewalks. We have longstanding unmet needs for investment in our schools and hospitals, in equitable and accessible public green spaces and local food economies, in our water and sewer infrastructure that is currently failing us, in housing that is affordable for people who make less than $75,000. And goddamn it, we need higher wages yesterday. I'm heartbroken and I'm pissed off. I want to stay here. I want my neighbors, mostly Black and working class people, to be able to stay here. It is offensive to lure Nashvillians into accepting this deal with the promises of parks and greenways and affordable housing. Who exactly are these amenities for? The neighbors who already live downtown and along the river, who haven't already been displaced, deserve those things fucking yesterday. I'm begging you to vote against the stadium deal because the deal will continue to displace Nashville neighbors, me included. I think we deserve to stay. I think we deserve to be invested in as we exist now, and I think it's your job to help us do that, so fucking do it.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Smith. I currently reside on 17th Avenue South in Midtown. But come this Friday, I'll actually be Councilmember Roberts' constituent because I was able to get out of a bad lease in my personal life. I want to specifically address the members of council that are supporting this deal because of its hypothetical economic impact. Don't take my word for it. You don't even have to take J.C. Bradbury's word for it. Take then Mayor Phil Bredesen's word for it, as quoted in the Los Angeles Times in 1996. You don't have to be a very good financial wizard to figure out that this does not pay out very well. These academic analysts who point out you can't justify a new stadium in economic terms, well, they're right. Again, that was then Mayor Phil Bredesen in the Los Angeles Times, September 1st, 1996. I'm very grateful for the people here and also for the people that spoke in favor, but we are not a representative sample of Davidson County. Fortunately, Vanderbilt released a poll the day after you all voted on second reading that said the majority of Nashvillians are against this deal, despite the fact that all the money in PR has been neutral at best and for the stadium most of the time. And to put that in perspective, that is, you could fill this chamber 1 billion times. That's 350,000 people, enough to fill Nissan Stadium 5 times that are against this deal. Those are voters, those are taxpayers, and we have to convince them. And the last point that I'll make, there was a baby up here earlier. If you all pass this deal, that baby is going to be over 30 years old when this lease expires. Are you sure? Because if you are not sure, you cannot in good faith vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Leland Evans, 558 Cedar Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. I live in District 31. At first, I wasn't going to speak out at all about this, but a couple weeks ago, some of you decided to vote against having a public hearing. That does not sit right with me, because if you are not willing to listen to the people, then how can you send me emails asking for my vote? How can you ask me to donate to your campaigns, to fund your campaigns, to sit in those seats, but don't want to hear from me? I don't have a problem with the stadium. I haven't really paid attention much to the deal, but I do pay attention to council members not wanting to do their job. Your job is to listen to us. We are here. We are the people. You listen to us. You supported Justin Jones because he represented the people. Well, tonight, We are representing the real people. If you all did not want to hear from us, then who were you going to listen to? The hotel owners that came up here? The hotel associations that came up here? They don't teach our kids. The teachers do. The police officers, have y'all heard from them? The firefighters, have y'all heard from them? How are you all going to approve this deal without actually hearing from the people? My question to you is, can you honestly sit in your seats right now, knowing August 3rd, the Super Bowl will be here in Nashville? You will be up for election. We the people, not the hotel associations, will be voting. Who is on your team? Who is going to throw a touchdown pass for you? Will it be them and their money, or will it be us and our votes? Vote no today.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Martha Carroll. I live at 325 Gatewood Avenue, 37207 in District 5, Sean Parker's district. I'm not going to speak about the things I had written up. I just want to acknowledge it's interesting to me that when we started with all the pros, we heard all these great things that were going to happen. And I heard all of the concerns that many of us have about affordable housing and about good schools, about infrastructure. And in my mind, I'm going, well, how is the stadium going to make all that happen? And it's just not. I mean, you know that. I know that. We all know that. You talk about the stadium, and then you talk about the neighborhood that's supposed to be built around it. We don't have any idea what that's going to cost. And so I wonder, as you look at all this stuff and the information that's not there, what do you do with that? I don't think you're ready to vote on this and approve it at this point. I like the idea of us having the community vote on this in August. I think that's a great idea. I think the community needs to have a say, and I'm not sure why it is that we didn't have this go to a vote, or why it's so late that we're having this public hearing at the last minute on the third reading. But I'm more interested in what's going on in your heads, and I just don't see how you can support this deal when there's so many unanswered questions. And so I'm hoping you'll vote against it. And if you vote for it and it passes, I really want to know why. What made you say yes? Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Carroll. Next speaker.
My name is Ryan Crowder, 5636 Draper Road. I want to talk to us tonight real fast about a raw deal that the people of Nashville got. Not this particular raw deal that we're looking at, but the one that we got 30 years ago for the renovation of the downtown district. We know this as the deal that brought back the Ryman Auditorium. It gave us a lot of great things, but it came at a cost that was not told to us in 1993 when that deal was made with the city. And that was for the demolition of Opryland USA. Opryland USA was part of the heart of this city. It was destroyed with no notice to the public by a corporation that had just received a handout from the city. I don't have anything beyond that except for we need to tear down Opera Mills, rebuild Opryland, vote no on this deal. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Simone Boyd. I live on Cephas Street in Nashville, Tennessee, 37208. I'm here to tell you that this deal will get better with a new mayor. Here's why. Right now, we don't have any guarantees for affordable housing. A lot of people have talked about affordable housing, but CM Allen actually was trying to put metrics that were required for the East Bank Vision Plan so we would ensure that we get affordable housing, but the mayor's office wouldn't support it, so she watered down her bill. So maybe with the mayor, a different mayor, he will support her metrics to help us get a better deal. When CM Toombs asked about the financing plan in November and December, she specifically asked, can we get the financing plan within 10 days of y'all finishing it? She asked this in November and December. We got the financing plan on April 3rd, 3 weeks ago. When CM Benedict asked, are we gonna have the events guaranteed? Are we gonna get those 28 events? Can you put that in the contract so we can guarantee it? Director Flannery smirked and said, well, we don't guarantee to get property taxes. That is the type of condescension, information deficit that we have dealt with in this administration, and it is unfair. My second point is that we need a referendum, like everybody else has said. This is revenue bonds for the stadium. I get that, but guess what? The East Bank neighborhood is a different part, and that's GO bonds, and we can do a referendum on that. We need a referendum in August for the GO bonds because we need to decide where we want the infrastructure. Do we want the infrastructure going to our neighborhoods? Do we want $700 million going to our neighborhoods or East Bank? We should get to decide it. Our water infrastructure, there's a water pipe busted on White Bridge Road today. Like, why are we spending money on infrastructure to build a new neighborhood when we have existing neighborhoods that need that money? And finally, I want to talk about TSU and how they have used TSU as a pawn in this deal. If that whole $500 million was as a scheme that was manifested by James Weaver. If James Weaver was so concerned about the future of TSU, he would have got them their $500 million that the state owes them, but he didn't. Vote no.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lauren Shipman Dorrance, and I am a teacher here in Metro. My address is 1202 Edgewood Place, 37206 in Brett Withers District. And I'll be honest with you, I'm very tired. I came here with my husband and my 2-year-old, who obviously had to go home on the fly, having been up at the Capitol for weeks protesting about gun violence. And now, having learned that you didn't even want us here. So having just written a lot of stream of consciousness feelings and thoughts, I'm going to do my best to communicate those as quickly as possible, given the finite amount of time that we are even permitted to do that. By the way, I moved here in 2013 as part of the Vanderbilt Partnership Teaching and Learning in Urban Schools, so that I would be a teacher at Bailey Middle School, which has since closed in East Nashville. And that program existed because there was such a difficult time getting teachers to come to Metro. There is still an incredibly horrible situation in Metro schools. We're still reeling from COVID, like most school systems. The gaping hole of needs when it comes to the families and students in this city is glaring at all of us, and I can't believe that this is the conversation we're having instead of that. But anyway, I'm moving on. I do live in East Nashville. I happen to be very fortunate to have been able to live there. My husband and I bought a home that was foreclosed and have lived in it while we worked on it for the last 5 years. Most teachers can't live there. And I recognize that the only reason I'm probably there today is a result of gentrification. I received a letter from my mortgage company last week that states that my property taxes have increased and the amount of money in my escrow account does not cover that anymore. I think it's an insult. Sorry, let me back up. I'm aware that that tax increase was something that happened because we had to fully fund Metro schools that we did not do for a very long time here. I think it's really threatening, it's very disrespectful to the families and teachers and students of this city that you took forever to make good on those promises, but you're gonna rush this through. That's reprehensible.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Claire Hennigan. I live in District 27. I'm also a homeless outreach worker with Open Table Nashville. I work in East Nashville and in the East Bank area, particularly in a camp that is going to be destroyed by this bill. Yeah, these camp closures that have been happening this year. We've already seen that they're dangerous. They're killing people. People have died this year from these camp closures that have happened. You say you're housing people. It's not working. It's not accessible housing. And so I just cannot fathom how we can possibly be prioritizing the tourists and the people visiting Nashville and not prioritizing your own constituents. This neighborhood is going to be bankrolled by taxpayers. You're signing our names, as my colleague Kelly said, to a blank check, and you're destroying this environment that my friends, my the people I work with, the people I'm trying so desperately to house and provide outreach to, you are destroying their home. That's what you're doing by signing off on this. And you're not even considering it. And you're going to be sitting in the skyboxes in Nissan Stadium while people are left to die. There is blood on your hands from this bill. I guarantee it. People are going to die. You're not going to see it. I'm going to see it. I'm going to mourn. I'm going to hold memorial services for my friends. You're going to sit here and you're going to go to your Titan Stadium games and get thousands and thousands of dollars from Titan Stadium lobbyists, and we are suffering as Nashvillians as a result. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
My name is India Pungarcher. I live on Joseph Avenue in District 5, and I'm here to ask you to defer, vote no, put it on the ballot in August, any of the above. First, I've heard so many constituents and also council members say that the previous stadium deal, just how bad it was. And at first I couldn't understand why, if this was true, then how so many constituents and council members at the same time are even entertaining a deal from the same group of lobbyists that we worked with in the 90s. I thought I didn't understand, but then I saw some of your campaign finance receipts, and that definitely shed light on your willingness to give James Weaver et al. A second chance. I've also read an email from a previous council member who said standing in support of the previous deal in the 90s was something he regrets and will have to live with forever. So I'm here tonight to ask you, are you prepared as council members to live with your vote, this vote, for the rest of your life? Because this decision will change the trajectory of our city. It will set the precedent that Metro Council subsidizes the entertainment industry under the guise that it will help all Nashvillians. If this was true at all, Titan's lobbyists wouldn't have to convince you and pay you to convince you otherwise. And I can't help but wonder, if this wasn't a re-election year for some of you, if your votes would be different tonight. I don't know how you can responsibly vote for this plan without demanding unbiased cost projections like so many other people have said. Something I want you to think about also in relation to this deal is that data is going to come out this month, if it hasn't already, from HUD, showing that our unhoused population has increased over the last year by 9%. So clearly what we're doing and prioritizing as a city is not working. And so you say this plan will create jobs, but what will they pay? And how long will those jobs be there? Where will these workers live? How will they get to and from work? Again, this deal does not create better conditions for the working and renting people of Nashville. So I'm asking you to, once again, fight for us like you did a couple weeks ago when we were talking about redistricting and Johnson withdrew that bill. Fight for us and stand up for us, the people of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maria Urias. I live at 1906 Chet Atkins Place, and I am currently a master's candidate at Vanderbilt Peabody and Vanderbilt Divinity. I know it's been a long night, so thank you all so much for all of your attention to all of these speakers. I have some questions for you, and they're going to sound a little silly at first, but bear with me. As a current partner of childcare sites in our city, would you pay 60% of children's tuition costs for a high-quality early childhood education? Our city is a childcare desert, which many of you know, with many groups working to address this. Are you paying for 60% of the cost to remodel childcare sites to raise their capacity? As a friend to many with children in the school system, would you pay 60% of the cost of raising a child in need? We have schools without air conditioning, paper, or pencils. Are you contributing over $1 billion to pay our teachers a living wage? As a Vanderbilt student who has partnered with VUMC and Meharry, are you paying 60% of the costs needed to keep Nashville's hospitals from going into debt? As a friend with those with disabilities, are you making the city accessible for those who need it? A study has shown recently that people with disabilities who rely on Nashville's public transit usually have to budget at least 3 hours to get to their destination because of our current public transit systems. As someone who worked at Nashville's largest homeless shelter, which serves over 600 people a night on average, I want to ask, would you pay for 60% of any of these unhoused people's homes? 60% of the cost of new affordable housing and houses? This deal is corporate welfare in a place where we rarely offer welfare to our neighbors in need. While I understand that a new stadium could bring many opportunities and business owners, who I'm thankful for than everybody who attended today, I think we've given up our leverage as a city to make this deal equitable for all Nashvillians. I would love to see everyone who turned out today, which has been incredible to see, in partnership for a deal that does not give out 1.26.
Thank you. I need to cut you off. Sorry. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sina Thomas, and I am a Metro Nashville employee. I work at Nashville General Hospital. I am an insurance specialist there at the hospital. I'm a former MNPS employee. I have been pushed out of Nashville by the cost of living here. I've had the hardest time trying to purchase a home. I ended up being pushed to Rutherford County, but I still work in Nashville. I had two children of my own that went to Metro schools. Our teachers are underpaid. The staff, the total staff is underpaid. Our teachers are begging for the basic necessities like paper, just paper. And we are about to put billions into a football stadium when our teachers are asking for basic necessity to teach our children. Our children are not safe. Our schools are being shot up. And if we can't look at our children and say, we're going to keep you safe, but we're going to build a new football stadium is scary. It's scary. What Nashville is saying to our children is they don't matter. They're saying that our teachers, our staff do not matter. I work at Nashville General where we take care of most of the homeless population. We take care of the people in the community. Metro employees come there and get balanced billing where they don't pay a bill, but we can't even fund that hospital. Our hospital is falling apart. All we are asking is you build your stadium, but do not take from the schools, the hospitals, and the community that are in desperate need. If you don't put our children first, our future is going to crumble just like the city will if you vote yes.
Ma'am, can I get your address?
117 Oak Valley Circle, Smyrna, Tennessee.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Jasmine Dejan, and I live in Davidson County, District 32. And it is my hope that you all are listening and that you have heard the words that people have said, as I have seen many of you snickering and doing other things other than paying attention. This deal should be put to a public vote with the next mayoral election. As a taxpayer, public service worker, someone that works in our schools, I am tired of paying for this city's horrible business dealings. These are dealings of this magnitude should benefit all Nashvillians, not just a select few. Cooper will be gone with the wind like Scarlett O'Hara before the completion and negative generational impact of this stadium deal even comes to fruition. This is the largest public investment in a NFL stadium in history. Nashville, this is not the type of history that we should set out to make. In fact, this is a precedent that we should stand against, especially when people in our city struggle for basic things like housing, food. I work at a school where I help to supply kids with shoes, laundry detergent so that they can show up every day. And I'm not talking about the normal face of homelessness. I'm talking about people that have full-time jobs, that work for Metro Nashville, Davidson County, that work for the state of Tennessee. These are people that are working to serve our communities, that are working to serve other residents, as well as tourists that come into the city. And most importantly, the people don't want this. A majority of respondents from a recent poll oppose this deal. We're talking about $2 billion, which will probably be $3 billion by the time the stadium is completed, for a team that's only going to be on the field for 32 hours. That comes out to $62.5 million an hour of taxpayer money. And that's not how I want to use my funds. Okay, I'm older than this stadium, which is only 23 years, and now it's gone to waste.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Alicia Reese. I am part of District 21. I believe that's Taylor. I stand before you today as a citizen and as a student, not a nurse nor a doctor. I am 19. For some of you, I am a child, but I can guarantee you I'm the youngest person standing here today speaking. For the first time, I'm actually nervous speaking. That's shocking. You guys took a major chunk out of the school system as well out of the basic funding and needs for everyday living, like affordable housing, not affording housing, affordable housing. We have people dying every day, but you would rather build a stadium for a team that can't even play. Don't get me wrong, I love my Titans. I'm a Titans fan, but it something don't click right with making a stadium for a Super Bowl that we're probably never gonna play in. We're never gonna win. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Me looking up to you and wanting one day your chairs, because I am the future. I am the person that will be sitting in these chairs. I am the person that will be making my next stand. So I say to you today that you should be ashamed. You should do better, because this is not the Nashville I grew up in. This is not the Nashville that I saw as a 5-year-old girl sitting in a school as her teacher handed her a notebook and said, write this down and take these notes. Mind you, it was my 8th grade teacher, Miss LaTanya Davenport, that supplied half of the students' school stuff out of her pocket while her grandkids went without eating. That shouldn't happen. Do your jobs.
How y'all doing? My name is Zach Jenkins, District 16, 37217. I'm gonna follow the last person's sentiments on the statement of shame. It's a shame that our schools are underfunded and yet our kids are failing at the same time. It's a shame that people are working their asses off every day but can't afford to live in Nashville. It's a shame that teachers are working their asses off every day but yet don't get paid anything. What else is a shame? It's a shame that people are homeless, yet are told they're not allowed to be homeless anymore. It's a shame that, y'all keep letting the state and lobbyists steamroll over y'all and make decisions for y'all instead of making decisions for y'allself. How about get them out y'all pockets? Let's try something like that. I ask that y'all vote no on this stadium. That's also a thought. Do something that the community actually wants for a change and stop listening to lobbyists in the state. Okay.
Hello, my name is Alvito Higgins. I'm 320 Floor Maxwell. I just want to say just like some common sense type stuff everybody should get. Like, economy is down everywhere, not just only in Nashville. What point is it to build a new stadium? It doesn't make any sense. It's not going to put any money back into the community where it is most definitely needed. If the children are the future, and that is who are we going to have to count on eventually one day. If they're not being taught properly, how can they lead? It's impossible. The money that is going toward this Titans stadium should be financed solely by them. The things that they have done for the community, I don't really know because I ain't really seen anything. Those are some of the most important things that need to be addressed. Why are the citizens of Nashville paying for a new stadium and not gaining anything of it? It doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Provenzano. I live on North 9th Street, 37206. I actually noticed a lot of the 4 people weren't Davidson County residents, which I think was kind of noteworthy. My biggest point that I want to make is that we don't actually have to decide this tonight, that there is a chance to just wait until we have more information, wait until we have a chance to negotiate a better deal, that this isn't an all or nothing tonight. There is still time. I can get into all the things that I think we could spend our money better on. As a mom that lives in East Nashville, I echo the sentiments of a lot of other people that I wish we were spending more on education. I wish we were spending more on our libraries. I wish we were spending more on public transportation and on community resources and all of that. But you guys know that at this point. I did want to call out, a lot of people in the 4 section mentioned these world-class concerts that we're going to be getting. And as someone that works in the music industry, I did just want to highlight that I don't think a different stadium makes a difference. There are very few, a very small percentage of acts that do stadium tours. And it's by very few, I mean less than 10. And so they're going to book whatever stadium we have. If we didn't have a stadium at all, I understand that could be a component to getting more concerts here, but we do have a stadium, and they'll play that one too. So I just wanted to highlight that. If we look at SoFi Stadium and other recent new stadiums and look at their calendars, they're not selling out all these dates with all these other concerts. So again, I mostly just wanted to highlight that it doesn't have to happen tonight. It can happen at a later date, and you have a chance to negotiate a better deal for Davidson County residents. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jenny Garner. I live in District 33, 1713 Greenheart Court. This is a bad deal. I ask you and urge you to tighten up on the deal and to vote no to the stadium, at the very least until the numerous questions brought forth by the residents of Nashville and by the chair of the East Bank Stadium Committee, Bob Mendez, and others have been answered we have transparent information about the deal. Questions such as, why did the cost of renovations to the existing stadium jump from an estimated $600 million in January of 2022 to $1.8 billion over 4 months later in May of 2022? Why has there been so much confusion around the cost of renovations to the existing stadium? Why are we not meeting the current lease requirements and leaving the rest of the wish list items up to the Titans and private funds? Why has the stadium process been so rushed? Who will benefit most from the stadium deal? The benefit to the Titans franchise, team owners, and corporations is obvious. The only benefit to the actual working class is yet to be seen. Who will live in the new neighborhood of the East Bank? Will longtime residents of Nashville be able to afford to live in this new neighborhood, or will it only be attainable for wealthy transplants? What will the environmental impact of tearing down an existing stadium and building a new one be? Has there been any real negotiations on behalf of the residents of Nashville, or is this only a pre-approved deal by the Titans? Some are claiming that the Titans Stadium will come at no cost to the average Davidson County taxpayer, but the residents know that is false. According to a recent poll by Vanderbilt, most Nashvillians are against this deal. That is why you must champion the residents of Nashville over a sports franchise, negotiate a better deal on behalf of the citizens. Nashville residents desperately want and need billions of dollars to go toward funding schools, housing, public transportation, road, and mental health services.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Joseph Lee. I live on 1418B Sharp Avenue in Nashville, Tennessee, in District 6. I'm speaking against the stadium deal today. For all the benefits the supporters has touted, we haven't really heard anything about what happens if the development stalls, right? So will Metro have to backstop the deficit? Metro has done a comically bad job at risk management. According to the stadium project financing discussion slide on page 27, that 40%, more than 40% of the projected revenue comes from the 50% campus tax. And with the first contributing year will be 2026 for $1.7 million local and $3.4 million state. And that's building from absolutely nothing. And for reference, the entire downtown tourist development zone brought in $12 million pre-COVID. So forgive me that I really don't trust this magical number that's been projected. And I understand that I'm just a financial analyst, and I don't hold the weight of a VP of a chamber of commerce of a suburban town. So allow me to quote Mayor Cooper from May 2nd, 2019. We need to make sure that tourism dollars are spent on resident, not resident dollars spent on tourists. So I will urge you to listen to 2019 John Cooper. And at least, if you want to support this bill, at least allow some revenue to go to general funds. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mary Beth Snodgrass, 4705 Nevada Ave, lifelong Tennessean, 8 years in Nashville. I am terrified of public speaking. So So I'm for the Tennessee Titans. I've been a huge Titans fan since they moved here. I was 6. I am against a rushed vote on this deal. The bill in the final form that's being voted on tonight is all of 1 week old with amendments. There needs to be more time for public input on the bill in its current state. For example, many of the people who spoke in favor of the bill would probably be surprised to learn that an amendment pushed through last week excludes the following events from having to pay the $3 per ticket stadium taxes. NCAA events, which include any March Madness, the Music City Bowl, CMA events, those are 4 nights and even some more. Any ACM events, Grammy Awards, the WWE special event, which is a reason that people wanted to bring the stadium here in the first place. With all of the needs mentioned for Nashville tonight, we need a 1% hotel tax that goes straight to Metro's general fund. Let the Titans come up with the rest of the tab. Eddie George got to go first because he has better places to be. I doubt he would want to wait here for 4 hours to speak, like all of us have. I felt steamrolled and disenfranchised by the state legislature who are on the NRA's payroll. It is heartbreaking to be sold out and betrayed by our own elected council members who are similarly payrolled by Titans lobbyists. Waller, Lansden, Pack, Sam Reed of Jigsaw, James Weaver. Council member Hurt, $5,000. Johnson, $5,000. Van Reese, $4,100. Gamble, $2,000.
So we don't have to be really careful about any type of personal attacks on people.
It's public record.
I understand.
Public record. Well, you guys can look up the rest. Thank you.
I'm David Tucker. I live at 610 Following Street, District 6, Council Member Withers. I remember the first stadium deal. Sounds just like this one, that there was promises made of what a new stadium will do, and it did not happen. Now we have a stadium, but we're promising it's going to do some new things that the old stadium didn't do. But here's what's actually going on. What used to be stormwater drains is now rainwater drains. Communities are flooding just by raining. You got deferred school maintenance. Now you have main water mains, many of them almost a century old, that are bursting. You have people that aren't making a living wage. You have very few enhanced after-school programs, lack of affordable housing, meaningful language access all across the county, transit, homelessness, expansion. We really need to expand the hours again of our Board of Parks and our public libraries. But we're going to give a sweet deal here to the Titans. 2 questions that I have that have perplexed me. No one has asked for an independent, verifiable study of what will the contract cost just to be compliant. But everybody says it. I mean, I have to run my house, and I would not replace my air conditioner without getting a bid. I mean, I would not replace my car. But we do not know what it would cost just to remain compliant with the contract. Second is the environmental impact of all that concrete and steel. Oh, I know where it's going to go. Bardo.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Seamus and I live in the 18th District. This is one of the most critical points in recent history for our city. We are seeing the horrifying impacts of an abusive relationship between us and the state, a critical election coming up, and now a new stadium deal that puts money over our lives. We have had countless community meetings and public hearings dressed up as time for you to take input. However, here we are with the deal that screws over our city and our people. If you speak to those of us who actually live in our city or don't own businesses, you will see that we overwhelmingly oppose a rush and damaging stadium deal. This deal does not have benefits for the people that were originally touted to gain public support. There is no community benefits agreement, there are not guaranteed increased tourism opportunities, and there's not guaranteed housing. You are not utilizing what leverage we have to gain a better deal for the people of the city. Just last meeting, this council passed an amendment that heavily swung the pendulum even more in favor of the Titans, which is a disgrace to the people. If this is such a good deal for the people, why are you conducting yourselves this way? If we're going to see so many benefits for items like public transit or affordable housing, why don't we build these first? This council has routinely shot down proposal after proposal to give the city more oversight or more context on a project that is meant to be for the people's gain. We are rushing this deal to line your pockets. Those in support have had intrinsic business interests or live outside the city. If you listen to your constituents, which is all we're asking you to do today, as the people you claim to represent, you will see that we do not want a rushed and terribly structured stadium deal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Angus Purdy, 18th District, which is in Nashville. Y'all let a lot of non-Nashvillians speak tonight, which is weird. Now you want to transfer wealth from local taxpayers to a billionaire from Houston. Our schools are underfunded, our infrastructure lags behind our growth, our transit system is woefully inadequate, and you want to focus on a new playground for tourists. You've misled the public about the affordable housing component. You've misled the public about taxpayer burden. You've misled the public about living wage protections. This is a bad deal. You have leverage to renegotiate, but the Titans want things rushed, so this isn't a focal issue in an upcoming election. We're told we're here because the last deal was a bad deal, the deal that some claim launched New Nashville. New Nashville kind of sucks for those of us who've long loved this city. I hope you'll vote no. Also, there are people in here who need to use the restroom but want to be allowed back in. Y'all should accommodate them.
Hi, my name is Chris Crofton, and I live in Madison. I don't know if do I have to say that my exact street or anything?
You need to give us your address if you don't mind.
216 Garner Avenue, Madison, right past the Old Hickory Boulevard intersection, which is shredded. The Old Hickory Boulevard intersection is basically a wagon track where I can watch poor people's cars fall apart with my own eyes. And I know for a fact, because I just looked it up, that our council person is for this deal. Nashville's roads in general are a disgrace. Ellington Parkway is a wagon track. Gallatin Road is a wagon track. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke that this is even being considered. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say that this is corruption. Is that allowed to be said? Because it's obvious. I'm mostly insecure about my political opinions because I have to look, I think maybe lawyers know better or I don't know what I'm talking about. But this is the most obvious thing. And that's why I'm here. It took something this obvious to embolden me to speak. Usually I second guess myself, but this issue is so clear cut. It is immoral and corrupt to pour public money into a private enterprise. This is socialism. This is socialism or authoritarianism, forcing the citizens to pay for monuments. In the Soviet Union, this money would be going toward a gold statue of Stalin. It's the same thing. I can't drive the roads here. I used to live here when there were roads you could drive. I used to live here when there were apartments you could afford to rent. I can't afford to go to a Titans game. There are teachers out in line out there talking about how they can't afford enough teachers to teach the students we have. This is a disgrace. You guys know it. This is everything to do with lobbyists. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. And so I just want to say that I'm grateful for the chance to speak. Thank you.
Advice King, tough act to follow. Adam Nicholson, District 16. We signed a bad lease in the 90s that tied our hands. We even knew back then that we wouldn't make money on it. It was for the so-called intangible benefits, like Phil Bredesen said. We have a shortage of 50,000 homes. Of the largest 25 cities in this country, we're the only one that doesn't have dedicated revenue for transit. The ROI for building housing and transit is orders of magnitude greater than the most historic looting of any city's taxpayers by a billionaire in U.S. history. The Titans have sat on 100 acres of East Bay land for a quarter century. They could have worked with us to create Nashville's next great neighborhood a generation ago, but they decided to just sit on it. and now they're using it as leverage. If two parties are entering into an agreement where one of them has their hands tied while the other exploits their weaknesses to leverage more assets, that's not a partnership. That's not a negotiation. That's an extraction of ransom from a hostage. So what we currently owe is unknown. Another unknown is we don't know how many days this summer it's going to be poisonous to go outside and breathe the air. We had a lot of air quality hazard days last summer, more than the summer before that, and it's not looking any better at this rate. We don't know which pothole is going to break an axle or which bus route is going to be canceled from underfunding the bus system. Today, we go 3 on White Bridge is detoured around a broken water main. We don't know the infrastructure costs for updating 60 to 100-year-old sewers and stormwater across the county, much less what it will cost on the East Bank. We don't know how many overburdened teachers, police, firefighters, or paramedics will be able to retain. I don't envy this.
You have to, that's it. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Nicholas Forster Benson. I live on 1408 18th Street, Unit 525 in the 17th District. I'm a student and a researcher of public policy and economics at Vanderbilt University, and I'm here to voice my strong discontent with the stadium deal. I could have come tonight and talked in terms of morality. For instance, I could ask, is it moral to give billions of dollars to a corporation when, according to Nashville Housing Authority, there are 17,000 Nashvillians suffering from acute homelessness? As Nashville remains 31,000 units short of adequate, affordable housing. Is it moral to continue to fund corporate greed when our teachers cannot even afford to live in Nashville? Is it moral to give billions of dollars to a corporation when public transportation remains inadequate and underfunding? All of you know the answers to this question. All of you know that this investment is one which composes purely of immorality, greed, and bad faith. Perhaps, though, it would be more pertinent to talk in a language that council knows best. That is the language of money, and that I will do. As it should be abundantly clear, even through the lens of pure economic interest, Nashville should not fund a new stadium. To start with, economist Dr. Bain of Pepperdine University analyzed government subsidies of 14 sports stadiums across the country and found that these stadiums had a total net accumulated value of negative $40 million for these cities. Furthermore, a study from Brookings revealed that sports facilities attract neither new tourism nor new industry. Rather, their study shows that in every case, a new sports facility had an extremely small effect or no effect on the overall economic development. No recent facility has earned anything approaching to a reasonable return on investment, and no recent facility has been self-financing in terms of its impact on net tax revenues. We have time to renegotiate a better deal with the Titans. Arguments for new stadiums contain bad economic reasoning and lead to an overestimate of the benefits of the stadium. On the terms of both morality and money, the choice is abundantly clear.
My name is Odessa Kelly, 1127 Cahal Avenue, out East Nashville. Look, y'all know what's going on here. Y'all should be irritated that we have to do this. I'm tired. I'm more tired than all of you, and I'm tired of always making enemies for doing what's right for Nashville's people, what you got elected to do. Some of you as individuals, you do the right thing, but overall as a body, you have failed Nashville. You have failed all of us who worked our asses off to get half of you elected in this council. And the reason why I say that is because y'all are fickle and you play both sides. It ain't no secret. I don't like Mayor Cooper whatsoever, and that's because he stands up for his own interests and not the people of Nashville. All this morning, all yesterday, for 2 weeks, people been calling me, many of you threatening me, telling me I'm going to jeopardize my own political career for speaking out for what's right. What's wrong with you?
Hey.
I got people coming out in the hallways telling me last week to be quiet because you're going to get under somebody's skin. Your job is to do what's right for Nashville, and that's what we're asking you to do right here. People been out in this line for 4 hours, and you ain't going to let them speak? You should be ashamed of yourself. Every single last person in here that has been voting for this deal and not let everyone have a true democratic process. Y'all want to stand with Justin Jones? Y'all didn't do that. That was the thousands of us that put them damn rallies together and had them in there. Y'all want to stand by us when we do something to make you look good, but you don't want to be a real leader and stand at a time and when things are getting questionable for those who got money in their pockets. Real leaders that we need in Nashville will be different than the leadership we've had for the past 120 years. Real Nashville don't even live here anymore. It lives in Smyrna, Murfreesboro, Clarksville, and all these other places because we keep having councils who will not stand up and do what's right for Nashville. I'm giving you the freedom to have the opportunity to make some history. Be bold. I don't care if you stand up and just say no to the deal just to be on GP and tell the state to go to hell. Stand up in Nashville, and the people here need you, not the damn Titans.
Okay, so we only have 30 seconds left. So we can let a person speak for 30 seconds. I think we got 30 seconds left. Or I can go to Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hold on. Councilmember O'Connell, we have somebody for 30 seconds, okay? Proceed ahead. Can we put, we got 30 seconds on the board. Hold on.
Yell at you like I've done before. I've posted your campaign contributions. I've posted the emails from the lobbyists. I've posted the amendment packets. What I'm going to ask you to do today is do the right thing. Do y'all want to be on the wrong side of history? Do you want to be on the wrong side of history? Do you for what? A seat? Your BMI job? Your SEC referee job? For what? For your LDG development job? Do the right thing, y'all. We are begging you. I have not.
Okay, so the time is up. So the time is up. Okay, so so that concludes the time. I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to amend Councilmember Henderson's motion to allow those who are here to speak to do so with no restriction on the number of speakers.
All right, so do I have a second? All right, so it's a motion. So let me make sure I'm clear on this. So it's a motion to extend the time limits for both sides?
Yes, sir.
But it's unlimited.
That's correct. Still limited. I mean, 2 minutes is fine per speaker, but
2 minutes, but there's no cap on the time. All right. That is seconded. I've got people on the board. I can go through that. Councilmember Welsh on. Okay. Councilmember Nash on the. We're on a motion to extend the time limit.
I got to speak against the amendment. We have been here. We knew the rules when we started this.
Hey, hold on. We're debating a motion.
We
can't
knew,
argue a motion from back there. This is a motion that has to be
everyone
debated
knew the rules about this public hearing when this started. There were lots of hearings previously, and we heard you. We heard you. We've had everyone speaking. We get both sides here. I see no benefit from seeing. We hear nothing new.
Councilmember Nash, hold on. So he's debating a motion within the chamber. You can't respond to him in the back. That's not allowed. That disrupts the business. So we have to debate. This is a motion decided by the council. Councilmember Nash, proceed ahead.
I don't think we're going to hear anything new from the positive side or the negative side. We've heard a lot of repetition. I think we all know enough now to make a decision on this issue. And by the way, I did not receive any campaign donations. I don't have a Titans ticket. Yeah.
Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support, and I will ask my colleagues to vote to allow the people to be heard. We still have people in the hallway that came out here from all across our city to speak to their elected officials about how they feel about this deal. And I do want to acknowledge what my colleague just said. People did know the rules, absolutely, and this is what was voted for, right? The same way we voted for Councilmember Taylor's amendment, but then we came back and the body voted something different. So in that same spirit, we can vote something different today. So even though we did 2 hours, we can still vote and allow the people that are out here at 10 o'clock at night that have to go to work tomorrow, but they're still out here because they want to be heard by us, the body. And it's not like this is the latest that we've had a public hearing, because in June of 2020, during COVID, we was here to 6 o'clock in the morning and people didn't like it, but we was here and we heard what the people had to say. So you know how you're going to vote anyway, but at least have the decency to listen to your constituents that have come out here to be heard. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am rising in support of amending to allow public hearing. A lot of people took the time away from their families, from pets, from loved ones to be here. And I don't think it's right for us to turn people away. Earlier today, you heard from Kathy, who said that a lot of people from our community were trying to get here, but due to childcare, they were unable to. So a lot of people are still out there. And I would say if we're not going to listen to them, then I personally will go out there and finish the public hearing myself.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also rise in support of the motion to allow our constituents to speak with us on this important matter. This is a 30 to 45-year deal as currently construed. I think we can spare 30 to 45 minutes to hear from the public how they feel about it. I have a 9 o'clock meeting with departmental head in the morning, and it's late, and I know we all have stuff to do in the morning, but I think this is a big one, and we should hear from folks that have taken time out of their day to be here with us.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's late. We're tired. I have a kid in high school, starts at 7. I know some of you do too, and that's exactly what we signed up for. This is a huge deal, and we should listen to what people have to say.
Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, Councilmember Withers has called the previous question. So we're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so we're on the vote. We're trying it by voice vote. It's a motion by Councilmember O'Connell to extend, just keep the public hearing going. There is no limit on it. Just keeps it going for both sides. All those in favor of the motion? Sure. All right. Give us just a second. We're just checking to make sure we know how many votes are required. It is a 2/3 vote, so we'll be on the board. So it requires 2/3 of those voting to 2/3 of those voting to pass the motion. Okay. So how many people do we have in here? Councilmember Sledge?
Vice Mayor, a couple of us asked why. Why is it 2/3? Sorry.
I'll just check with it. I'll let the legal counsel answer, but I believe that's it.
It's a Robert's Rules of Order vote threshold.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Just checking. How many people do we have in here?
I don't know.
38. Councilman Rosenberg?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just following up, it's 2/3 to amend a motion. Is that why it's what's in Roberts?
We're amending something previously adopted, and it's a 2/3 vote because notice wasn't given at the prior meeting that we were going to be doing this amendment.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So I believe there's 38 people here. Is that right? We're double checking to make sure we get our numbers right. There's got to be one person not here. Who's not here? Oh, Taylor's not here. So there, okay. So there are 38 people present. It would require 26 votes. Councilmember Porterfield?
Sorry, Vice Mayor, I keep counting 37 unless there's somebody that I don't see in the room. I've counted like 3 times.
Murphy's here. She just, yeah, so it would be 37 if she doesn't come back in. It would be 37 people voting.
Okay,
But
so
there's 30
37 if the vote is before Murphy, 38 if Murphy comes in the room.
Yeah, I think she's coming. But that's not Councilmember Murphy who just walked in. That's Sledge. Slade, sorry, too late. All right. All right, so it's, if it's 37, how many votes are required?
25.
25. If it's 38, how many votes? 26. All right. Okay, Mr. Clerk? Councilmember Murphy out there? Is she? She's not going to come in? Okay, so we've got 37 voting. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you will. Hold on. Got too many things open. All right, Mr. Clerk, open the machines. You're voting to extend the time for the public hearing. Requires 25 votes. Okay. Everybody in? Councilmember Sepulveda recording. Good. Okay. Mr. Clerk, close the machines. Take the vote. Ayes 27, noes 10. So the motion passes. So, Councilmember Hauser?
I have a question. Since we have made this decision after the people that were in favor of this, many have already left, so they didn't know they were going to have this extension. How does that impact the fairness?
So, Councilmember Hauser, what I'll say is that that could have been discussed before, so it's over. So we are now back on the public hearing. All right, Councilmember Henderson.
Point of order, Vice Mayor. The proponents did not use the fully allotted publicly noticed time. I think the goal and the intent here is those who came out to speak within the allotted time.
That's Councilmember Henderson, sorry. That is not a point of order. That's just a discussion.
Okay, I'd like to move to amend my initial public hearing motion to just let the remaining folks on the opposing side, because they were here in time, at the point of conclusion, to let them speak, because the proponents did not use their time, Vice Mayor. So I would like to amend the motion to let the opponents, those speaking in opposition, who are presently here, to speak.
Limit it to only a certain position.
All right, so we're trying to get this right. So hold on. So it's a motion. Let me get the second. We're just trying to understand. We just opened it up to everybody, right? We just opened it up to continue the public hearings.
Well,
so you
Vice
want to
Mayor,
limit it?
if I may express my intent in doing this, what I think with good intention, Councilman O'Connell, myself, the hope and intent is that those who are here within their understanding of the time that was allotted, who are queued out there, my constituent among them, they're queued up, they wanted to speak, the time ran out. They were here. The proponents had plenty of time left on the clock. They got fully through their queue. And so I guess I'm just, I'm feeling like those who are here at present, who have waited the longest amount of time, just respectfully honoring their ability for us to finish out, and colleagues, in deference to you all as well, if we just open it back up to proponents and opponents, then it's hours and hours potentially, and people start showing up. And it's not that we don't want to hear from folks, but I am trying to honor the spirit of what we were trying to achieve in having the public hearing and allow anyone who was here in opposition for whom time ran out, but they were here, to allow them to speak. Not just to open it wide up again. And then, people are coming down here, people are calling, then now proponents are coming back. I respectfully, I don't think that was Councilman O'Connell's intent, or colleagues who are supporting. And good job, colleagues. I appreciate, thank you for everyone supporting the public hearing. I think what we're trying to honor, Vice Mayor, is that there were people who followed the notice, who came, who queued, and were not able to speak. So I would respectfully like to amend my initial motion or the subsequent motion, but the public hearing motion, such that those that are here or were here in time to speak in opposition, those folks are allowed to speak, please, sir.
Okay. So we're trying to figure out what, I know that Councilmember O'Connell basically opened it back up for anybody, correct? So it's an unlimited amount of time. I'm going to go to the council director. So part of what we were trying to do was make sure that both sides had equal time, if they wanted it, so that it was fair. That's what we've been trying to do. Council Director Darby, can that motion be made?
We cannot have a motion for a public hearing that is limiting the viewpoint. We have to have it open. If it's open, it needs to be open to all viewpoints. The initial motion for a public hearing was to designate a specific amount of time for one viewpoint and a specific time for another viewpoint. If we're going to open it back up to extend the time, it either needs to be open to anyone who wants to speak, or, which is what I believe the motion was made, or it needs to go back into that similar format where we have a specific amount of time for supporters and a specific amount of time for those in opposition. It would be inappropriate to limit the viewpoint of members of the public who want to speak at a public hearing.
Point of order.
It needs to be a point of order. You can't argue your motion in a point of order.
Well, I guess my inquiry would be, or point of inquiry, Ms. Darby, the people speaking in favor did not use their allotted time. So
It doesn't matter if we're opening up and extending the period of time. There may still be people who decide that they wanted, or standing out in the hallway that decide that they now want to speak, that there's more time. We can't limit the viewpoint of members of the public who want to address the council.
Okay, point taken.
Okay, Councilmember Sepulveda?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm wondering if we could take a recess. There's a bunch of people that need to use the restroom.
That point has been debated up here. And we know
Is there
people,
an answer?
We need to clear the room if that's going to happen and have people come back.
well, so I don't necessarily, we're trying to figure out how to do this. So I'm just going to tell you kind of what we're worried about. So we know that there are people who want to remain in the back, in their seats. We have people out there who want to come in here.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you all go up to use the restroom, if we don't give you a few minutes and then let you come in, then people may be trying to come in and take your seats. So Councilmember Sepulveda, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Vice Mayor, I wonder why we have several empty seats that aren't filled.
Because the idea in the rules was that, in the guidelines, was that we would get through the public hearing and then bring people in.
And we've opened up the public hearing again. Can we fill the seats and let people use the restroom?
Yeah, we will. I think what we probably need to do is take I'm talking about a 15-minute recess, but not let anybody new in, let people in the back use the restrooms, but come on back in so you can keep your seats. And once they get settled, then Rosie will allow other people to come in and take the seats. Is that okay? Do what?
No,
No, we don't have a handstand. So, well, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. So all right, thank you for everybody taking a break. So I am going to Councilmember Henderson. You're recognized, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to withdraw my most recent motion
Okay,
and
withdraw.
then make a new motion to extend the public hearing based on the presence of those desiring to speak who were here as the public hearing concluded, and extend the public hearing for 90 minutes, please.
Okay, so we have a motion that extended it unlimited. You are limiting it. You are taking.
No, sir, I would not like to, I'm not thinking of it in that way, sir. I know that there are people here who wanted to speak, and I want to make sure that everyone who is here to speak may speak. And based on the number that is here that I understand from staff, and taking that time and then adding more time just for safety, I would suggest an extension of the public hearing at this time by 90 minutes in fairness to those who were here to speak.
Well, I think that's what we were talking about, was that Councilmember O'Connell has.
Yes, sir, but it's
Councilmember O'Connell made a motion. It's to open it up, keep it going with an unlimited amount of time. Yours is amending Councilmember O'Connell's motion to limit it to 90 minutes from both sides, correct?
I concur with Councilman O'Connell's desire to extend the public hearing. But at this time, I would like for those folks who were here and wanted to speak to extend that to 90 minutes, please. You know what, Vice Mayor, I'm just going to withdraw my motion, okay?
Councilmember Parker.
I don't know if it's a point of order. Can we make sure that we're being clear for the public what it is that we're doing?
Well, that's why
whatever it is we do. Oh,
we were trying to figure this one out. All right. So right now we have unlimited. So it's unlimited. So we keep going. All right. Councilmember Nash.
My understanding from staff count, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's 27 people in the queue that wanted to speak that have been here. And that was and if you multiply each of those by 2 minutes, that's 54 minutes. And then they added 30 minutes to make sure that if someone was not in the count, that they could speak. I think an hour and a half is reasonable. I'd make that motion.
All right. So Councilmember Nash has made a motion to do it for 90 minutes. All right. Hold on. I need a second. Properly seconded. Now we're on discussion on the motion. It's not a point of, what's the point of order? Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are we not in the middle of the public hearing by virtue of the last vote, so the public hearing is back open?
Well, we haven't we haven't restarted yet after Councilmember O'Connell's motion. So we've all.
It didn't open. I guess my question, Vice Mayor, is it didn't open up automatically as the result of that vote that the public hearing was extended?
Well, so Councilmember O'Connell made the motion, and then Councilmember Henderson made a motion. So we haven't started back yet.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think my point of order also would have been that then none of that other debate should have taken place. The public hearing should have just opened right back up.
Well,
nope. Okay.
Too late now.
Okay.
We've got motions on the floor. We're just trying to figure out how to handle the rest of the discussion. So Councilmember Nash has made a motion to limit to 90 minutes the discussion. It was properly seconded. So just to be clear what we're doing, again, where we are now is Councilmember O'Connell unlimited for anybody. Okay, that's what it was. Councilmember Nash has now kind of amended Councilmember O'Connell's motion to limit it to 90 minutes. Again, anybody on either side can speak, correct, Councilmember Nash? That's the motion, properly seconded. Debate. I've got people in the queue. I'd rather have hands at this point. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
All right. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. No. Previous question prevails. We're on Councilmember Nash's motion to limit it to 90 minutes. We're voting. We'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of Councilmember Nash's amendment to Councilmember O'Connell's original motion. All those in favor of what Councilmember Nash has asked for say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Councilmember Nash's his motion passes. Because it's a 2/3? Okay. All right. So we'll be on the board. Okay, ready? All right. So again, understand what you're voting for. You're voting for Councilmember Nash's amendment to limit to 90 minutes instead of what Councilmember O'Connell had an unlimited. Councilmember Nash is limiting it to 90 more minutes. Okay. Okay. People in the back can't vote. Sorry. All right. All right. We're on the board. If you're in favor of Councilmember Nash's motion, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Open up the machines. Okay, so I have a note up here that says if it starts acting funny, just push the button once and leave it alone. Okay. And do. And they can talk. Okay. Yeah, and right. Anybody wants to speak, and they'll just have to identify them. Parker's not here, and I don't see Toombs. Everybody's in. Councilmember Sepulveda. Okay. Votes are in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the votes. Ayes 18, noes 15. The motion fails. Okay. All right. So we are back where we were. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to limit further public hearing to Davidson County residents.
I think there may be a legal challenge to that. I don't think you can do that. So we're checking, but I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can, because we're trying to keep it fair, I don't think you can exclude people from speaking. Hold on. Hold on. I mean, legal requirements, we got it. We're trying to keep up with them. Councilman Rosenberg, for what purpose?
Thank you. We limit our public comment periods to Davidson County residents at the end of each month.
Public comment period. That's just when people sign up, but this is completely different at this point. Okay.
Okay.
Any idea?
Vice Mayor. Based on conversations with Metro attorneys and our legal counsel, I'll withdraw my motion.
All right, we are on the public hearing. We will start proceeding. So here's how this works. My understanding is that there are people on both sides that want to speak. So anybody who is, now I will tell you this, you can only speak once. You can't speak twice, okay? And we're going to be trying to monitor that. So if you do, that's a violation of our rules. Don't do that. If people want to speak, that have not spoken, you need to go ahead and line up. Now, we're going to ask for both supporters and people in opposition, okay? And when you come to the podium, you'll just tell us what you're for, okay? So anybody in, Ms. Hayes is in the back, and she is going to start lining people up, and we'll just keep going. Okay, so hold on just a second. So our Spanish interpreter is going to have to leave, and so so what we're doing is we're checking to see, is there anybody else in the queue, and we'll get somebody to check outside. Is anybody in the queue that's going to need Spanish interpretation services? All right. Ms. De Luis, would you come to the microphone and just announce and see if anybody wants to speak? Hold on just a second. There you go. Okay, you're good.
¿Hay alguien en la sala que necesite servicios de interpretación en español?
No, it's Christine Lalonde.
I don't see anybody.
Okay.
So.
Hey, Ms. Hayes, no one outside? Okay. So would you all join me in thanking Ms. De Luis?
Vote no.
That may be the one thing we can all agree on. Isn't that great? Okay. All right. So we've got that covered. So we are now ready to proceed. We go back to the original rules, 2 minutes. You see the red. You'll see the countdown. When it turns red and it makes a noise, we turn off the microphone. Okay. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name is Whitney Pastrek. I live at 917A Spain Avenue in the proud and always District 5, and I oppose the stadium deal as it stands tonight. As many of you know, I am a native of Houston, Texas. I've had the dubious honor of following this franchise for almost 48 years. In 1996, the team of Bum Phillips and Earl Campbell broke my heart over a stadium deal and ran off to bamboozle this city instead. Somewhere, Bum is rolling in his grave because it's happening again. The only difference is that this time, I know the folks responsible for the heartbreak personally. Y'all know where I stand. Most of us have talked about this at length. What's more, I've knocked doors for you. I've donated to your campaigns. I've believed in you and worked alongside you to make this city a better place. And I'm absolutely heartbroken that you are choosing to listen to billionaires and lobbyists over stadium experts and even over your own neighbors. We're 80 days out from early voting to begin electing a new mayor, as well as a new council. I ask that you please defer this deal until after that election so that new leaders with the best interests of the people of Nashville as their first and only priority, can try to make it stronger. If that's not something you're interested in, then please get out of the way so we can elect someone who is. The Titans took 9 years to leave my city of Houston. The people of Nashville, which now include me, deserve a better deal than what the mayor's office whipped up in 9 months. And I believe there are people in this room who are capable of doing a kick-ass job if they just have the time to do it. Please defer. Thank you for your time and your service to Nashville.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ifani Da Silva. I was born May 16, 2000 in Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, Nashville native, still here, still love it here, and still haven't seen the Titans go to the Super Bowl. Matter of fact, they are one of 12 teams to never win the Super Bowl. It's pretty terrible. I don't know why we're doing any of this. It's not for me, and it's not for these folks over here who aren't being paid to sit here. So what I would like to say to all of you is that, you know, when you can actually name the fact where you live in Davidson County, 2509 Sleepy Hollow Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37217, okay? When you can do that and not have a paid-for badge on your chest or Titans logo slashed on you, you're just a person who was tired, sick and tired, has been here multiple times, sat through your former public hearings that you guys had. Well, not hearings, because you guys didn't do that, but, you know, the ones where you guys went door to door and then lied to us about what the budget actually was. I was there for those, and I'm sick of still being here, and it's April, so you might as well just continue to defer it, so that way we can actually vote a referendum on this and get rid of it because you guys aren't doing it.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Johnson, and I live in Whites Creek off of Greens Lane, and I'm opposed. And Whites Creek is at stake in your game. This game that we have continued to play year after year after year, a game that has cost so many lives. A game that has people lined up in Madison at the plasma line selling their blood just to pay rent in this town. A game that has pushed children to the brink of suicide and my friends overdosing on the streets of Nashville. We had one of the highest eviction rates recently, up 70% more than the height of COVID. My cousin was shot and killed in a place called Delway. The kids call it Hellway because there's so much crime. It's in District 9, by the way. This is just a precursor to what will happen if this deal goes through, which unfortunately I'm sure the ink has already dried. I understand that developers, lawyers, and entertainment professionals are not too concerned about the pain of ordinary Nashvillians have faced, but as leadership, you have to be concerned about this. If this deal goes through, all the other deals that have been hanging on this deal will also go through. And time's up for Nashville. It's not about which lease is better, Zolfat, Hancock. It's about what lease will give us time to save our people. If you think that passing this is saving Nashville money, you have been sleeping at the wheel of destruction, and you will be responsible for the chaos that follows. So once you pass this, just know the real work has begun, and you have to continue to feed them with our money, and they will keep coming, and they will keep eating until you finally say no. So please say no on this deal of death, because people will die if you say yes to this. They already are. Thank you for listening. And can I submit this to the council sergeant at arms? That's the thing, right? Thank you. And if you vote this through, liberté, liberté.
All right, thank you. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Madeira Davis. I live on 505 Huntington Ridge Drive, 37211, and my council member is Councilmember Nash. I've waited for 4 hours to tell you how I'm against this bill. Number one, 52% of Nashvillians are against this new bill. We should postpone this deal until we have a better deal that the majority of Nashvillians support. Number two, we have never been presented with alternatives. We haven't been given a competitive estimate of simply renovating the current stadium. We haven't considered locating the new stadium to other areas of town which have more land and are less costly. Number three, a lot of people have claimed that this will bring money to our city, but economists agree this is not true. Stadiums are not a good deal for cities. Number four, we need to set our priorities straight. The council district where my family lives in South Nashville is underserved. We are one of the most densely populated districts in Nashville, and yet we have far less public transit than other areas of town. We don't have enough sidewalks, and because our neighborhood is densely populated with people who do not own vehicles, this lack of sidewalk has led to injury and death. As a graduate of Metro's schools, I have seen firsthand how underfunded our schools are. How can we afford to spend over $3 billion on a luxury stadium when people don't have equitable access to service in all areas of our community? That isn't right. Where we do and do not decide to put our money shows where our values lie as a city. Who is your priority here? Please vote no. Do not prioritize corporations over the people of Nashville. We do not want this. The Titans can give us a better deal.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Harris. I live in District 5, 1120 Stainback Avenue. As Councilman Mendez has already highlighted, the facts are just not on the side of this deal. A quick review of the economic literature says that the evidence is irrefutable. Respected institutions like Stanford, the University of Michigan, Brookings Institution, even the Federal Reserve of St. Louis have published research clearly demonstrating that cities do not benefit from such agreements. SB Nation, which is a sports reporting website, didn't mince words in 2021 when they called it a scam. On top of the basic economic facts of the matter, using public funds generated from the hardworking middle and working classes to pad the real estate portfolios of billionaires is not just ethically questionable, but frankly, it's morally reprehensible. These team owners possess more than enough personal wealth to finance their own ventures. If the billionaires want new toys, the billionaires can pay for their own toys. It's unconscionable to siphon public money for their benefit. I know time is short. I'll just leave you with a quick hypothetical, a vision of a better Nashville. Can you imagine a city dedicated to using this magnitude of funding to actually better the communities in Nashville? What could the city be if instead of catering to the whims of billionaires, some of the wealthiest people who have ever walked the face of the earth, we spent this amount of public money as funding local small businesses and helping the actual residents of the city to thrive in their community, to build a Nashville that's genuinely better for everyone. I implore you to prioritize the needs and welfare of the people of Nashville over the financial interests of a select few billionaires. I personally think we should follow the example of bigger cities like Los Angeles and provide zero public funding beyond the existing contractual obligations. But at the very least, we should table this until after the elections in August. It is our moral duty to ensure public funds are allocated where they can have the greatest positive impact on our community. And frankly, this ain't it. Thanks.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Charlene Culbertson, 14163 Old Hickory Boulevard, Antioch, 37013. I'm somewhat of an endangered species. I am a Nashville native. I'm a graduate of Metro Nashville Public Schools and actively a teacher at an M&PS school just down the street from here. I'm here to ask that you do not approve this stadium. As a native, I grew up hearing stories about Nashville and what used to be where. The increase of demolitions and erasures of the history of this city the past 5 years is something that I cannot believe this council has allowed for the sake of progress. Your definition of progress looks more and more like you only care about saying which company has set up shop in town, and you care nothing about preserving what made Nashville so desirable in the first place, let alone the citizens that have been here when Broadway and East Nashville were places you didn't go. Granted, I love seeing the revitalization of these areas, but what I don't love is how the city council and city council members in the past have sold out Nashville's history, charm, and its people to do so. As I said, I'm a teacher that has wanted to do nothing but teach at M&PS. To live in Davidson County, I also work at Starbucks before school 4 to 5 times a week. One of those days was today. I have been up since 3 a.m. And I'm still here. This is the reality for so many in this city serving the future of this city. How are you going to avoid the needs of the people of this city, teachers, firefighters, police, just for a shiny new stadium? You can't get to and from the current stadium effectively because, again, this council in the past has refused to fund public transit plans, even though it is consistently asked for by the people of this city. Do what the people of the city is asking you. Stop looking for the next headline and actually listen to your constituents. Plan for the future instead of the right now. We see how you vote and we know how to run for your seat. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Morrison. I live at 1114 Nelson Drive in District 10, Zach Young's district. Thank you for the email back earlier today. I work at 1500 Dickerson Road in Sean Parker's district, and I have also lived in Brandon Taylor and Dave Rosenberg's districts. Good evening to everyone, even though I should almost be saying good morning at this point. I'm here as an educator in MMPS and a member of MNEA who is opposed to the current deal for the Titan Stadium. Using taxpayer money to fund this project is an irresponsible use of money that could be going into other needs in our city. Nashville's education system, our community safety programs, and infrastructure are all in great need and literally crumbling right before your eyes. Affordable housing doesn't exist in this city, and the service workers here can't afford to live here because they don't make a living wage. We want to spend $1.26 billion on a tourist attraction. I don't need 2 minutes to blatantly state that as a public employee of the city, that's embarrassing. The beneficiaries of this deal are corporate, money-hungry billionaires who are looking to make more profit off of the tourists who visit here. As previously stated by many others opposed to this deal this evening, economics agree that cities and states do not receive significant return on investment. Who are we prioritizing with this deal? Is it the Nashville residents who have lived here for decades, or the tourists and the Williamson County season ticket holders who want to have a more glamorous Sunday fun day? There are other options in this deal. Like my friend Jason stated earlier, it's not a matter of this deal or no deal. There are other options. There are other options. Right, Bob? There are other options. Please vote on behalf of the future of the residents, the families, and the employees of our city and vote no tonight on the Titan Stadium deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Amanda Hackney. I live at 1005 Pierce Road in Madison. I was born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee, and I graduated from TSU. This is my first time doing this. I'm nervous. Listen, I'm also a teacher. I've been up since 5. I'm exhausted. So thank you for giving me this time for listening. Listen, investing in rich and hoping the best is just a myth. Trickle down doesn't exist. It's just a stadium. All these lovely things that we have said will happen to our community, that's not the real plan. We're planning to actually build a stadium. If you really wanted to invest in the community, then that's what we would be doing. I want to tell you about my exceptional ed students. Our most vulnerable children. In Tennessee, sometimes we have to double and even triple these students with a paraprofessional, and these people are here to protect their safety. We've had so much discussion lately in protecting children, and part of protecting children would be giving them the resources and the access that they need to have a safe day at school. When we have these kids with 2 or 3 to 1 paraprofessional, these people are just people. They're a human being. They can't take care of all of these children's needs at one time, especially when their needs vary so much. I also want to talk about how at the end of the day, my students sometimes have to wait in school until 4:30 in the afternoon for buses to come because we don't have enough buses. We don't have enough bus drivers. Building the stadium is not going to give us more bus drivers. It's not going to help these babies get home on time. Building that stadium is not going to get us more paraprofessionals to take care of the children. The children won't have anything to do with that stadium. They'll still be at school with not enough help, not enough resources, sometimes waiting till 4:30 at night just to get on the bus, And then lastly, I want to talk about the subs. We don't have enough subs.
So, ma'am, it's 2 minutes and your time ended. All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Emmy Klein. I live at 535 Main Street, 37206 in District 5. I live in East Nashville, less than a 10-minute walk from Nissan Stadium, and most of that is parking lot. I have to add that I am a huge fan of the Titans, but I am not at all a fan of this proposal. This is the largest public stadium subsidy in NFL history. There is no reason that the people of Nashville and Tennessee need to front the cost of this stadium. We need to invest in infrastructure, schools, our teachers, public transportation, healthcare, the arts, and affordable housing. The Titans have allegedly promised to invest in the local community. Historically, they have not proven themselves to be good stewards of community. On Christmas Eve of last year, they held a football game while the rest of Nashville, including their neighbors right across the street, endured rolling blackouts due to the cold. Families and children in the cold on Christmas Eve. And they lost. Much of the group in support of this stadium talked about rising property values for residents in the area. But they haven't talked about how that is going to price out many families who have lived in this community for generations. The state continues to attack queer and trans people. Will the Titans stand up for their neighbors? Without concrete commitments on how exactly they will support our community, their words are simply empty promises. We do not need to make a deal until 2028, and I don't believe that we need a new stadium, but at the very least, we need to slow down this decision until we find a solution that does not leave the people of Nashville behind. We have a history of building and expanding without proper investment and forethought in the infrastructure needed to support these changes. This always harms our people. In 2022, just last year, we opened up a soccer stadium without thinking about where people would park or how people would get to the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sheehan. I live on Essex Place in District 18. I've been a Nashville resident since 1997. I am a Vanderbilt football fan. And so I'm not mad at this body for getting run over by the Titans. That's the Titans' job. Their job is to hit you and get every single coin they can out of you, knowing that it's our money. I'm not mad at you because you are designed to be a weak legislature in a system that needs a strong executive, and your mayor abandoned you. And you know it. You told the mayor you needed to know in order to do your due diligence what our actual obligations were. And the mayor spent the money and told you something else. The mayor abandoned you. You have no blocker. You don't get mad at the guy who gets tackled with no blocker, and that is you. I pity this body. And I pity those of you who are out there like Cassandra screaming into the night about the things that are obviously going to happen. I pity those of you that have no lawyer because, my friends, you desperately need a counselor who works for you and not for the Titans. It was the mayor's job, and the mayor abandoned us. The mayor decided he was not going to run, and I don't know when he decided that he was not interested in being Nashville's mayor anymore, but he did, and you know it. You are our last line of defense on this, and you can call halftime. You have that ability. It's your job. No matter how weak you are, no matter how afraid you are, no matter how much you don't have a staff and the Titans do, the mayor does, you can call a timeout on this. You can go into halftime. You can get a real lawyer who works for you, who will tell you what Bob told you, and then you can do the right thing. And if you don't, we will see you in August.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is John Mohammed. I live on 2637 Mesa Drive, 37217. So I'm here to speak against the stadium. And I just want to touch on a few things I feel like have not been mentioned. Are the Titans a good team? Like, let's stop for a second. Just on the merits, like, who is going to come watch this team? Like, actually, like, think about that. The team that wouldn't pay A.J. Brown is out here with their hand out asking us for money. Y'all don't find that odd? That is crazy to me. They wouldn't pay top talent to come to their team, and they expect us to pay for a top stadium. That's crazy. That's crazy. I live in Antioch. You go find me a sidewalk in Antioch right now. on Murfreesboro Road, 45-mile-an-hour street, bus stop in the ditch. Come on, what are we talking about right here? It's just crazy to me. Like, and then that man went crazy on us. He came back to Nashville and went crazy on us, went and joined the team that went to the Super Bowl. I just want to say they want to pay for top talent. I watched that man all year just go crazy. And then on top of that, just to watch this team come and ask us for money for a new stadium, it's just wild to me, bro. It's not said enough. I didn't hear nobody else say that. Y'all wouldn't pay A.J. Brown.
My name is Jamie Anderson, and I'm a homeowner and taxpayer at 1219 Stainback Avenue in Cleveland Park by the Dickerson Road corridor. I think you can tell from the diversity of the backgrounds and cultures of the people who have spoken for the past 2+ hours that you have heard from a broad representation of the Nashville community as opposed to a subset of special interests. This is obviously a lobbyist bill, not a community bill that's trying to get railroaded through at the last minute under a lame duck mayor, the same mayor who won't be around to deal with the fallout. Some of you will directly, and all of you will indirectly. That's why this initiative should be voted on by the public. And if not that, the council's vote should reflect the will of the public, which is not in favor of this bill. Remember when the legislature voted to cull this body down from 40 to 20? Remember the outrage about how that felt on so many levels? I stood for you against that action, and I ask you now to stand with the people for what should be decided by the people. This bill is corporate welfare, and I'm sure I don't need to explain why after 2 hours. This bill is the largest stadium subsidy, putting the people on the line for what will end up being billions of dollars after infrastructure and a volley of other expenses that are taken into account. Yet there's been no independent person or agency with business expertise regarding these deals to look it over and advise the council. That's kind of upsetting. We need someone to look at it and prove to you guys what the real costs and ramifications are going to be, because they're not named or addressed in this bill. And what's also not guaranteed or even addressed are wage floors or affordable housing units, even though lots would like to say they are. And as we've seen before, promises and supposed goodwill mean nothing. Oh, thank you. Please defer.
Hi, my name is Steve Vinnick. I live at 703 Maplewood Lane, 37216, District 8, Councilmember Nancy Van Rees. Before I start, I just wanted to make sure that folks knew that there was a Vanderbilt survey about this that found that voters are somewhat opposed to this, 52% against the stadium deal as it currently stands. That's within the margin of error, but worth considering that this is a very close issue. So here are my remarks. Before each of you vote on this proposal tonight, please ask yourself, is this the best deal that you can get for the Nashville taxpayers and for the Nashville community? As others have noted, there's a false dichotomy and a false narrative around this deal, that it's this deal or nothing, that it's this deal or we're stuck with the terrible 1996 deal, that if you vote no tonight, there will be no new stadium and the Titans will leave Nashville forever. But that is not the question that you're voting on tonight. Here's the question you're voting on tonight. Is this the best deal that you can get for the Nashville taxpayers and the Nashville community? If you care about affordable housing, public education, and fully funding our public schools, public transportation, and living wage jobs, is this the best deal that you can get for Nashville taxpayers with Nashville taxpayer money? As far as I can tell, it seems like you have not pushed as hard as you could for a better deal for the community. I think there's an example of what that might look like. I'd refer you to the River Chase redevelopment plan that happened recently, which was fiercely fought. There was a similar public hearing, and it took one council member, Councilmember Parker, standing up, deferring that bill, I think 5 or 6 times, giving us the time to negotiate a better deal. You don't have to do this tonight. There is time, and I would urge you to please take the time so that the community can weigh in on this. So if you care about this, is this the best deal? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is is this working? Okay. My name is Gracie. I live in District 18. Y'all don't need to know my address. I'm out here because I oppose this stadium. A lot of my friends have come before me, and there's not really anything I can say that they haven't. But I'll say it again. I mean, the people of Nashville don't want this stadium deal. You can see how many people have showed up tonight and talked against it. We're in the middle of a recession, y'all. Like, people can't afford to eat, people can't afford their house, and we're going to give the Titans $2 billion. And like he said, they're not even good. And I'm just saying now, like, it just doesn't make sense. People who are a lot better at numbers than I am have told you that. Bob Mendez has told you, this whole entire front row, 3 rows have told you. And it's just, we're sick and tired of getting these deals that are not for people who live here. You guys have seen who've come up here who've not lived here. And for tourists, for folks in Williamson County, for folks who are, you know, flooding those Airbnbs. And we're watching, y'all. Like, we know how you're voting. We know how you've been voting this whole time. We've seen Airbnbs. We've seen River Chase. Now we're seeing the Titan Stadium. We've seen LPRs. We've seen it all, you know, and we're coming up on August, and y'all better watch out because, you know, it's about time that y'all are accountable to the people. Because we're showing up for you. We're showing up to support y'all getting cut. We're showing up to support all this state preemption. And the least y'all can do is show up for us and pay us something. Because it's a recession. And, you know, people can't even afford to eat half a mile away from the stadium. And y'all are going to invest all this money right there. So that's all I got to say. Y'all better vote no.
Hey there, my name is Ben Curland. I live at 5008 Illinois Avenue in Nashville. I was born and raised right here. And I recognize that public policy is complicated, which is why this is such a rare treat of an opportunity to work on something with an objective answer. Every serious economic analysis of stadium subsidies shows that economic benefit proponents, it doesn't make any sense. Every time somebody studies this, we find that those dollars are not being spent well and that we do not get a return on our investment. In 1996, Nashville made a terrible deal that was really expensive, and now you have a chance to renegotiate, and what you're doing is making an even more expensive deal. That's crazy. And what drives me insane is that we're talking about this in this state, in this year, when any serious person who's been paying attention knows that as soon as y'all give the Titans this money, the state is going to come in and take over everything. The mayor's office is handling this with the political skill of Charlie Brown playing football. There's been no serious negotiation of this deal. There's been no independent cost analysis. The Titans are laughing all the way to the bank. And the incompetence of the deal isn't the reason I'm speaking tonight. The reason I'm speaking is because every dollar that is spent or borrowed by this city is a moral choice. And you have to find the best and highest use of that dollar. You have to look around and say, is there anybody sleeping on the street tonight? Is there anybody going hungry tonight? Is there a kid in school who needs a teacher to support them tonight? And if you look at that, and you say the best use of this dollar is to go to $1 billion stadium owned by $1 billion corporation, owned by a family of billionaires, then God help us.
Vice Mayor Schulman and council members, my name is Christine Lalonde, and I live at 2005 20th Avenue South in District 18. A lot has been said tonight, and I would like to address reality of what this deal doesn't do and what this process hasn't been. The deal does not provide for affordable housing. The deal does not support expanded transit or transit funding. The deal does not guarantee that the venue will be used for any revenue-producing events beyond the existing football schedule and a few local events. It does not guarantee it will be any different from the other stadiums that sit empty the vast majority of the time. The deal is not based on an appropriate study of the real costs of our obligations on the existing lease. Instead of working on behalf of citizens to determine the real costs, Metro let the Titans name their price. The deal does not hire a single bus driver or teacher, fix a road in an existing neighborhood, or fund housing for those sleeping on our streets right outside this building. It does not build the infrastructure for a new neighborhood in the East Bank either. The deal does not differ from the scores of other publicly financed stadium deals that have given tax dollars to the rich while doing little to benefit those who pay those taxes. This deal does not reflect the input of Nashvillians who have been given little time or access to study this plan and weigh in. Let's be straight about what this deal is. This isn't about wishes or maybes. This is about building a fancy football stadium and subsidizing rich people and doing so by obligating our futures. The people of Nashville deserve to know that this is the real deal. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kate Guerra, and I am the Vice President of Marketing and Communications for the Tennessee Titans. I reside at 890 Carter Street in Councilman Parker's district. I'm here representing the dozens of Nashvillians who are in attendance tonight, some here in this chamber, if y'all would like to be recognized, and some outside in the hall, unable to get inside, all supportive of the stadium agreement. They're here hours after our portion of the public hearing concluded. Most of them have been here since 4 p.m., and I know that many of you have been as well. Thank you for your commitment to this council and to this city. We were each prepared to speak in support of the stadium during our allotted time, but elected not to, out of respect for this body and your time. Because frankly, you have heard all of our diverse perspectives and viewpoints throughout this process. There have been public comment periods across this county. Thanks to your dedication and commitment, this deal has been discussed very extensively for many months, and thank you again for your commitment to that discussion. All of us feel very passionately that this deal is the right deal for Nashville taxpayers. It's a meaningful improvement over every aspect of our current lease. It is also a catalyst for the kind of development on the East Bank that Nashvillians have been waiting on for a generation. As we did in the first public comment period, we are again electing to yield our time out of respect for this body's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name Diamond. I live in Madison, Tennessee. I wasn't gonna get up here and say nothing because, like, unlike most people back here, I don't got no faith in y'all, the ones that voted no on the public hearing. I just want to say I find it really funny how some of y'all who are saying yes on this deal, the only reason that you gave is because it's getting us out of this other deal. It wasn't because it's helping the community, which is real crazy to me. Also, Councilmember Nash, you said that we probably just saying the same thing over and over. That's why you didn't want to continue the public hearing, which is crazy to me because that means y'all know that we keep talking about affordable housing and we keep talking about education and we keep talking about streets, but y'all want to keep talking about a stadium, which is crazy. Like, so of course we're gonna keep saying the same thing. Y'all not doing nothing. Y'all supposed to be here representing us, and y'all want us to vote y'all in. Y'all supposed to be here representing us. I don't have no faith in y'all. Like, I'm talking about I don't at all, period. Like, y'all done showed me time and time and time again at public hearings, public comments, anywhere outside that y'all don't care. The ones that's voted no on the public hearing, the ones that's voted yes on, y'all don't care. So, yeah, that's what I got to say.
All right, is there anybody else here in this room that has not spoken that needs to speak? We got one individual. Go ahead, and then I'll ask Ms. Hayes if there's anybody else left out in the. Ms. Hayes, is there anybody in the queue that needs to come in? Not to speak. So this is the last speaker. Okay, so you're recognized.
Hi. Hi. My name is Katie. I live over at 122 31st Avenue North. I've lived here for about 8 years. I originally lived in Antioch. I lived in Antioch, worked in downtown in the service industry with no car, so I relied on the public transportation system. What was originally a 17-minute drive turns into on the rapid, a 45-minute bus ride minimum to over an hour and a half. I think someone already also spoke about how you have to allot for like 3 hours just to get to work. Also, when I first moved here, the buses closed at 7 p.m. on Sundays. For a city that has bars open till 3 a.m. is ridiculous. You have a city that wants to be a metropolis that voted down increasing public transportation for this city, voted down putting bus traffic lanes, voted down getting some sort of subway system, train system, something to get the working class people who are supposed to serve all of the tourists that Billy flew in here for $250 of our dollars each. Like, I just don't understand how a stadium is supposed to actually help the people. It's only going to displace them. There's no work being done on getting minimum wage workers to work. Everybody's getting priced out of their homes. You've also already heard this. I just would like y'all to maybe think about everybody that has been coming here, how they got here. What are you doing to actually help lower income people, people of color, marginalized communities in this city that it is made up of? Like, we're in the South. The only thing that I can say is that when I was in times of trouble, when I needed food, there weren't programs here for me to help. I had to go to the Nashville Free Community Fridge. When I needed help affording my housing, it wasn't any sort of programs that are Nashville created, that the state created. It was my own community. So help people.
All right. Anybody else that needs to be wants to be recognized? Anybody else? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. We are now on item F, which is resolutions. We have one. It is RS 2023-2044. It's by Councilmember Withers, Roten, Hurt, Toombs, and others. It's a resolution creating a Nashville Needs Impact Fund to help provide resources to nonprofit entities serving Nashville and Davidson County and designating certain amounts thereto. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to cede my time to Councilmember Van Rees.
Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to move the resolution.
All right, so there's a motion on the resolution properly seconded. I know there's some amendments floating.
Yes, there are. I am the sponsor of amendment number 1. I'd like to withdraw amendment number 1 in support of amendment number 2 as substituted. So with that, I'll remove amendment number 1 and yield to Councilmember Toombs regarding amendment number 2 and the subsequent.
All right, just so that everybody can follow this, there are 3 amendments in the packet on this resolution. Councilmember Van Rees has withdrawn the first one and has now yielded her time over to Councilmember Toombs. There are 2 amendments, one in your packet listed as amendment number 2, and one is a late filed amendment. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your amendments.
All right, I want to address the late filed amendment first.
All right, so we're going to, it's an unmarked amendment. It would have been in your email packages today. It's amendment number, it's unmarked. It's a late filed. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your late filed amendment.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs, because it's late filed, is going to need to suspend the rules to get this one before us today. Is there objection to suspension of the rules on this amendment? I got one. Just one hand. Okay, so needed 2. Councilmember Toombs, rules are suspended. You're on your resolution.
So the amendment just clarifies what the Nashville Needs Impact Fund will be. It removes the restriction to just nonprofits so that it's nonprofits, metro government departments and agencies, non-government organizations. It also clarifies the different areas that funds can be allocated to education, public transit, affordable housing, cultural and artistic promotion, historic preservation, environmental stewardship and sustainability, gender equity and youth sports, and diversity, equity, and inclusion in general.
Okay. That's the explanation of the amendment. It is before us now. Questions on it? Councilmember O'Connell, you're in the queue. Councilmember Porterfield in the queue. Okay, so any questions on the amendment? Again, this is the late filed amendment. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the late filed amendment by Councilmember Toombs being on resolution number RS 2023-2044. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's on. What about the amendment number 2?
I'll withdraw the.
Amendment number 2 is withdrawn, so that takes care of all the amendments. So we're now back on the resolution as amended. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to commend my colleague, Councilmember Toombs, for working on making this better and better. I know that Councilmember Gamble worked on earlier versions of it as well. I'm particularly respectful of the opportunity to be able to make sure that these funds are available to as many of the things that we just heard about today, and that this $47 million can absolutely be seed money. And I'm hoping that other organizations and future council members and future mayors will be able to find a place to put more money into these funds. And I appreciate the first $47 million coming from the Titans. I'm particularly proud of my involvement in the Nashville Needs Impact Fund, and I'm glad that Councilmember Toombs will be around in the next council, I hope, to make sure that it's taken care of. And with that, I move approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Van Rees has moved approval for passage of RS 2023-2044 as amended, properly seconded. I got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think wouldn't it make sense to take this after Bill 2023-1741?
There was discussion about that. I should turn it over to the director who can kind of explain why we took it first. You usually take resolutions before.
I understand that. It just, if the bill were not to pass, I don't know what the impact of this resolution would be. That might be the question worth asking. Okay.
Councilmember O'Connell, we had the same discussion. Director Darby.
If this resolution passes, but the bill does not, essentially what we've done is created a fund, but not provided the funding for the fund. So the fund would still exist and be available if monies were ever put into it.
Then I guess I've got a point of order question. Should I move to defer till after the bill, or is it just take it out of order? I'd love for us to consider doing these in the opposite order.
I think it might be too late to take it out of order since we're already in the middle of the motion to approve.
Yeah, we're on the resolution. We're just following the schedule. So
yeah, I understand. It was hard to get a timing question in before that, seeing the published notice. All right. Well, I'm not going to be able to support it before the bill. Thanks.
Councilmember Parker, microphone.
Would a point of order, would a motion to move to the heel of the agenda take precedence over the motion that's on the floor?
It's on a motion to defer.
I'm sorry, you're hitting that rule book a lot tonight.
I've been hitting it a lot lately. For every meeting
She's been reading it at night like everybody else.
I have taken it home. You'll have to give me a moment.
Just give us a second. We're just making sure. Okay. All right. We've taken a look at it. I think I would entertain a motion if you want to move it to the Hill.
I'll move to put resolution 2023-2044 to the heel.
All right. So it's a motion just to move it to the Hill. So what that means is it just goes behind the ordinance if that's what the council wants to do. Okay. So there's a motion to move it to the Hill of the calendar, properly seconded. Discussion on that. Any questions? Okay, if you have a question, I've got people in the queue. Any questions on that? All right, we're voting on just the motion to move it to underneath the ordinance. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I think you're on a roll call. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, this machine's working. Okay. Okay. All right. So, a reminder from the director, these machines, treat them like babies. Okay. Just when you vote, just touch it, and don't touch it many times. Just touch it once. Okay. Love the machine. Don't hurt it. Just love the machine. Mr. Clerk, tell me when you're ready. Okay, so we're voting on a motion to move the resolution to the Hill of the calendar. Okay. Ready? All right. Mr. Clerk, open the machines. Motion to move the resolution to the Hill. If you want to move it to the Hill, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Press it lovingly, just once. Nothing's recording. Everybody voted? Everybody in? No. Councilmember Vercher? We're voting on a motion to move the resolution to the Hill of the calendar. No. Good? Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 24, noes 13, one abstention. The motion passes. So we will move the resolution to behind the ordinance. Okay, everybody understand? So we are now on bills on third reading, which is item G of your calendar. It is item number 2 on this agenda. It's Bill 2023-1741. It's an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of an intergovernmental project agreement with the Sports Authority of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County relating to the development and funding of a new enclosed stadium designating a geographic area within which 50% of state and local option sales tax will be allocated to fund capital projects at the stadium or any on-site or off-site infrastructure necessary for the operation thereof, approving the issuance of one or more series of public facility revenue bonds by the Sports Authority to finance a portion of the costs related to the construction of the enclosed stadium, authorizing the use and pledge of certain of the Metropolitan government's revenues as security for the bonds, authorizing the acquisition of the stadium's campus from the Sports Authority and the lease of the new stadium site to the Sports Authority, authorizing the Metropolitan government's execution and delivery of a site coordination agreement relating to the interaction between the operations of the stadium and the development within certain areas around the stadium, and authorizing the defeasance of a portion of the Metropolitan government's general obligation bonds issued to fund the acquisition of the campus on which the stadium is located. Sponsors are Withers, Roten, Hurt, Pulley, Hancock, Johnston, and others. And we are on that bill. This is a bill on third reading. Go to the sponsor, Councilmember Withers. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill as amended.
Okay, so there's a motion on the bill, properly seconded. Before you start, I've got people in the queue, so I'll go through it. I don't know if you want me to clear it because I'm not sure if everybody cleared it from the last resolution. I'll leave it alone if you want. I can't, I just don't know. If you want me to clear it, I can clear it and then we can start over. Did it clear itself? Okay, just checking. All right. Councilmember Porterfield, for what reason? Councilmember Porterfield.
I got cleared from the queue, Vice Mayor. I pushed it again after the first vote to be in this queue, and it took me out of the queue. So it's not showing.
All right, do you want me to, what do you want me to do?
Clear the queue, please, Vice Mayor.
You want me to do nothing? Okay. So I don't know what happened. I'm happy to clear the queue if that's what you want.
Yes, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I don't like leaving people out. I'm concerned about Councilmember Porterfield.
Or you could just call on me first, Vice Mayor. Whatever floats your vote.
Let me see.
It had me over.
Oh. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I just wanted to clarify that once we did put this bill on the floor, many of us pressed our buttons. Then it cleared all of us out, and so the people that are in the queue right now, that's not the order that it originally was. It wasn't just Councilmember Porterfield.
Okay.
It was several of us.
All right. So, Mr. Clerk, can you clear the queue? Okay. Can you clear the queue? Okay. So, we've tried to be as fair as we can through this entire meeting. So we're going to be fair again to council members, and we're going to clear the queue and then try not to blow up the machine when you push the button, okay? Can you clear the queue? I think I can clear it.
Guess he got to clear one by one. I'm back in the.
Let's just go line up behind the podium, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hey, hold on. So we had it cleared, and then people started hitting their buttons. Okay, so don't hit. Do not hit your. Just let us clear it, and then I'll tell you when. Okay. Have you got it? Wait. Okay, the queue is clear, go. Okay,
No, there's 20 people ahead of me.
huh?
There's 20 people ahead of me.
I can't help that. It's like, as soon, I asked people not to do it, and they did it anyway. It shows how much power the vice mayor has. Okay? All right, so we are on the bill. Councilmember Withers, you recognized on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, I rise in support of this bill. Appreciate the work of the East Bank Stadium Committee to have lots of information that was publicly available. We did have 5, whether you want to call them a listening session or a public hearing, we did have 5 of those throughout the county. 27 council members voted in favor of the term sheet. We've had additional negotiations since then. I think the vote in favor of this ordinance on second reading was 25. I think that we have done a lot already to continue making this better. And you know, even in terms of the financing package, we've heard some things about that. I think Director Flannery and bond counsel presented an overview of what the financing package was going to be a couple of months ago, at least to the Sports Authority. And these negotiations have only improved it since then. So I think that we pretty much know where most members are. Certainly, we did have a multiple-hour public hearing tonight, which is great, and that could have swayed some votes, certainly. But I think that we know where members are. I think that this has been very thoroughly vetted and negotiated both by the mayor's office and by this council. I think this council, members of this council have worked together to continue making things even better than the mayor's office had. And I think that we're all to be congratulated for that. But now I think it's time to take the vote on the bill on third reading. And I encourage my colleagues to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Hold on. All right. So I usually let cheering happen, but we're trying to get through this, and this may take a little while. All right. So, Councilmember Withers, there are 10 amendments that were timely filed. Now, this is a bill on third reading. You can't amend a bill on third reading unless you suspend the rules. So, if it's okay with, as long as there's no objection, we're going to go through the amendments. We'll take them one at a time. There'll have to be a request to suspend the rules, and we'll see where that goes. And then we'll come back, and then we'll start going to the queue. Okay, that's what we're going to do. The first amendment up is an amendment sponsored by Councilmembers Taylor, Sledge, Bradford, O'Connell, and Henderson. Councilmember Taylor is not here. Councilmember Sledge, are you going to handle this? Okay.
I guess I'll first ask for a suspension of the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge is requesting a suspension of the rules because we don't amend bills on these particular bills on third reading. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? 1, 2, there is objection, so this amendment cannot be heard, okay? Amendment number 2 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Hold on, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. This first amendment, well, I guess it's the second, it's mine, removes CMA amendments from the additional.
Councilmember Rosenberg, you have to suspend the rules.
I was just going to say what it is so they know what they're suspending.
Well,
I'm not going to go on about it or give any reasons.
Okay.
But it just removes CMA so that rent would be excluded on that large event, and I move to suspend the rules.
All right. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? All right.
Can you tell me who objected, please?
I think there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
names.
Can we have names? We usually don't do that. If you get 2 objections, then you know that you can't suspend the rules.
Okay.
Okay. Amendment number 3. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Amendment number 3, rather than taking away CMA Fest, it instead adds the artists who have been fighting for gun violence laws in Tennessee since they're benefiting Tennessee to the list of rent-excluded events, and I move to suspend the rules to allow those.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to suspend the rules. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Objection, more than 2 hands? You can't hear this one. Amendment number 4 by Councilmember Rosenberg.
This next one seeks to allow excluded events, any performance including former members of NWA, so we can encourage some good events to come to town.
All right. So
I
you
move to
heard
suspend the
Councilmember
rules.
Rosenberg. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? There's objection. You can't hear this one. Amendment number 5 by Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the one that's going to fly because a Grateful Dead show or a Fish show is just about as big as CMA Fest, plus it's fantastic music. So I'd move to suspend the rules to allow those.
You didn't mention widespread panic. They're in
Panic as well.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? There is. Can't be heard. Okay. Amendment number 6, Councilmember O'Connell. You recognize.
I'm not going to offer 6 or 7. I would try to offer 8.
Okay. So 6 is withdrawn. 7 is withdrawn. You're on amendment number 8.
Thank you. This just basically says if we're going to increase the ticket tax down the road, it would look for consistency. I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay. Is there objection to suspension of the rules on this one? There is. You can't hear this one. Okay. Amendment number 9 by Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this is pertaining to on-site sports betting and gambling. I would appreciate your support in the suspension of the rules. As you've indicated, you seem to care about this. So let's show the community maybe that we care about this, please. I'd really appreciate your support.
All right. Councilmember Henderson has moved to suspend the rules. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Okay. This one you can't hear as well. And I believe that was it. Is there anything else? All right, so now we're back on the bill. Councilmember Withers has moved, back to the original. Councilmember Withers has moved BL 2023-1741 for passage on third reading. It was properly seconded. Go through the queue. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's okay to think that the existing Nissan Stadium is bad for Nashville. And it's okay to think that we need to build a new stadium. And neither of these ideas is incompatible with the reality that the deal before us is not the best deal that we can get. Now, there are 2 important tactics being used right now, and they're both really effective. One is creating a false sense of urgency. The idea that the future depends on us acting right now, not tomorrow, but now. We know that's not true. Our current deal is not at its end, but that's how you're being pushed to yes tonight. The other tactic is fatigue, making you feel worn down. Don't quit. Don't get tired of the conversation. Don't decide it just needs to be over. That's not leadership. It's acquiescence. It's not leadership. The Metro Council is supposed to be the voice of the people, not a body that simply advises and consents. It's easy to be for the people, and it's easy to stand with unions and workers when they're just asking for a couple extra dollars. But the measure of your values is how you act when there's a lot at stake, when the decision is difficult. That's today. So it's time to decide whether you're a leader in this city, to decide whether you support unions, whether you're prepared to be the voice of the people or not.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, the most important issue before us tonight is making sure that the rumor about trading Derrick Henry is just a rumor. That's part of the point. We can love the team. We can talk about the stadium. To Councilmember Rosenberg's point, we can talk about the current lease and whether we should renovate or build a new one. But it's absolutely absurd that we are all sitting here tonight in our second special called meeting this month for a massive transfer of public wealth to billionaires. Unlike 2 weeks ago, we are not here to deliver swift justice. We are here to deliver a generational mistake. If you are frustrated about what's going on in Nashville, just think about how we've gotten here. It's been growth without guardrails. This deal looks at the lessons of previous deals like the soccer-specific stadium, which delivered a community benefits agreement, or our hockey arena, which now has 0 taxpayer support. This deal looks at those things and runs the other way, soaking up $4 billion of taxpayer money and the largest public subsidy in the history of the NFL. Meanwhile, while no one was looking, the state just erased the gains on affordable housing we secured from surpluses from the convention center. If you think we're going to get to do the things that have been suggested we'll be able to do with any money from this deal that comes from state-enabled tools, think again. We can do better. We should. Better is possible. Councilmember Taylor's amendment demonstrated that clearly. I hope you will join me in voting no on this deal.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to yield to Councilmember Porterfield, please.
Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. I took some quick notes while people were speaking, and primarily what we heard for the people that were in support of the deal, we heard from a former Titans player, we heard from chambers, hospitality industry, benefactors of the platform, people from people from outside of Nashville. And then when we heard from the people that are actually against the deal, we did hear from one person outside of Nashville, and that was someone that was with the taxpayer protection entity. But the other people we heard from were hospital workers, formerly unhoused residents, unhoused resident advocates, teachers, nonprofits not benefiting from the deal, students, community organizers, and faith leaders. And one thing that was mentioned, someone asked, why are we here? And we're here because the people asked us to be here. They asked why we were here, as why we were having this public hearing. The people asked to be here. They asked us to have a public hearing, and they have a right to be heard. It was also mentioned about Nashville being a place where people can work, live, and play. And that's something that we talk about a lot, and it's something that I believe we truly strive for. But Nashville's a great place to play, but it's not a great place to live for the people who can't afford to live here. And so many of our people who work to make this city, our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our firefighters, people that are working in grocery stores and movie theaters, these people live outside of Nashville because they're priced out and they can't afford to live here anymore. So we have to think about, who are we doing this for and who does this really benefit? It reminds me of what I like to call the great cherry tree debacle. And if you remember, people were upset about the cutting down of the cherry trees for the NFL draft, but it wasn't the cherry trees. It was the optics. It was the fact that we keep changing our city to benefit other people that don't live here, that are coming here. And people don't want that. Our constituents want something for them. What I hear from my people, and several of my constituents spoke tonight, and what I hear from them is they want something that's benefiting Antioch. They want something that's benefiting Southeast Nashville. They don't want to keep investing in downtown's playground. Now, we can agree that this deal has gotten better every single time. This isn't the same deal we saw in December. We saw with Councilmember Taylor's amendment that this deal can continue to get better. But this deal got better because people on this body worked for it to get better. Now, we had several amendments that could have made it better, but this body voted those amendments down. And there is no reason for us to think that this is the best version of the deal that we can get. If we keep working, if this body keeps working, we can work to make a better deal. Who we heard from tonight, these are the people that are called the working poor, and I'm a part of those people. They can't afford to go to a Titans game, but they are the ones that are working in the concessions and cleaning up the stadiums, and they're saying that they don't want this. So I'm going to ask you to please vote this down.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Hold on. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'm going to start by sharing a message from Councilmember Taylor. I promised I would do this for him. He says, I'm out of town for a work obligation in Albuquerque. With this being an off week, I felt positive I wouldn't be missing anything of great measure. However, I'm missing the largest decision this body will ever make. For the past several years, even prior to running for office, I've actively worked to get a portion of Clarksville Highway from DB Todd to Ed Temple resurfaced. Early in the stadium term sheet days, I received an email from a constituent asking simply, how can you get a $2.2 billion stadium, but the city can't even pave Clarksville Highway? They went on to tell me about 2 wheel alignments and 3 tire repairs from traveling that roadway daily. Simple question, right? My goal remains the same, to have a strong return for the citizens of this city, and I'm not sure we're there at this moment in time. So that's from Councilmember Taylor. For me, I want to thank everybody who came to speak this evening. The one thing we heard consistently from the folks who are opposed to the deal is they might not all have CEO jobs or work in the hospitality industry in a leadership role, but they understand that you can't get something for nothing. They understand that you can't spend $1.26 billion worth of taxpayer money and have it be, quote, free to taxpayers. They understand that you can't move forward without even bothering to estimate the lease obligation or what the cost of the new neighborhood is and just shrug it off and say, we'll figure it out later. That's not the way they can run their lives. That's not the way they want the city to run its finances. The people who spoke to us against the deal understand that you can't spend a dollar twice. So if we raise the hotel occupancy tax by 1%, that's a choice, that's an active choice to spend hotel occupancy tax dollars on a stadium instead of transit, which people in this city want. People understand that getting the development rights ain't free. There's hundreds of millions of dollars worth of development costs. You know, the affordable housing, the parks, the greenways, the transit hub, everything that got mentioned isn't free. And getting development rights back just means spending hundreds of millions of dollars. People who spoke against it understand that you can't go taking 50% of the tax revenue to pay for a stadium and expect to pay another 40% of the tax dollar for education and have anything left at all. Council Member Cooper, 4 years ago, when he was in this seat, railed against this sort of thing in connection with the convention center, and we're doing the same thing, except bigger and badder now. And people live here know that that's not the right way to go. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Councilmember Saguaro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too want to rise in opposition to everyone that came and spoke tonight. I think the people said a lot of things, and I think what we heard put us on alert that there's a lot of things that we're not doing and that we need to be doing. Everybody that complained had a right to complain. And everything that they said about our roads, our schools, and everything is right on the money. And I hear it, and I understand it, and I think they have every right to be upset. What I heard, although, was that there's a lot of information there that I don't think is correct. There was someone that spoke and said, tell me why you're voting for this. Explain to me why. And I wanted to say that I can speak for myself to say that this vote for me is about the people. How do I come to that? There's a lot of things about taxpayer money being used. That is true. Taxpayer money is being used to pay for this. But which taxpayer? That is the question. Property taxes are paid by residents. When you increase property taxes, it's for homeowners and renters that will get their rents go up. The old lease tied down property taxpayers to pay for this. The new lease is using hotel tax and sales taxpayer to do this. Yes, it's property taxpayers, but which property taxpayer am I fighting for? I want to fight for the residents of Davidson County. I don't want to fight for the tourists. We said tax the people that are coming, tax the people that are using it. I heard that over and over again when we were talking about property taxes. That's what we're trying to do here. Now, this is how it works. For everyone that says increase our schools, our railroad, our everything, yes. When you don't use that property taxes to pay for the bond, then we have the obligation to now put that money in things that people want. That is how it benefits the people. And that's what people ought to understand. We talk about the state paying for part of this. The state is not going to give us $500 million just like that. And also, people say, why don't you let the state pay for this? Part of sales tax that we get, people need to understand that sales tax 9.25%, 7% is from the state. So every time we take sales tax and use it for something, the state is paying for it. And I think people need to understand this. So we need to make sure that the people that are here, the money that we collect here, we're using it for the people that are here. That's who we're fighting for. And so this argument about you're not working for the people, you're not listening to the people, I think is divisive. And it's incorrect. Because my vote is for the people. And I want to make sure that I protect residents of Davidson County. And that's the way it should be. I also want to say people talk about we don't know the cost. Please Google the cost. Jaguars is paying about $600 million to renovate. Bengals is $600 to $850 million. I think the numbers we're given is inaccurate, but we can find out what it is. I submit that if we're going to spend $600 million of property taxing money to renovate, it's better to use $700 million of tourist taxes instead. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. All right. Hold on. It's obviously it's important for us to get through this. There's a lot of discussion still left to be had. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right. Councilmember Van Reese has called the previous question. Hold on. So, you know what? I probably ought to, is the machines okay? All right. I'm too scared to do it by voice vote. We're going to do it. Councilmember Van Reese has called the previous question. Okay. So we're going to be voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the bill. We're just voting on whether we want to vote. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would, remember, touch the machine once. Okay. Good. All right. So we're voting on the previous question. If you're ready to vote, you vote aye. If you're not, you vote no. Previous question. Hold on. Can't hear. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. How many people we got? Oh, still 38. How many do we need? Previous question. Everybody in? Councilmember Sepulveda in? Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Hold on. All right. So it's ayes 25, noes 13, 0 abstentions. It needed 26, so it fails. All right. All right. All right. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Oh, just withdrew.
Okay. All
I was
right.
going to call the question.
Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
I guess I just want to second everything that Council Lady Suarez said. There's been a lot of accusations that somehow we're lining our pockets. I can assure you that is not the case for me and my colleagues. I mentioned this last meeting, I've been to one Titans game. Hell, if it was an exhibition game, because my wife's employer had some extra tickets. I am doing this, supporting this bill solely for the reasons that Council Lady Suarez said. I look here, Metro owes $32 million currently. It owes another $30 million in current stadium debt obligations. Immediate stadium repairs totaling $362 million. That comes out of the general fund. And that goes away with this new deal, funded out of the revenue bonds and primarily funded by our tourists and the folks who are using the stadium. We don't know the exact amount of repair, and you could have 3 different people go assess it, and they give you 3 different numbers. What do we repair the old stadium? It's like if you ever tried to remodel your home with your wife. Well, I want that stove. No, we can't afford that. I want that wallpaper. You're never going to get the same number, but we've come close here. We didn't like the number the Titans gave us. I'll divide it in half, and it still is more money than we would want to take out of general fund. People say, well, we don't know what the development is. Well, number one, the Titans are paying for the infrastructure for the stadium and the stadium village. No, we don't know what the infrastructure is going to be for the other area, because none of the developers right now are going to move forward until there's a deal. And then we can start discussing that and who pays for what. This is the right deal at the right time, and it is important that we hurry because it has budget implications for this year and ongoing years if we don't do this deal now.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, so we're back on the previous question. Mr. Clerk? Okay, again, we're not voting on the bill. We're just voting on, it's another attempt to see whether we're ready to vote. We have 37. Oh, somebody left. They're coming back in. Mr. Clerk? Okay, so we're voting on a motion to approve the previous question. Obviously, if you're ready to vote, you vote aye. If you're opposed, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Give me, how many does he need? He just came back in. 26 again? It needs 26 to pass. Everything in? Councilmember Sepulveda? Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 24, noes 14, 0 abstentions. The motion fails. All right. So we're back in the queue. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I want to start by saying what I'm saying is talking about me, not talking about any of y'all, just because I know tensions are high right now. So I was trying to think about the last time the Titans were at the Super Bowl, and I think I was in second grade. I was just remembering like my personal relationship with the Titans. I've only been to one game before ever, and I've lived here since I was 5. And I go to Geodis all the time, and I watch games in the rain, and it's fine. You know, people who want to be at the stadium will be at the stadium. People who are passionate about the team will be there to watch their team. And then I was thinking about everyone who came to speak today, and I do want to thank everyone who came to speak today and took the time. And I heard them, and I looked out, and it reminded me a lot of me. And I see myself in the faces of a lot of people who are here tonight, who are behind me, and listening to their stories, I hear my story as well. Having grown up in Nashville since I was 5, in the district I currently represent, and still trying to figure out how to be able to afford to live in Nashville. That's something I'm still dealing with, right? I had to sit down with my sister and my dad just last night to figure out what steps to take to make sure that the bills are getting paid on time, and the possibility of me taking on another roommate because my parents aren't working. They both have diabetes. I think my dad has Parkinson's. We're working through that and figuring out what steps we need to take. But I am the primary financial provider in my house right now. And it is hard to live in Nashville. And my story is not unique to the people who have spoken here tonight and the people who weren't able to be here. And so I think about priorities, and it's very hard for me to feel sorry for a group of people who have been wanting to see the East Bank developed into a neighborhood when we still have neighborhoods who need funding, who need sidewalks, when we need to make sure we take care of our Metro employees. And so I won't be voting for this legislation tonight because I think our priorities are out of line, and I want to make sure that I am fighting for the people of Nashville and not for business owners, because we are the front line.
Hold on. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. Oh, you're not in there anymore. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And very quickly, I want to thank everybody who came out tonight to speak about this. It's regardless of your position on this, it's great to see so many folks engaged on such a impactful decision for Nashville. I did want to talk about a couple of elements of this deal, specifically the due diligence that folks have referenced with regards to looking at our obligations under the existing lease. You know, it was said a few times tonight from the public. It was said as no one asked for this. It was said that we didn't get it. And I just wanted to go on record. Back in 2022, May 26th, we were entering the budget cycle. This is an email I sent to staff. I'm preparing a wish list item to set aside funds for a study of Metro's minimum obligations under the current Titans lease. This would involve outside legal review of the lease and stadium conditions. That did end up getting funded in the Chair Allen's substitute budget. Eventually, it was determined that we really couldn't do that at the council level due to lack of infrastructure and staff. So we kind of did turn it over to the folks on the first floor and the Sports Authority to handle that. And in the interest of expediency, not opening up a new RFP process that would slow their negotiations down, they used an existing contract with, I believe it was Venue Solutions Group, who determined, you know, rather than looking at our minimum obligations under the lease, ultimately what ended up happening was they did an accounting of the Titans' preferred renovation scenario, which is widely discredited as our minimum obligations under the lease. This included the new outdoor concert venue. This included the gambling parlors. This included all the stuff that we're not obligated to build under the current lease. So that's just like a little bit of the history of how that happened. It's unfortunate. We funded it. We asked for it. We did not get it. I mean, I think that that's something that we need to, goodness, I'm running out of time. Look, the other element that I want to talk about is the purported community benefits of this deal. I have reviewed the executed agreements with the 16 community partners, you know, the actual text of the agreements. These are folks that I work with, that I admire, friends of mine that are signatories to these things, but it does not include, none of the agreements include a wage floor. None of the agreements include a single affordable housing unit. So we've gotten emails from serious folks who support this deal because it includes those things, and I'm telling you, it does not.
Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I rise against this bill on third reading, as I've been since the very beginning. And first, I'd like to point out that about only 0.25% of the speakers who were in support of the stadium tonight actually talked about the details of the deal. And that is what this entire hearing has been about, the details of this deal, which are bad and they work against Nashville. And none of those arguments in favor upheld the idea that this deal is pressing, needs to happen right now, needs to happen tonight. None of them did that. That urgency has been manufactured by the mayor and the Titans, and it's not justification for accepting the deal as it stands, because we can do better and we should. And let's be clear, if the shoe was on the other foot and the Titans were in our position right now, I can guarantee you that they would not sign this deal if they were Nashville. Because they wouldn't sign something that commits them to something that they don't know the cost for 30 years, because that's just idiotic. And the Titans wouldn't do it, and we shouldn't either. The NFL actually prevents teams from taking on too much debt. Any team can have no more than $600 million in debt, because more debt is unsound. But Nashville, the NFL is saying, hey, just go for more. And what is the NFL? Well, I wondered about that, and I found out the NFL is just 32 billionaires who own all the teams, and they make arbitrary rules and laws that define what can and can't be done. They just want cities like Nashville to foot the bill for new stadiums, not them. And what happened at Christmas with the rolling outages and the Titans were heating their grass while the rest of us couldn't cook turkey, those are NFL priorities. If we pass this tonight, we are tying the hands of a new mayor to a lame duck and tying ourselves to that lame duck's priorities and very bad deal making. If nothing else, we should defer this until we have a new mayor in 100 days and let a new mayor with a different vision and different priorities look at what's on paper, look at what our actual obligations are, and decide whether or not this is something we think we should go forward with as is, or if we should go back to the drawing board and get something that is actually of benefit to Nashville and the Titans. One-sided doesn't fit all. We can stop this train from going over a cliff just by deferring. I actually plead with my colleagues to vote no, but at the very least, let's defer and get the better deal that we deserve. Thank you.
Councilmember Young?
Previous question.
Previous question. All right, so we're back on the board. Again, we're not voting on the bill, just the previous question. Mr. Clark? Mr. Clark, we are voting on the motion to approve the previous question, not the bill. The previous question. If you're for the previous question, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clark, open up the machines. And again, it will take 26. Councilmember Parker? Previous question. Okay. Councilmember Sepulveda? Okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 27, noes 11, 0 abstentions. Previous question prevails. So we are on the bill. This is BL 2023-1741. Again, it was Withers moved it. It's been properly seconded. We are ready to vote. So again, we are voting on BL 2023-1741 for third and final reading. Mr. Clark? Ready? All right. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. This is a motion to pass the bill on third reading. Everybody in? All right, everybody's in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 26. Ayes 26, no 12, abstention 0. So, I can't even, Mr. Clerk, you need to put the vote back up. Councilmember Pulley had asked to be recognized first, and then I'll come to you. Say it again. So, Councilmember Pulley has moved passage of the resolution. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Councilmember Porterfield was asking for recognition far before Councilmember Pulley.
Councilmember Pulley asked for a recognition long before Councilmember. He came up to me early on and asked. Now, the question is, I can go to her, I can go to Councilmember, but I can't even tell the vote yet. So did you vote on the affirmative side? You voted for the measure. Okay. All right. So the question is, it's a little different than what we had. So can she do that? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we knew this was a possibility. So I'm, in fairness, I'm going to go to you. So you need to go back to your desk. Okay. So Councilmember Pulley has moved for us to go on to the next item. That would be properly seconded, but Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
I move to reconsider, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So Okay, so I saw Councilmember Rosenberg's hand go up first. Councilmember Rosenberg? Oh, okay. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Does this mean you're going to have to call another special call meeting, or what does that, where do we stand?
Well, so let me kind of, we'll try to explain
I
this.
know how to reconsider works. I'm just
Right.
talking about legislative wise.
Right. So I'm going to take that as a point of order because the motion to reconsider barely got to that. I had to make sure that she voted on the affirmative side. And it has to have 3 hands. Were there 3 hands on it? 1, 2.
Vice Mayor, it was not. That's why I called the point of order.
Well, because we were trying to take care of that, I'll consider 4 hands. But your point needs to be answered by the director because it doesn't require a special meeting. Councilmember, Director Darby, explain what this means in terms of a motion to reconsider. Yes, there you go.
So the effect of the motion, a motion to reconsider that has been properly seconded would be considered at the subsequent regular meeting or specially set meeting if one was set. But this one, so the motion to reconsider would be heard at the May 2nd meeting. And it would just be the motion to reconsider. It would not be the substance of the third reading.
It can be heard. It can be heard on the 2nd, but it's not impacted by any blackout periods or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, Rule 21 would not apply.
Right. Okay. Councilmember Murphy? You need to do it. Sorry. You need to do a point of order. Yeah.
Point of clarification. So am I correct in hearing that you recognize that the council lady from Antioch moved to reconsider her actions? There was then a point of order taken from another council member, and then it was clarified that you needed more hands for the first council lady's reconsideration. And at that time, you announced that there needed to be more hands, and you decided so. And so would it be now proper for someone to challenge the ruling of the chair because we had moved on and past the first council lady's motion to reconsider?
Yeah, you can always challenge so I'm going to relay the events and then you can challenge the chair. So Councilmember Pulley had asked to go first. He had asked me a long time ago he had actually asked me. That happens. Last week, Councilmember Henderson asked me to go first. And so we do that. So Councilmember Pulley was recognized. Someone showed up over here. It was Councilmember Porterfield, came running around and started screaming. The board, right as I was looking at her, understanding it was a motion to reconsider, the screen went blank. So I couldn't even tell if you were a vote on the positive side. You have to be positive. So while I was trying to figure out what to do with her and him, Councilmember Rosenberg raised his hand as a second, but no one else did. Because you're right. I didn't see anybody else at that point. You have to have 4 or 3 or 4.
4.
You have to have 4 hands up. So when that happened, I got through this thing and then through Councilmember Pulley's trying to make sure I was clear, and then Councilmember Porterfield. So unless somebody saw something different, there was a lot of activity going on. I only saw 1 hand.
Correct. So
But
I
no,
guess
you don't have
I
the
think
floor
where
yet,
we are
Councilmember
is
O'Connell. Yeah.
since you saw council lady from 29's hand, then moved to council lady from 28's point of whatever her point was at the time.
She was asking a point of order. Councilmember Vercher.
I was asking the point of order because I know how the motion to reconsider
Right.
works.
So since
Without the 4 hands, that motion dies, Chair.
That's right.
And so, but since you said
Councilmember Rosenberg, you have to sit down. You can't talk over these people. You just hold on just a second.
So, Vice Mayor, as rules chair, I think this is a heated. We've had a very long night. We've had a lot of long nights on this one, and I want to make sure that we do things fairly. You've said that all night, but I think the fact that you took 28 and we moved on to 29, then you announced and we saw more hands, and you said that you would you would go with the reconsideration motion, I believe, I think it would be fitting and proper to challenge the ruling of the chair there because you yourself, as chair, had moved on and it was not a simultaneous immediately after the vote. And so I'd like to challenge the ruling of the
Okay,
chair.
so Councilmember Murphy, in her right, is challenging my ruling in terms of going on to the motion to reconsider. So we're checking that to make sure we understand what that means. Everybody hold on just a second because I'm not sure if it's debatable or not. Okay. All right,
do too.
Councilor Rosenberg, point of order. It has to be on a point of order. You
It
can't
is.
argue.
The point is that every time you ask for a motion over the course of a meeting, you ask for seconds. It doesn't have to happen simultaneously. You ask for a motion and you ask for a second. This is how it happens.
Well, but when you raised your hand and said I'm seconding it, you were the only other hand that showed up.
Is it
So-
debatable or not? Because right now we're debating my challenge of the chair.
All right. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized. Hold on just a second. There you go. Okay.
Do those who raise their hands in support of the motion to reconsider, do they have to have voted in the affirmative as well?
No.
Okay.
No. We're checking. So this is so let me, Councilmember Parker, point of order. Hold on. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My point of order is that, a point of order does not interrupt the motion that's on the floor, and you did not kill the motion for lack of a second, or lack of an adequate second, which I believe is 3 or 4 hands in this case. So that motion was still on the floor when the point of order was called.
Sorry, are we still debating my challenge of the chair?
She's got, Councilmember Murphy is challenging my ruling, which is appropriate. You all have done that before. All right? So all I can tell you is what happened. So hold on just a second.
Turn my microphone off.
Councilor Murphy, would you tell me what you're challenging?
I am challenging your the fact that there was a motion to reconsider that did not have the proper number of hands at the proper time before we had clearly you were also calling on the councilman to my right as well and taking his motion up. And so I think that it is only fitting and proper that you're accepting the motion to reconsider be challenged and overturned because you had clearly moved on by stating several times that the councilman to my right had previously been recognized and was moving on to what was next.
Does that make sense? Yeah, but I didn't have that chance. Okay. So, do we know where we are? All right, so let me go back over again. What we're just checking on whether this thing is debatable. Again, Councilmember Pulley had asked to be heard first. He moved on. He moved that we hear the resolution. Councilmember Porterfield showed up here and started holding up her hand and asking for a motion to reconsider. Again, I did not have a chance to see. I understand that you voted in the affirmative, but when I looked over, the vote was off the board. One hand went up. Councilmember Rosenberg. It requires 4. Okay. And so Councilmember Vercher then asked a point of order before we could ever get to the 4. And the question was it properly handled at the time? Councilmember Porterfield, while we're looking, it has to be a point of order. It can't be anything else.
It is a point of order, Vice Mayor. Thank you. When someone makes a motion, you always call for a second. Is that correct, Vice Mayor? Because that didn't happen when you immediately addressed the point of order. That didn't happen. So is that the procedure that someone makes a motion and then you call for a second because at that opportunity people could then second the motion?
Not on, this one requires a motion to reconsider and then hands pop up. You don't ask for a second. Just people raise their hands because they.
And point of order, Vice Mayor, in your replaying of the actions there, since I sit next to the councilman from Green Hills, I did want to say that I did hear him make the motion on the resolution. You'd clearly recognized him as well. So
Seconded.
I wanted to make sure that was in your timeline.
Okay. So where we are is there is a proper motion on the floor, I believe, to question my ruling, which is fine. What they're looking at now is whether it's debatable or not, or whether we just voted. Ms. Kelly, I can't recognize you in the back. Sorry. Councilmember Nash for a point of order.
We kind of went through this last meeting. There was a motion on the floor by Councilman Pulley. That should be addressed first, and then if somebody wants to challenge the vote on the other, you could handle that then, and that solves the problem of when and how.
Thank you for the advice. They're checking. Okay, so everybody back in your chairs. So Councilmember Murphy is challenging the ruling of the chair. The ruling of the chair had the motion on the floor, and I went ahead and took the motion to reconsider, and then eventually hands showed up. Your ruling is challenging that I had a motion and I really couldn't have taken that, or that the four hands weren't up in time. It was just that this one was not in order. Is that the right way to say it? I'm just trying to make sure I've got.
Yes, I am challenging the ruling that you took a motion out of order when we had one on the floor.
Okay.
But I guess there could be the second challenge there that you also improperly ruled on the reconsideration.
Okay. So what we were checking is that debatable? And the answer is no. So we're just voting on it. Okay. So we are voting. Simple majority. So it's I think it's a simple majority. Simple majority. Okay, simple majority. So here's how this works. If Okay. If you vote with Councilmember Murphy, you would be, if you voted with her to override my decision, then, and she gets the majority of the votes, then we are on the motion, and the motion to reconsider is out of order. If you vote with me or there's a tie, then you stay with me. Does that make sense? I'll explain it again. Okay. Yes. No, yes would be for her. She's.
Majority vote sustains.
But she's the one who made the motion.
Majority vote sustains the rule of the chair.
Okay. All right. We're still having discussions about this. This is going to be very, very strange. Councilmember Wells, point of order.
Yes, point of order, Vice Mayor. The motion to reconsider happened immediately, but you had made a deal with somebody else to recognize them first, so that basically would have made the point of order, the motion to reconsider invalid, and which I would think would be completely illegal, because you made a deal to recognize another council member first.
I was asked to come to him, and I saw his hand. Oh, yeah. So it's an undebatable motion. So here's what you have to do. So if this is going to be a weird vote, if you think that I was right, and then I'm considering the motion to reconsider, then you would vote yes. This makes no sense.
Yes.
All right. So the way the director is saying that if you want to uphold my ruling, you would vote yes. If you want to not uphold my ruling and vote with Councilmember Murphy, you would vote no. Okay? It's a little strange, but that's what we're being told.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Porterfield.
I'm trying to understand. I know that Councilman Pulley came to you before and asked to be recognized to move on to the next piece of business, but the motion to reconsider, would that not take precedent because that is on the current piece of business before the next piece of business is recognized?
It's just who goes first. So,
and I didn't go first when I was standing up there jumping up and down?
No, he was supposed to be recognized first. People come to me all the time. Council members come to me all the time and ask to be recognized first.
Point of order, I mean, you did recognize her. You sent her back to her desk and recognized her.
Councilmember Parker, I haven't called on you. You can't talk, okay? Yeah, we're debating, and it's not acceptable. So, Councilmember Rosenberg, you'll have to sit down. You can't. No, I don't. You can't just keep asking questions under a point of order. This is a non-debatable issue. What is your point of order?
That you can't make a motion to move a resolution if we haven't moved on to the next order of business.
Well, that is being challenged at this point. So, again, what you're going to be voting on is if you think I am right and that I am willing to take up the motion to reconsider, you would vote yes. If you think Councilmember Murphy's challenge of the chair is correct, you would vote no. Got it? Got it? Okay, Mr. Clark. So it's contrary to what you think. If you're supporting my motion to reconsider, you'll vote aye. If you're supporting Councilmember Murphy's vote, you'd vote no. All right? A tie goes to the vice mayor. You got it? Mr. Clark, the motion is to sustain the ruling of the chair. Again, if you want to vote with me, you'd vote aye. If you want to vote with Councilmember Murphy, you'd vote no. It's a simple majority, okay? It's ruling over the chair. It's nothing personal. Not, this is something personal in here, okay? Councilmember Lee, we're voting. You got to have a point of order.
I understand that. Would you please, again, without saying the part about if you want to vote, if you go with me, or if you want to go with somebody else, would you just state exactly what it is we're voting on?
Yeah, so I ruled basically that a motion to reconsider would be in order, okay?
I don't need the explanation. Just give me exactly what was voted on. I mean, it was, what did you say? It was a motion to sustain? If you would just say that part, what we're voting on, not the explanation of it, just what we're voting on, please.
That's what it is. I made a ruling when all this was going on that I was going to allow the motion to reconsider. There was too much confusion, and I did that. To sustain a motion to reconsider, which would mean it just simply goes on next calendar. And just sustain my ruling. Okay. Okay. If you want to sustain my ruling, you vote aye. If you disagree, you vote no. Everybody in? Oh, open up the machines. Sorry. Councilmember Suara? Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Ayes 14, noes 24, 0 abstentions. I lose. Councilmember Murphy wins. So we are on a motion to take up the resolution. It was properly seconded.
Point of order.
Councilmember Porterfield for a point of order.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there a way to rescind my vote personally?
No.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor.
No. All right, we're on Councilmember Pulley's motion to take up the resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
We're on the resolution. All right. Okay. All right. All right. We are on RS 2023-2044 resolutions. Withers, Roten, Hurt, Toombs, and others are the sponsors. Councilmember Van Rees is handling this one. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Councilmember Van Rees, as you remember, we put one amendment on. So we are on the resolution as amended for passage. Discussion on the resolution. I got people in the queue. Councilmember Henderson on the resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, this really seems kind of perfunctory at this point, but I think it's worth pointing out to the community that this Nashville Needs Impact Fund that we've all spent a lot of time talking about, and I think is supposed to be, you know, the warm, fuzzy blanket that makes us feel good about voting for the stadium deal that we shouldn't have voted for. This is $47 million over the life of the whole entire lease. This is a pittance, okay? And I just find it so disconcerting that all of these components of that they're the beneficiaries of this fund and the amount of time and debate that went into this that is part of an intentionally kind of complex waterfall of funds that it's $47 million, folks. And this is not something that we can, could, or should use as some evidence of this stadium benefiting the community. Because again, it is a pittance in light of what we just called the question and voted on. So I hope, though it probably won't happen because I can see who's in the queue after me, but I would hope that we could discuss this so that folks could understand that all the supposed, the nonprofits, and then now we've added, sidewalks and transit and all that kind of, no, we already threw all that away. And so, I just think we should abstain on this and just not vote on it at all, honestly, is what I'm going to do, because I don't appreciate how this has been used as some tool in the community for people to feel that they are somehow a part of or beneficiaries of this stadium, when it is just, it's token gestures. And I think it's a shame. I think we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Councilmember Young?
Previous question.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question. Again, we're not voting on the resolution. We're calling on the previous, just voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on the resolution RS 2023-2044 as amended. Mr. Clerk, we'll put it on the board. We are voting on the resolution. Okay. It's a motion to adopt the resolution as amended. We're on RS 2023-2044. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. If you're for the resolution, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Everybody in? Councilmember Sepulveda in? Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk, close the machines. Take the vote. Ayes 26, noes 8, 3 abstentions. The motion passes. Resolution passes. I was asked to call on Councilmember Van Rees before that, so I'm going to do that. That's what happens. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Move to adjourn.
You had something important to tell me. There's a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
So in favor.
Concluded about a 6-hour and 40-minute meeting tonight. A good bit of that was taken up with a public hearing that the council had called originally for both sides to come here and debate what was going to happen on the stadium. First, let me tell you that the stadium project was approved 26-12 after quite a bit of debate during the public hearing and quite a bit of debate by the council. Then right after it was passed, there was a motion to reconsider by one of the members, Council Lady Porterfield, who had voted for it. That's one of the rules. You have to have somebody who voted for it to ask for a vote for reconsider. At that time, Vice Mayor Schulman had already addressed another member of the council to go back on the agenda to take up the resolution, which they had moved to the heel of the agenda. And at that point, a little distraction in the back, we had dueling cheerleading squads out there, those who were for what was happening tonight and those who were against, and they're still back in the back talking about it right now. At that point, there was quite a bit of parliamentary confusion about what to do. Ultimately, Council Lady Murphy appealed the rule of the chair. He is going to go ahead and entertain the motion to reconsider, which would have put it on the May 2nd, the next council meeting's agenda on the 2nd, and it would be up to the council to again confirm that vote had it come to that. But there was a motion. She made a motion to appeal the chair's ruling. She won that motion. There were enough no votes to basically overturn his ruling about that. So then the approval by 26-12 was approved. Council then took up the second resolution, the second major piece of legislation tonight, and they voted 26-8 to approve the Nashville Needs Impact Fund, which will be a way of funding some of the things that the council members want to do, either from money from the council, money from the Titans to move forward, and other possible ways to do that too, going forward to do things to help with affordable housing and other things out there, although there was still some contention about that from some of the debate tonight. The council heard from 127 total people who spoke during the public hearing, which actually was held in two parts. Originally it was supposed to be 4 hours long. Proponents had 40 people who spoke against it, spoke in favor of it the first time it came up. They gave up maybe about 50 minutes of the time they had left out of the 2 hours that they had. The opponents took all 2 hours and then had several other people still left, so there was a move in the council which was debated and created some parliamentary confusion as well, that they wanted to continue to have that and make it go indefinitely and only have the people who were speaking against it be able to speak again. That was not allowed. Anybody who wanted to speak could, but only one proponent spoke in favor of it again. There were still members in the audience tonight who were in favor of the proposal, but only one member spoke the second time around. One other 18 spoke in the second round of public hearing, which began sometime after 11 o'clock. So it was quite a bit of things went on. We did hear from one mayoral candidate in opposition, Jim Gingrich, who's already running a TV ad in opposition to this particular project, and an indication it will be a major issue as we go into what's going to happen with the mayoral race coming up this summer. We also saw Freddie O'Connell, who's also he's a member of this body. He's also a mayoral candidate. He indicated pretty strongly that he's going to be saying some of the same things that Mr. Gingrich is talking about. Mr. Gingrich talked about during his speech to the council that he'd like to see this put on the August ballot. I'm not sure how that would happen exactly. There are ways to put things on the ballot. The council would have to do that, but I don't think there'd be 27 votes to do that. I'm not sure whether there's a petition that would be recognized on this. There is a way to put projects like this on the ballot if they're using general obligations bond. This is being used with revenue bonds, and there's nothing under state law that allows that to be put on the ballot. So we'll see what happens, but obviously this is still going to be an issue going forward. The council is now in recess after this and they have, by the way, added tonight to their number of hours they have adjourned after the midnight hour, and they had quite a few of those back during the pandemic, and I think this is the second straight. I think the last regular meeting 2 weeks ago went past midnight. Maybe the meeting just last week lasted that long as well, but this has set the record probably for all time for a number of council meetings that have gone into the morning hours. Council's now in recess till May 2nd. That's the next regular meeting. That's next Tuesday. We'll be here on the Metro Nashville Network to provide live coverage. Until then, I say good morning. I'm Pat Nolan, and good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's special meeting in the Metropolitan Nashville Davidson County has been coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.